Brought to you by Builders First Source. The Detroit Lions will have a new kicker when the upcoming season begins. Michael Badgley suffering a season-ending injury yesterday and requires surgery, so he goes to the IR. Dan Campbell says that they've already begun the tryout process to bring in competition at the position, with Panthers star Jake Bates already signed this offseason. The Tigers continue to find ways to win. They avoided their first series loss since July 4th with a 3-0 shutout of Cleveland to split their four-game set. 6 relievers combined for the 4-hit gem, anchored by Shelby Miller in the 9th to close it all out. Now, the Tigers now sit at 51-53 as they head back home to Detroit. The trade deadline now 4 days away with some big decisions to be made on guys like Tarek Skubal and Jack Flaherty. They are 5.5 games out of the wildcard slot here in late July. And the Olympic ceremonies happen this afternoon in Paris, specifically at 1:30 p.m. our time, with TV networks to show it on delay later tonight. LeBron James and Coco Gauff are the U.S. flag bearers, and Snoop Dogg will be one of the final honorees to carry the torch towards its final destination at the Eiffel Tower. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Greg's undefeated, 97-1. I want to get back into the kicking stuff with the Lions. It's the big news of the day. Of course, you can make fun of John's ridiculous top 10 Olympic sports to watch list. No gymnastics. Swimming's 10th. 2 versions of shooting, 2 versions of volleyball.
You do you.
No track and field
Jim,
in any way, shape,
Jimmy,
or form.
James.
Okay. We have some of the fastest runners in the world. They don't end up, their sports aren't on your top 10 list. You're not interested in watching them. Simone Biles, one of the great Olympians, are Katie Ledecky. They're hardly, if at all, on your list. Anyway, we can get hung up on it, and if you guys want to call in and complain,
it's not about the individual. It's about the event.
It's about our great individuals who win gold medals for our country.
That's why I was reserved at bringing up individuals in that segment, because to me, this is more about the event. It's about, it.
You're hitting us with the front of the chest, not the back of the jersey.
Well, okay. We're always looking for, something that is as wholesome as can be. We're losing it. And the facade that was college sports.
Amateurism.
Right, amateurism. But it feels like the Olympics are kind of that last bastion.
Okay, there's your top
about
10.
Country.
And people can do with it what they want.
Sure.
Kicker.
Did you come up with any more Jimmies or Jims?
Let me look up some more. I want to talk kicker.
I do too.
Jake Bates. Not a John, not a Jim, not a Greg, not a Heather, but a Jake.
Yep.
Jake Bates, Lions kicker by default for now. Michael Badgley. You heard in the update, we brought it up when the news broke about an hour ago. He's done for the season. I saw Schefter offering a little more detail because you're like, wait, how's a kicker? What did he do? Adam Schefter says that it's a hamstring injury.
Wow, that requires surgery. That's a tough one.
Tore his hamstring Thursday in practice per a source. He will go on injured reserve and miss the season. It's a pretty bad hammy injury.
Yeah.
How do you feel about Bates if he is the guy? Let's start there, because they may bring in another kicker for competition. We still haven't even begun the preseason for these guys to compete for the job. John, Bates was 17 of 22 in the UFL. He only missed 1 kick under 50 yards, and he made multiple 60-yard field goals. It appears to be a guy who can hit the easy ones and a guy who can, at least has the leg to hit the 60-yard kicks that the Lions didn't have a year ago. I mean, I wouldn't feel bad if this guy's the kicker to start the season.
I would feel very unsettled. And not that I was hoping that he would come out of this competition having won the competition, not by default, not by injury, but had won the competition. So you see him, and you're going to get a chance to see him in 3 preseason games. Hopefully, there are situations where it's 4th and 7 or 4th and 1. And we know that Dan Campbell wants to go for it, but he needs to test his kicker in the preseason. If it's a 45-yard kick, it's a 55-yard kick. I don't care. Yes, if you're at the end of a half, end of a quarter, end of the game, and he has opportunity to kick a 60-yarder, that one is that's a one-off. I don't want him or need him to do that on a regular basis. I just want to know that he can make the regular kicks, the ones that are going to help you win games, your 35-yarder, your 40-yarder, your 42, your 52. Those are the kicks that I want to see him do and accomplish with regularity at a very high percentage in the preseason, because that is not going to be as much pressure, but it's more than you're going to apply in practice.
How much of this is mental, the kicking position?
Oh, I don't know that there is a more. There's a group of athletes that are more in their heads than kickers, and I mean, you could talk about different. Every athlete, there's a mental aspect to it. Golfers in their golf swing. I know Greg is back there, doing the golf swing. That might be one, but in the realm of football, confidence and the mental approach for kickers, you hear them talk about it all the time. That is one of the toughest things to do, is if you go out there and you miss let's say a 42-yarder, and then you're asked to kick a 42-yarder the same distance to win a game, and that already has entered your mind that I missed the last one. That's a tough position to be in. It's a tough thing to overcome. Now, you can talk about, do they need to be cocky? Do they need to be arrogant? They need to be all those things. They need to know that I can make any kick that is required of me. But going into a season, and I've mentioned this before, special teams coaches, they're superstitious. They're over the top in regards to, they want a guy that they've got confidence in, that has done it before. Eventually, you're going to have new kickers. And this is the opportunity for the Lions to find the next best kicker. But going into a season, there's going to be a lot of question marks, even if he nails everyone in the preseason.
He hasn't
done it in a regular season.
So I think quarterback, clearly a position where, like, mentally you have to be able to put mistakes behind you. But the difference is you get a bunch of chances.
Right. If
you're a kicker, you miss maybe the one kick that you needed to make in a game, and you don't get another chance for another week. Right? So there is this you have to have mental fortitude to be a really good kicker.
Yes.
I mean, the leg is the prerequisite. You don't get in the position unless you have a leg to hit 50-plus yards, and Bates does. But it's the between-the-ear stuff that, John, like, you're right, we won't know until he's put in those positions. Now, he's clearly competing, or was competing for a job. There's pressure there. But the Lions envision themselves playing in the most pressure games of the season. It's a game in San Francisco in Week 17 with potential home field advantage on the line, which would then mean you get to kick indoors as opposed to going outdoors, which is a whole different animal. You get the home games for your kicker, which may be home playoff games to go to the Super Bowl, which then means you're in the Super Bowl. And we talk about end of half, end of game. There's 2-minute drill. We need a field goal to win the Super Bowl. You just don't know until you're there. And there's not going to be a way to figure that out. Badgley hit a kick in the playoffs last year from 50 yards, and I think that's what people were hanging on to. That's gone now. That's out the window. Ticket texters have brought up Turner from Michigan. He's
signed in Green Bay.
So that's not an option.
Not an option.
So, I mean, guys will get cut as rosters trim down, and that's maybe the other way the Lions look to this position. If Bates is at all shaky in the preseason, they're going to be looking for kickers that get cut or don't make the 53-man rosters.
Well, and we've seen from Dan Campbell, like what they did last year, right? There was a kicking competition going on all season long. They elevated guys from practice squads and sent them back down to the practice squad when they needed them or when they felt that there was a better option. When kickers are cut, because there will be kickers that are cut, I would not be surprised if, whether it's the second to last, the first cut or the second cut, there's only 2 cuts anymore, that they bring somebody in to just see and get a feel for, is this a better option in week 1? And if I'm very unsettled with the fact that you've got a kicker coming in who has only kicked in UFL games. Nothing when he was with the Houston Texans. No game, extra points, or field goals. When in college, I think he had 3 different stops, all kickoffs, no attempts, not even a miss as an extra point or field goal kicker.
So okay, you said unsettled, and I understand that. The other side of this coin would be what the Cowboys have gotten, right?
Sure.
Brandon Aubrey was a relative nobody. He was a soccer player, and he was nails for the Cowboys. So it's not a disqualifier for this guy at all.
No, there is tremendous upside. But it comes with risk.
Where are you guys at? John says unsettled. Are you confident or comfortable even if they don't bring anybody else in and it's Jake Bates as the kicker for the preseason, the regular season, and the postseason? 248-539-9797. We have other Lions camp storylines to get to. It's 97.1. Dan Dickerson with, that's a call from yesterday. Javi Baez had a home run yesterday. I wasn't like, you got to go back in the archives. That was yesterday. Javi Baez and the Tigers win. Yeah. We'll have an update on Jack Flaherty's trade deadline market and potential trade proposal for people. We have a Big Ten coach weighing in on one of John. This is one of our big debates for college football season. One of the Big Ten coaches gave his opinion on one of our brewing debates for the fall.
He planted his flag.
He did. We'll get to it. We have people reacting to the kicker situation with the Lions. A little drama at camp. The competition's over. Michael Badgley's done for the season for people who are just tuning in.
And this is one where I know that there was a lot of excitement about Jake Bates when he was kicking for the Panthers. And the excitement around, hey, he's kicking at Ford Field. He's very familiar. He's kicking these 60-yarders. That excitement is real, and it should be. I was hoping that there was going to be a competition to create some pressure off the field in the mind of Jake Bates is, am I good enough for this? Am I going to be able to recover from a missed kick? A bad day at practice. Like that can crush somebody who is simply trying to make a roster, and now that competition isn't there. That pressure can still be there internally, but I was hoping to have an active competition for him to earn it.
This is the guy that I was excited to win the job. So, I mean, maybe that's part of why I'm not as shaken up as you are about it. He made 3 60-yard field goals from Ford Field last year. The idea that the Lions have a kicker that opens up points from midfield, that's exciting. Yeah. That's something they did not have on the roster a year ago, which may mean on a 4th and 5, rather than bring the punter out or being forced to go for it on 4th and long, you get points. You at least get the chance to take 3 points. It could be right before the half. You don't have time to drive all the way down into the red zone. You have a greater range for your kicker to get you points before the half or maybe at the end of the game. Now, reliability is a question mark because he's never been in the NFL, right. But the only way he's going to kick in the NFL, John, is if he kicks in the NFL. So this opens the path for him to kick in the NFL. And it's not like the guy was shaky from 30 and 40. He was pretty accurate. One miss inside of 50 yards. So there's a guy who I wanted to win the job, albeit not like this. I wanted him to compete, iron sharpens iron, win the job. But this is the guy who I want to see kick in the NFL for the Lions this season. And if it doesn't work out, they will have to pivot because we know how important this season is. And John, last year, a year where they had the greatest Lions season of my lifetime, the kicker situation wasn't really settled until the end of the year, where they had Patterson and then they went to Badgley. I don't want to go down that road. I want Bates to not only he has the job now, win the job, keep the job, more importantly. You know, there are some ticket texters who have weighed in and are like, who cares? Kickers aren't athletes anyway.
It's about points, and it's about winning games, and I think the Lions are going to score a lot of touchdowns. I want him to be 100% on extra points. We see it every week where somebody misses an extra point, and then it bites that team in the ass at the end of the game. Just be consistent at all of the, you call them small kicks, the extra points, those that are 35 yards, 40 yards, 45 yards. Those should be points. And then you add them up at the end of the game, and there you are. And if you're in a position at the end of the game where you're down 2, it's going to be a 60-yard kick. All right, a heroic effort. Let's go. Let's see if we got it. You got the leg for it. At least you know you're in the ballpark.
Yep.
That's the extra. I just want to know that he can be consistent in this environment from all of the kicks that are going to happen on a regular basis.
Texters, we have to remind you, you can't sign James Turner. He's with the Packers. Yep. It was a 3-kicker situation a couple weeks ago for the Lions, more than a couple weeks ago now. But Turner, Michigan kicker, is now a Green Bay Packer. So that's not an option.
I have no option. I have no problem with the fact that when they signed Jake Bates, that they let James Turner go. Right? It would be somewhat ridiculous to carry 3 kickers into training camp.
Absolutely agree with you.
So in hindsight, sure, you'd like to say, yeah, okay, well, we still have James Turner and Jake Bates in the competition. You can't forecast injuries.
Right. You're not saying this, but like, hey, don't believe Sherlock. They shouldn't have picked the injured guy. They shouldn't have picked the dude who's going to get injured on the start of camp.
Yeah,
but you just can't know.
There's
no way of predicting that. Bates did go 6 for 6 at practice yesterday with multiple more than 50 yards. Let's get into some of those Lions storylines. No Heather today, but there's always news going on. John, I have some NFL headlines and I have some Lions camp headlines. Let's mix in a little bit of both here, all right?
Do it, yeah.
With the Lions, I just said 6 for 6 for Bates. That's the big story. He is the kicker moving forward. The other story yesterday, Jahmyr Gibbs working with the wide receivers. What do you think about that?
I think it's great. I think it's definitely in his wheelhouse. If you're looking to get more yardage, more production out of Jahmyr Gibbs, you still have David Montgomery in the backfield. You're still going to hand him the ball as well as Gibbs, but you can be creative. You can put him in motion. You can have both those guys on the field at the same time. You can put him in the slot. You can put him on the line of scrimmage as a wide receiver because he has that skill as a running back to be very good at catching the ball.
Third on the team in targets a year ago. And that scary thing is he's just starting to really come into his own.
And the beautiful thing is, okay, you hand him the ball in the backfield or you throw him a screen, there's a lot of traffic. When you throw him the ball in space, now all of a sudden he catches it and he has a chance to make people miss. You're going to get hit, but the collisions are different. So you can still get great production out of them and take a little wear and tear off them.
Listen, great offensive coordinators in the league will have concepts and Ben Johnson's really good at that. But at the end of the day, football is also about matchups.
Yep.
And I don't know what you're supposed to do if you're a linebacker and you end up on Jahmyr Gibbs in the open space because John, it's not just about little screen pass. If he's running routes, if he's got releases, and he's working with Amon-Ra St. Brown, good luck for almost any linebacker in football that's going to get put on him where he's cutting in and out.
Yeah.
You're not keeping up with him.
Because then at that point, all right, do you take a linebacker out, add another defensive back? Are you going, dime all the time? And then all of a sudden, you're faced with one of the best offensive lines in football. You're down a linebacker because you got an extra DB in the game. How are you going to make those tackles?
John, as an offensive lineman, how great is a light box?
Oh.
Don't make this weird.
You said it.
A 6-man front. How great is that, John?
That's awesome. It's awesome.
Where you get to that second level and you're cleaning up.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's stay in the trenches. Defensive lineman Levi Onwuzurike. Brad Holmes loved that pick. He wanted to trade up to make that pick.
Yeah.
I've largely given up, but there's got to be something there. They're rotating him in around the D-line, at least early in camp. No pads, 3-tech, even a 5 technique. This is kind of a put up or shut up now or never year for him. What do you think?
Well, there's a couple of guys in that category where you're looking at it and saying, okay, he hit with Aleem McNeil. He was a third-round pick. He was drafted after Levi Onwuzurike, and that seems like a good pick. But you've got Onwuzurike, you've got Broderick Martin, you've got Josh Paschal, you got a bunch of guys that are kind of like, hey, you know what, are they going to be anything? And all on different time frames, right? Levi Onwuzurike, been around the longest. Then it's Josh Paschal. Then it's Broderick Martin. But you got to start getting some production out of some of these guys that are quote-unquote projects.
NFL news. Jerry Jones, never shy. He says Dak Prescott will be here beyond this season. Well, keep in mind, they also have to pay CeeDee Lamb, who's holding out, and Micah Parsons. Do you anticipate that he is there beyond this season, Dak Prescott?
Jerry Jones loves Dak Prescott for whatever reason. He hasn't been able to win in the playoffs, hasn't been able to get him to a Super Bowl, but he loves Dak Prescott. And Dak Prescott is great in the locker room. He's great with the guys. He's a great dude. He's great in the community, but those don't put up wins. And I'm just curious as to why is he so averse to finding somebody better. Now, we heard it from Brad Holmes. It's a lot easier to get worse at that position than it is better, but he keeps paying him records amounts of money.
Well, it's because he keeps dragging his feet. You wait till it's the last year of their deal. The Lions worked ahead on Jared Goff. They didn't get to his last year. They worked ahead on Penei Sewell. You don't wait to get to the last minute on the deals.
And
CeeDee Lamb versus Amon-Ra St. Brown. I mean, the Lions have done it in a tidy way. They've taken care of their guys. They haven't let it run down to the wire. Now Jerry Jones is going to get put over a barrel because that Dak Prescott deal is going to cost a lot of money. And Jerry's on the record. He said, I don't think this will be his last year with the Cowboys at all.
So there are two quarterbacks that are comfortable with being uncomfortable and have worked the system to their benefit in regards to contracts. That's Dak Prescott and Kirk Cousins.
Speaking of Kirk Cousins, some news on him. He's medically cleared off the Achilles, quote, ready to go, but according to their head coach, Raheem Morris, they will do some modifications to his workload, and Cousins himself told reporters it's unlikely he will play in the preseason. That's the right move, right?
Yeah.
Coming off that injury?
Coming off the injury. And Kirk Cousins has even gone as far as making a list of people that have recovered from, Achilles injuries. And he had, obviously Kobe Bryant on there, Tiger Woods, which I didn't know he had torn his Achilles. Maybe it was part of that accident. But, Al Gore was one of them that he had said it towards Achilles. He made his top 10.
Why's Kurt got to make it political? The Colts have said they won't limit Anthony Richardson, saying you wouldn't say to Steph Curry, stop shooting threes. That's from Shane Steichen, their head coach. Smart, even though there's going to be added risk of injury.
Yeah, I mean, hey, use players. It's you got to go out there. That's part of what makes him unique. It's why they drafted him where they drafted him. His ability to, one, throw the ball. They were going to have to work on some accuracy issues and just becoming an NFL quarterback. But part of what makes him good is his elusiveness in the pocket, his ability to escape the pocket, to break tackles, to gain yards on the ground. You wouldn't tell Lamar Jackson, you got to stay in the pocket. We're not going to let you run anymore.
He's stupid. It'd be a waste of his gifts. The highest ceiling for the Colts, it's a breakout season for Anthony Richardson, and that means lowering a shoulder, getting to the outside. Here's the other thing. As much as he'll take a punishment, he's going to deliver a punishment. He's built like Cam Newton. He's a lower shoulder.
Yeah, it's not an easy tackle. But the question is coming off of the shoulder injury. Yeah. What does that mean for him?
But if you're not going to let him run, you shouldn't have drafted him.
Yeah.
Last note. Holdout season. Guys get paid season. Sutton of the Broncos getting paid $15.2 million. They work out their dispute. He will be there for Sean Payton as that X receiver in the offense.
Yeah, and when you're talking about breaking in a young quarterback, whether it's Bo Nix as their starter, they've got Jarrett Stidham, Zach Wilson.
Yeah, you need Cortland Sutton out there.
You need a reliable, explosive target that they can go to on a regular basis.
All right, and those are some headlines. Ticket Texture says, who doesn't love getting to the second level of a light box? That's what it's all about. Running the football, not making it weird. All right, John, we are going to get to a couple more headlines before we wrap up the show today on a Friday, get you into the weekend. What's going on with Jack Flaherty? There's a team that has emerged. It's the perfect landing spot for Jack Flaherty, and they're interested. We'll get to that, plus a Big Ten coach who's weighing in on a fall debate you and I are going to have for the next 6 months. It's 97.1.
Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in the great state of Michigan for over 25 years. With a focus on using the highest quality ingredients, you can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. And with that focus on quality, they set out to create a beer that lets you have it all, and it's right in the name. It's all-day IPA, and here is what you get. A refreshing and deliciously flavorful beer, easy drinking and high quality. All Day IPA is an IPA that is naturally brewed with an array of malts, grains, and hops, creating a delicious citrusy taste and a clean finish. It's the perfect beer for anyone looking to make the ordinary extraordinary and the good times great. Speaking of great times, All Day IPA is the perfect beer for anyone on game days, whether you're watching the Olympics, you're getting ready for fall Saturdays, Sundays. It is the absolute perfect beer. Visit foundersbrewing.com today to find All Day IPA. All Day IPA, it's all in the taste. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
The perfect Jack Flaherty trade partner is interested. Settle in. Deadline's on Tuesday. Jack Flaherty having a great year. The optimal trade partner, John, the Baltimore Orioles. But the thought all along was, they traded for him last year. It didn't really work out. Well, according to The Athletic, Ken Rosenthal and Katie Wu, Baltimore is open to giving him another chance. John, if you can't deal Skubal to Baltimore because they're stingy, or you just want to keep him, you can still get someone from that farm system by trading Jack Flaherty to Baltimore. They would prefer a long-term option. They might not be willing to pay long-term prices. This is interesting. You looked at their farm system, and you're not going to get Jackson Holiday for Jack Flaherty. You're not going to get any of the top three. But Evan Petzold of the Free Press put out his mock trade proposal, and it had the Tigers landing Connor Norby, who's the fifth prospect in the system, but also their number 4 prospect. And you were looking into this guy. He's only a high A guy, but outfielder with some speed and upside, right?
Yeah, so Connor Norby is the guy that you could put on the roster right now. He could come in and hopefully be an impactful bat. Second baseman, outfielder, you can move him around a number of different spots.
Get him in the lineup if he can hit.
Yeah. Enrique Bradfield Jr. is at high A right now, but when you look at some of the traits that he has, speed is the first thing that always comes up. From home to first base, he's got the fastest time in the minor leagues. He has been a terror on the base paths. He's a guy that values the strike zone. He's a Scott Harris type of guy because he does draw walks. He doesn't take a lot of strikeouts and is able to get on base. Now, the question is going to be if he is a guy that you foresee as a leadoff batter. All of these things are what we heard about Parker Meadows.
Sure.
Parker Meadows didn't have a great start to the season, went down, found a little rhythm, came back, hamstring injury. We're still hoping that Parker Meadows can be a part of the future, but there's that word hope. And whenever you're talking about Bradfield Jr. or you're talking about Norby, there's still hope that they can be, key pieces to the core that they're trying to build. But he does provide a lot of the things that Scott Harris values.
I'd do this deal in a heartbeat. I think if you get one of the two guys in the top 5 from the Baltimore system, you'd be happy, given that Flaherty's a rental and I'm not sure that he's going to be here next year. He likes being in Detroit, and he said as much, and you can't rule out the fact that they could keep him and re-sign him. But to get a guy, Norby, who's right on the bubble
right,
as a major league hitter.
He's 24 years old.
Yeah, and if you got both of them, the idea here would be one fits the timeline of being competitive in 25. The other one fits the McGonigal, Clark, second wave of guys that would be 26. Up in the next couple years. Exactly. So that feels like a lot to get for Flaherty. I love the deal. I don't know if it would actually be offered.
But here's where Scott Harris can really take a jump in a lot of people's minds. Didn't spend in the offseason, fumbled the trade deadline last year. But how do you get the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Baltimore Orioles,
the Phillies
all in a bidding war for Jack Flaherty? Because other than Tarek Skubal, Jack Flaherty appears to be the best arm available. Now, the thing that makes, obviously, Skubal unique is, one, his dominance, but it's also that he's left-handed. For Flaherty, there are other right-handed pitchers out there, some younger, some under more team control. That's what Baltimore ultimately wants, is they want a guy that they can, not just as a rental, but a guy that could be there for a couple of years. But how can Scott Harris get the best deal possible? And if you're looking at, the 4th and 5th prospect of the Baltimore Orioles versus number 47 in the Dodgers plus another guy, that's where you start saying, okay, the Dodgers, we want you to throw in number 47. Maybe there's a guy that, maybe there's 3 or 4 guys, and eventually one of those of the 4 may hit. Or do you go to Baltimore and say, how bad do you want the series this year? How bad do you want a shot at the Golden Ring?
The only other name that they're going to call on that does have appeal would be Garrett Crochet, who is a controllable lefty, albeit not as good as Skubal. But if they get priced out of the long-term market, the best short-term arm-for-hire mercenary for them is Jack Flaherty. So you're right. If Harris can call 3 or 4 teams and go, hey, if you're not willing to pay long-term prices, you're not going to give up your 1, 2, or 3 in your farm system, Jack Flaherty becomes the guy. And more teams can afford Flaherty, right? Like the Yankees have to pay through the nose to get Skubal. Well, easier if you want Flaherty, right? It becomes more attainable for all these other teams, which creates a feeding frenzy, creates a bidding war. When you have 4 or 5 teams, there's demand. that gives Scott Harris a chance to change how he's viewed in this city by delivering maybe a return that you thought wasn't possible because he works the market.
And there's more juice left in Jack Flaherty this year than there was last year.
Yep.
Last year, before the trade deadline, he had pitched in more innings than he had since 2019. Now, all of a sudden, he has pitched better in less innings, so there's more gas left in the tank. That's why Baltimore looks at this and goes, well, okay, he is more productive this year, but he's also got more in the tank because he hasn't pitched as many innings to this point.
Ticket Texter says, hey, don't do Baltimore any favors. If they don't want to pay for Skubal, trade Flaherty to the Yankees and really force their hand. Go, hey, your division just got more competitive.
That is where you have to pit one organization after another. This is what I can get from the Yankees. How bad do you want him? How upset would you be if he goes in division?
Well, I think this person's saying you could almost have a little bit of a, hey, we gave Flaherty to the Yankees. You have to pay for Skubal now. Create a more desperation to get Tarek Skubal.
Sure.
Now,
you do that one, say, today, because there's the time left for them to get that desperate panic moment of, okay, Holiday Basalomeo, you're out.
As we sit today, I think my preference would be that they keep Skubal, they trade Flaherty to Baltimore and get one of these young hitters. That's kind of how I want to see them navigate this deadline.
Which, if you had a choice between Bradfield Jr. or Norby, which one would you want?
It's so tough because Norby's right here, and you want to be competitive in 25, you're keeping Skubal. I think the answer is Norby.
Instant gratification? Or
I know that's how this goes.
High end?
And Bradfield is the higher rated player, but he's younger. He's 19.
Further away. Do you have the patience?
This is a question.
Scott Harris does. I don't think we do.
I was going to say Harris will take the teenager.
Right.
You and I are guys 24 years old, can play baseball at the major league level today. I want to see this team chase the division in 25, not 2027. The Petzold deal in the Free Press gives you both, which is really exciting. 248-539-9797. Your thoughts on the Flaherty situation. He's quoted, by the way. He spoke as we get closer to the deadline about where he's at. And he said, going through it last year, I don't think I handled it very well. What the numbers would bear that out. He did not perform well when he got traded to Baltimore. He said, going through it this last year and then taking this year, you control what you can control one day at a time. Talking about the Tigers, these guys are awesome. I've enjoyed every single second here. They're an unbelievable group of guys. Just enjoy it. Try to go out and win games.
Well, I think he likes playing for AJ. I think he likes having Chris Fetter as his pitching coach. It's rejuvenated his career. But you could take that rejuvenation and go win yourself a World Series. And then when you do become a free agent at the end of the year, and there is a somewhat of a bidding war, it's not going to be like it is for other players, you can always come back to Detroit.
Ticket text coming in on the kicker situation for the Lions as well as the Flaherty stuff. Couple quick Lions ticket texts. This one said, I'm sure Riley Patterson is available and will be signed today. That's not possible. He's with Jacksonville. Yep. And again, Badgley injured, done for the season. Texter says the Lions kicker situation is a disaster. Bates is a fine story, but as much as people want to mention similarities to the Cowboys story, no other competition on the roster. The uncertainty of who could be kicking, it's frightening and leads me to believe the Lions still don't value attempting field goals and will lean on more drives where they go for it.
I mean, that text is one that we knew was going to happen.
Another one says, does he really have the range? You've never seen him do it at a high level against good teams. Not even in a preseason, not even in college, 3 times in the UFL. That's the confidence. That's asinine on the ticket text.
That's why I'm very uneasy. And I had no problem if he went through training camp and they decided that he won the competition. Okay, I'll go with that. Let's see what happens. You're going to have, I mean, the NFL is not littered with 40, 50-year-old kickers. Eventually, there have to be new kickers that get introduced into the NFL, and this could be a home run for the Lions. But
he's the guy I wanted to win the competition.
There's risk.
Well, he does have the leg to kick 60-plus yard field goals at Ford Field, which is where he'll play most of his games next season. I want him to win the job. I want him to be good. He has the leg to give the Lions something they didn't have last year. He's got to be consistent. The only way to find that out is to have him kick games in the NFL. We're going to get to a college football storyline. The Big Ten Media Days wrapped up. One of the coaches weighed in on a debate that you and I will be having all fall. It's next, 97.1. Okay, for some perspective on this, Fox Sports put out their list of the 40 most impactful trade chips ahead of the deadline on Tuesday. The Tigers have 2 in the top 10. Number 1, Tarek Skubal. Number 9, Jack Flaherty. They also have Andrew Chafin in the top 40, checking in, I think 38, 39, something like that. Scott Harris, you have 2 top 10 trade chips.
Mm-hmm.
One is expiring in Jack Flaherty. We are monitoring this. And he's open to going back. Baltimore's open to bringing him back. And Baltimore's the team that we've been talking a lot about. So there's the perspective. The Big Ten media days are done. Matt Rule, Nebraska head coach. Do you like Matt Rule?
I think he's a good coach, yes.
Okay.
I do. I like him in college. Obviously, things didn't work out in Carolina.
He is of the belief that the Big Ten should have 4 playoff teams by default. A Big Ten birthright. Says it's the best conference in football. It's the best shy of the NFL. This is not to diminish any other leagues. The SEC is amazing, but the Big Ten is going to be really difficult.
Big Ten is going to be difficult, and I do think that they're going to get 4 in. I think the SEC are going to get 4, maybe 5 in to the college football playoffs. I don't think he's necessarily wrong. The only thing I think that is up for debate is the Big Ten the best conference? It is the Big Ten and the SEC, and then it's everybody else. I know you don't want to see the 4th best or the 5th best of a conference.
They had a chance to play it out on the field. I don't want it to be a birthright. I'm open to certain years getting a 4th team from the big conferences. You're probably right that most years you'll get at least 4 from both of them. It doesn't sit well with me. It shouldn't be a birthright that because you exist in a good conference, you don't have to win it, be the runner-up, or even finish just outside the game. You could finish 4th in the conference. What worries me is a team like Michigan, who they have 3 big games on their schedule: Texas, Oregon, Ohio State. They could lose all 3, proving that they aren't good enough to play with the big boys. Go 9-3, exist in the Big Ten, exist with the Block M, go anyway and take the seat of someone else who might be 10-2, who we might think isn't very good, but we don't know. We would know Michigan failed, and I'm just using them as an example. We would know they failed against the best of the best. They don't deserve a seat at the table.
But here's the other thing is, and let's just play this out. I'm not saying this will happen. I'm not saying Michigan is a 1-loss team. If they are, Oregon could be a 1-loss team. Ohio State could be a 1-loss team.
Penn State a 2-loss team.
And so now
I'm fine with it.
Okay, because
but it shouldn't be automatic.
But you say let it play out like I would.
Sure.
But this is a situation where you could solve it on the field, but it might not be because it's an 18-team conference. You're not going to play half the league.
And with no divisions, there's no guarantee that you're going to build towards.
Right. So then the first debate is, well, who gets to play in the Big Ten championship game if they all have 1 loss, and it's all amongst the 3 of them.
Round robin, that's fun.
Then what do you do with the championship game? But then it comes down to, and because it could happen the same way in the SEC.
Correct.
And you're looking at, well, the 4th team didn't play any of those. And so you're left with the reputation of the league, right or wrong. You're left with the reputation of the league, of the Big Ten, the SEC, because the ACC certainly doesn't carry that clout. The Big 12 isn't going to carry that clout. And then you start talking about the group of 5. They certainly don't carry that clout. They get an automatic bid.
Right. So the way it's going to go, you get 5 conference champions. The 5 highest-rated conference champions will make the playoff.
Yes. The 4 of the Power 4 get seeds 1 through 4.
Yes. I can't imagine there's any world where a Power 4 champion wouldn't. I mean, yes.
No, I think that's written in there.
Okay. And then you're going to take 1 more conference champion.
Right, from
Guaranteed.
The group of 5.
Yes. Well, the Pac-2 plus the group of 5, right?
Yes. Okay. So yeah, 1 from everybody else.
Yes. We still got to fill 7 slots. So I get it. You're going to get a 2nd Big Ten, a 2nd SEC, a 3rd Big Ten, a 3rd SEC. I would at least keep the door open for a runner-up in an ACC or a Big 12. I wouldn't say we have to put in another from the Big Ten or the SEC on birthright, on just name alone, brand alone, because they exist in a conference with a grueling schedule. I respect the grueling schedule. It's why you're going to get more than everybody else. But the idea that we should just cram them all in, you have to win games on your tough schedule. You have to prove that you are a tough team by winning tough games.
In any season, when you get down to the 12th team, you're almost by default going to have teams with 2 losses. Mm-hmm. You could even have a team with 3 losses. Now, I know when you look at last year's schedule, it all comes with the bowl record as well. But you got to look at it and say, okay, well, what are the best teams in college football?
And I would determine them by do they win the tough games on their tough schedule. And if they do,
I'm sure that'll be part of it.
Then I'd put the fourth team in. But if they don't win the tough games on their tough schedule, then they're not one of the 12 best teams, and they shouldn't be in.
Yeah, you would like to know that it's settled on the field. That is a perfect world.
It gets messy,
we
though.
don't
We
live
know
in a perfect world.
And college football, especially, is the king of making things messy late in the season.
Sure, that's the way it goes, and that's kind of the draw of, okay, what is the playoff committee going to do? The first time we get a chance to see, they're going to unveil their top 5. We always want to know what the 4 was. Now we're going to see, what does it look like? What are the top 12?
But so we look at, this is not a power 4, but a big 2.
Mm-hmm.
I think you especially. And I would point out, like this year, the ACC, we'll see what Clemson rolls in with. They're down. But if they have a big year, if Miami, who's gone heavy in the portal, has a big year. Florida State, who was right on the bubble last year, they brought in DJ Ungalele for another run at this. If they have 2 or 3 teams, I'd rather see the second team from the ACC than the fourth team from the Big Ten if that team doesn't have signature wins. And the Big 12, I think we kind of look at as like, oh, it's who's ever left. Utah has been a pain in the ass if they're really good this season. If Arizona, who brought back a ton of dudes from last year, if they end up with a couple teams that are like 11-1, I'm putting them in over a 9-3 or a 4-loss Big Ten team.
So you want to see signature wins, all right? In the ACC, if it plays out like it did last year, where Florida State was clearly the best team in the ACC, who was second best?
Right. Well, then that becomes, again,
because second best then has to have a signature win. But if there's no signature wins available,
because the conference is down, then fine.
So that, I mean, that
but rules talking about it like it should be a rule, essentially, like 4 Big Ten teams in forever and ever, amen.
The rule?
Yeah, the rule. Do you support the rule?
Uh-huh. His name isn't Matt Suggestion.
Right, yeah. It's Matt Rule. It's his world. He can say whatever he wants. Did you hear the Indiana coach?
Signetti?
Yeah.
What did he say?
Oh, he is as confident in his ability, because we talked about they were second to last in the Big Ten.
Media poll, yeah.
And he
17th.
said only 2 times in his career as a coach have they started the season ranked that way. One time they ended up conference champ. The other time they played in the final game, I forget who it was against, for a chance to go to the conference championship. He goes, so let's see what happens. His level of confidence.
You have to, though, as a coach.
Sure, yes,
confidence.
Yes, and he exudes confidence,
and he's got, and if he's got that experience under his belt, you better tell that to the Fighting Hoosiers.
Fighting Hoosiers. What do you make of the rule we were talking about? Matt Rule says 4 teams should get in the playoff every year from the Big Ten.
No,
God bless him, and I'd love it, but probably not.
Well, John's on.
Really?
Yeah. Every year's, that's an implication that every year's the same.
Right, no, I'm not going to say every year. I think most years you're going to see 4 or 5 from the Big Ten or 4 or 5 from the SEC.
See what I'm working with? Just exist and you're in.
5.
you got to earn it, man.
That's why they play the season. And I didn't
know
say
that's why they play
it was a birthright.
You think most years the Big Ten will earn 4 or 5?
I think most years at a minimum they'll have 4.
See, because here's what when you say 4 or 5, to me that tells me that there's going to be several 3-loss teams that you think are more deserving than teams that have like 1 or 2 losses from other conferences.
If you're coming out of the Big 12, what's going to be your signature win?
We don't know what the non-conference schedule is, and I don't know how the style plays. I'm just saying you got to earn it. You can't just go ahead and throw an edict and say 4 teams automatically should get in.
I didn't say automatically.
No,
I said I think that they will.
That's what Matt Rule was saying.
That's what Matt Rule is saying. That's what I'm saying.
I think it's ridiculous.
The rule. All right, what do you guys got coming up?
Wow, a lot of updates from Dan Campbell this morning on position battles that people are dialed in on. So you will hear what he had to say coming up over the next 4 hours.
Harsh Anderson next, 97.1.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson. Indeed, a Friday. Gator, how are you today?
Yeah.
You want to open with this?
I mean, it's just, it's okay. I mean, it just, because people can relate. Depending on how old they are, you can relate. I was...
he did something dangerous this morning, people.
Very dangerous.
He's living on the edge, and...
I made a horrible mistake.
You did, but it was an aggressive choice, and you're paying the price right now.
Yeah, I mean, the aggressive choice was I decided to put on my footwear.
What are you thinking?
I don't know, but the second that I bent over, I was sitting at the foot of the bed, leaned over, go to put, I'm like, oh no, what happened? Oh, sweet Jesus.
And tell the people what happened?
Something in my back. It just kind of went out and kind of feel like it grabbed it. And I've had this happen before periodically. It happens every couple of years typically. I've had it happen from something as stupid as putting on my shoes. But that's what happens when you've got a bad back to begin with. And I learned in January when I had an MRI, because I really messed up my back at the end of the year last year, going into the new year, with a pinched nerve in my back, that I found out that, you've got some real issues back there that you're just going to have to deal with. I mean, there's no need for surgery, but it's just something you're going to have to deal with periodically. This is going to happen. So this happened, and it sucks because it puts me in a bad mood. I've got other issues going on too. And then I'm leaving the house and my foot fell asleep. And I'm like, come on, man. I'm like limping towards the dog. If you're watching on Twitch or on YouTube, you can see this thing that I'm holding up, which is one of those, foam roller type
He's got a foam roller.
But it's a really, thick one, if you will. And I'm putting that in my back when I sit down, so it kind of compresses, and it actually makes it feel a lot better. I've always said, get the football, do the football.
Yeah.
This is even better for me. So hopefully we got this going. But good God, what a way to start. And we're supposed to play this golf event tomorrow to raise some money and remember some.
And here you are.
Some of our friends.
Here you are, questionable for the golf event.
Right now, I'm definitely questionable. Hopefully this gets better. But as I said to you, I feel a little bit better now than I did an hour ago, but maybe that's just the Advil. I don't know. We're going to see. Just a mess. Could be worse, though. It could be Michael Badgley right now.
That's true.
Feel bad for that. Well, I feel bad for him. It's a horrible thing. You tear your hamstring.
Yeah,
and
look,
you're a kicker. That's not good.
And we'll get into that as Dan Campbell spoke about it this morning. But Gators playing hurt today, people. But it is indeed a Friday. Doesn't that do anything? Does that do anything for you?
Hell yeah.
All right. You can't even sell
that. No, it's a Friday, all right. Let's go. Let's get this thing going. It's supposed to be a gorgeous weekend.
Yep.
Absolutely gorgeous today and tomorrow, and then Sunday is supposed to heat up and get a little humid. Monday, definitely. But today and tomorrow is supposed to be unbelievable.
So what'd you do last night? Anything exciting in the Gator household?
No. I was
when the Tigers play an afternoon
game, Doug.
When the Tigers play an afternoon game, the streaming of the Tiger game at night, and it's just like, so there was really nothing on. I got a lot of stuff done on the computer, stuff I had to catch up on.
Yeah, I got caught up on any show that I had recorded previously, got caught up on all that. I'm like, really? This is it? And now it's 9:00. What else I got?
Yeah.
That's why I started cleaning the house at 9:00.
Of course, yesterday being a Thursday Mo. I haven't really talked about this in there. We had a tree fall in our backyard that we'd been talking about, and the neighbors. It was one of these trees that was on sort of the property line of 4 different properties, and the tree was dying, if not dead. And it was big, and there was discussion among some neighbors of cutting it down. We got an estimate, and it was $4,000. The tree fell. We won the lottery. It fell into our yard.
Yay, congratulations, Doug. You're responsible for cleaning it up.
Yep, it hit our deck.
Oh, any damage to the deck?
No, very fortunate. I mean, minimal. One of the handrails is loose now. But very fortunate no one was hurt. This was actually last Thursday, and I would have been out there hours later for Thursday Mo. But when a tree falls, and a big tree falls, it's not like there's somebody there to clean it up 30 minutes later. So it laid in our backyard for Thursday through Monday. got some folks to get it out of there. And once I mowed, and there were areas of the grass that were matted down by the equipment that they use and all, I went through and I raked up the grass and tried to get it. I was very happy with the results of Thursday mow. Is there any more old way we can start this show than talk about your back injury and me talk about the lawn? I mean, what the hell?
And the weather.
Yep.
All right, a trifecta.
Then I did fire up the barbecue and drank some beers. How about that?
All right,
Yeah,
way
there's
to go.
some,
Way to
that's some
go,
yum
Doug.
yum stuff.
Nice job.
Yep. So, Dan Campbell, a lot of stuff today. Meeting with the media this morning. Updates on the kicking situation with Badgley out, the backup quarterback situation and Hendon Hooker's development, and the secondary, the new secondary with the injection of 4/5 new players, and an update on how the rookie draft picks are doing. I mean, it's like Dan Campbell showed up today and said, let me update everyone on some of the things that fans are talking about.
It was as if he was listening to our show, Doug.
Yep. And absolutely thrilled that Dan Campbell gave us an update. So we're going to play a bunch of that for you throughout the day. There's other stuff. I'm going to question the Lions coaching today and then duck for cover because it's probably not. I think the Lions are doing something extraordinarily curious with a player that I just don't get. We'll get to that today at 11:30. We got a new Tiger trade proposal that I absolutely love the report. That coming up in the 11 o'clock hour as well as we inch one day closer. It's funny. I was thinking about it today. I'm like, there is a good chance that this is the last show we will do before the Tigers make a trade because Saturday, Sunday, we show up Monday and somebody could be dealt.
Exactly.
And that's going to lead to a lot of discussion because
multiple players can be dealt.
Multiple players can be dealt. Exactly. So we will talk some trade deadline stuff today as well as mix in some fun. Gator, we have an Are You Going to Eat That today at 12:30. And Are You Going to Eat That? For people not familiar with the show, we like to find new menu and food items that become available to the public and ask Gator, would you try this? Does this sound good? And I usually give my opinion too.
Yeah.
I say no to almost everything.
Almost everything.
Almost
You're kicking about, I would say, 85% of the stuff to the curb.
Yeah. And you are probably 50-50. You surprise me sometimes, but we will get to that today at 12:30. Here on Carson Anderson on a busy Friday. Hope you're doing well and hope you have a great weekend planned ahead. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. All right, so let's start with the kicker story. And Gator, your reaction to hearing that Michael Badgley, it was a significant injury before practice, I guess, yesterday, and diagnosed, as you mentioned, hamstring, out for the year. It was, like a month ago, they had 3 kickers. And the word out of OTAs was that James Turner looked great. They cut him shortly thereafter. And then Badgley gets hurt. And now they have 1 kicker, an unproven kicker who shined in the UFL. Your thoughts on this situation?
Well, it's obviously it's unfortunate. It's also interesting based on what I heard when I was driving in from some of the ticket texters. Look, the Lions had competition. They had brought in competition back, as you mentioned, with the OTAs, and they had the 3 kickers in there. They let 1 go. They signed Jake Bates. They like Jake Bates more than the kicker from Michigan, so they let him go.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're thinking, okay, here we go. Now we got competition for Badgley. Everybody wants to see Jake Bates. He was the favorite guy because of all the long kicks he had in the UFL with the Panthers. Okay, great. Here we go. And now, sadly, Badgley tears a hamstring and he's done. So here's Jake Bates. Now, I imagine they're going to bring in some other kickers just to bring some more competition in because that's the wise thing to do. You don't just go in there with 1. You have somebody there just in case because, I don't know, you might tear a hamstring. So I was surprised to hear people already getting on the case of the Lions. Like, oh, here we go. Can't make a right decision. Kicking's going to be the end of it. Wait a minute. What we wanted before was just competition. Then they went ahead and brought in competition. They narrowed the competition. And now you have a setback because of some injury that happened less than 24 hours ago. Give them an opportunity to pick up the phone and bring somebody else in because that's what's going to happen. You're not going to go through training camp with 1 kicker.
So the Lions last year attempted 21 field goals in the regular season. That is the least in the NFL. 21 attempts. The least amount of field goals attempted in the NFL. Do you know how many of those 21 attempts they missed?
Not many.
2. That was 2. They also went for it on 4th down 40 times. The second most 4th down attempts in the NFL. Lions are also one of the highest scoring teams in the NFL. And so they got into field goal range plenty. Their aggressive coach decided to go for it. I think they were 11th in the NFL in 4th down conversion rate. But he went for it a lot on 4th down. Now they've got a guy who's got a cannon for a leg. We know he can be good from 60 plus, as he was good from 60 plus in the UFL. Here's what Dan Campbell said this morning on how he evaluates kickers and what he's looking for. It'd be great to have the best kicker in the league. It'd be great to have the best player at every position in the league.
Right.
Jake Bates has a chance to get better. This is a guy who didn't play college. He played college soccer, I should say. Tried out for kicker for Texas State. Transferred to Arkansas. Never attempted a field goal in college football. Makes the Michigan Panthers. It's a game-winning 64-yarder that goes viral. Finishes 7 of 12 from 50 plus. 7 of 12 from 50 plus. 3 of 4 from 60 plus. Now, just for a reference point, 7 of 12 from 50 plus. The all-pro kicker last year was Brandon Aubrey of Dallas. From 50 plus, he was 10 of 10. Jake Elliott of Philly was the backup all-pro kicker. From 50 plus, he was 7 of 8. Jake Bates was 7 of 12. Justin Tucker, one of the best kickers in the league, 50 plus, 12 of 16. And I think we'd feel comfortable with a Justin Tucker-like production from our kicker.
Well, that's crazy when you think they attempted 50-yard field goals 16 times in the season.
Yep.
And the Lions attempted how many field goals all year last year? 21?
Yep.
That's crazy. But if you've got the kicker that you trust, you can do things like that. Will the Lions all of a sudden be a team that attempts 16 50-yard field goals because of fourth down situations? I doubt it, but I think that because of his leg, they'll think about it more often, and you're not going to see them going for it on fourth down 40 times, which was, as you said, second most in the league behind the Panthers, who actually went for it 48 times last year on fourth down.
That includes the playoffs, you think, maybe?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But what I just pulled up said just the season, so I don't think it includes playoffs. But it's a high total that I think has always made people nervous with Dan Campbell and Dan Gamble and all that. Okay, well, so now they got a guy that can boot it. And we're going to complain about it?
No, I mean, it's interesting to think about it. And he did speak today, and we'll play this for you. He did speak today about the kicker's ability does factor into his fourth down decision making.
I think what people forget sometimes is that I don't think coaches have hard and fast rules.
No.
Everything is dependent on a game plan for the opponent you're going against. And that changes based on the flow of the game.
Yep.
So there are so many factors that go into, am I going to try this 58-yard field goal as opposed to, oh, he's got the leg, let's do it, because that's why we got him. No, there's other things in there like, hey, we've been actually getting big chunk yards on this certain play. Let's run that play again.
It's amazing how many times in post-game press conferences, and this is something maybe, just being around coaches, I didn't expect to hear. And maybe it's obvious. I should have expected to hear it. And I'm sure you've heard it too, and others have heard it explained. But every time a coach goes for it on fourth down and it doesn't work, and he gets asked about it, almost to a man, they say the same thing. Well, we had a play in there we were pretty sure was going to work. Right. Like we had a play that we knew on fourth and this distance against that defense, we had a high probability of converting. They always say that, like, hey, we don't look at it. We didn't look at it as a gamble because we were confident that the play was going to work.
And sometimes they'll even give you a little more insight and say, yeah, well, the left guard slipped on that, or our running back made a wrong read on, and they'll let you know that this is specifically why it broke down, but it was a great play call. Hey, well, we didn't expect the receiver to drop the pass.
Yeah. Campbell said today, he also added he has a lot of confidence in Jake Bates has a lot of confidence. He is consistent in his approach, and Campbell likes his aura.
Oh, the aura.
Yeah, Jake Bates has an aura that he likes. But he said, look, camp's a long time, and he's going to be put in a lot of situations. Now, yesterday at practice, Bates, according to The Athletic, went 6 for 6 from 50, 39, 33, 53, 43, and 37. It's probably super important for Jake Bates to hit throughout camp in the preseason to win this job, basically right down the middle, everything inside 40, and the job's probably his. Because that's basically what they had last year, was a kicker who was reliable AF inside of 40, but they only tried, I think, 250-plus yard field goals last year. They didn't try a lot.
I think he miss a couple extra points?
Might have, and those feel like, that feels like we treat that like it should be 100%.
And obviously, since they moved moved it back, it's not automatic anymore. It's
No.
close to it. I mean, kickers will miss 1 or 2 a year.
Yep.
The good ones.
But it is nice to know you have a kicker that you, if necessary, 4th and 17 down 2 with 30 seconds left, you can try the 60-plus yarder.
Exactly.
You've got a shot. You don't have to go for it on 4th and 17 when
Which
you have a
there's
62.
no way they would have done that last year.
Not even a chance.
No.
Not even a chance. And, of course, it wasn't Badgley all season long.
No.
All right. Meanwhile, he updated the backup quarterback situation with Hendon Hooker. How's he coming along? A player that fans always seem to want updates on. We'll get to that today at 10:35 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. There was breaking Lions news this morning for people just joining us. Michael Badgley, unfortunately, an injury prior to practice yesterday, and he's out for the season. Damn. At least they got Jake Bates. You think back to that. Jake Bates had choices. He chose here. It would really suck if he chose somewhere else. Now, it's not like they would have been left without a kicker. They would have brought somebody else in, or they would have kept James Turner or whatever, but they already evaluated that Bates had a better chance to make the team than Turner. So when they cut Turner, who eventually signed in Green Bay, I feel better about it that they signed Jake Bates. Now, I also feel like Jake Bates is not a sure thing. He's got to prove to be consistent inside of 40, and if he can be that with the howitzer, then it's an upgraded kicker. I mean, it seemed like the Lions were perfectly comfortable having a short field goal specialist that made almost everything from shorter distances, and a guy that could stretch it out to 50 when called upon, but they didn't try it a lot from beyond 50.
My concerns are not growing with Jake Bates when it comes to accuracy, because I feel like he's relatively new to the kicking game in terms of the NFL kicking,
right,
or kicking a football, that he's already this far ahead of the curve without any real instruction. I mean, what's he getting from Arkansas, or wherever else he was
he's
at?
A kickoff guy.
Yeah, so he's going to get NFL instruction from special teams guys in the NFL, and Jason Hansen is never too far away, it feels like, because he's always wanted to help out and work out with some of these guys. So I think he's going to get excellent instruction to improve on accuracy issues, and he's already a reasonably accurate kicker for somebody who's doesn't have any experience. There's no college experience. He's a soccer player. Okay, so is it this similar to the Dallas situation last year, and their kicker was outstanding? So he's got the leg. He's got a really strong leg that can kick 65-yard field goals. That's awesome. The question is, can he become super reliable inside of 40? And I think the answer is yes. The question is, how long will it take him where he gets to that point where it's, okay, Jake's got it all dialed in here.
248-539-9797. Here's the feedback that's coming in. Let's not forget Badgley hit the biggest field goal in Lions history versus the Rams. He won them that game. Hansen never sniffed a big kick in his career. Murray choked on his biggest kick in 1983, but the guy who kicked the biggest gets zero respect even by the head coach who cost them the San Francisco game. Wow.
Oh, boy.
Wow. That's did he cost this person interprets it as costing them the San
Well,
Francisco?
you got those people that are really upset that they went for it on 4th and 3 instead of kicking the field goal, which people think that was automatic to nail that field goal, but I think they tend to forget what happened after that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, what cost them the San Francisco game was a whole bunch of stunning mistakes. Easy to say now, but they should have kept Turner. I mean, maybe. They obviously evaluated Turner against Bates. It'd be good to have him for the competition, but they kept the guy that they thought was better. They didn't let the guy go. They had a chance to see him.
You don't let the guy go who's better.
Yeah. Remember, they went for it on 4th down because of the defensive issues they had. Having a quality kicker and a quality defense will change those percentages. I think you're right. Unnamed texter writes in, I don't get why they didn't just take a late-round pick flyer on a kicker the last 2 drafts. Well, if you look at the last 2 drafts, in 2023, there were 2 kickers that were evaluated as being high draft pick kickers, Jake Moody and Chad Ryland out of Michigan and Maryland. Ryland, a transfer from Eastern Michigan. They went in rounds 3 and 4. Last year, no kicker went until the 6th round, and that was when Will Reichard out of Bama went. I think the rest are, Reichard was the best. Reichard, Moody, and Ryland, I all expect to have good careers. A late round pick wouldn't have got Moody and Ryland. It would have got Reichard. They could have decided to do that. I'm going to have to see Reichard might have been on their radar to be drafted, and they just didn't. He went before they were going to take him. It's a possibility, and that might explain why didn't they take, because Reichard's good. I mean, Reichard, I was watching him warm up in the Rose Bowl Gator. This guy was booming them through the tops of the goalpost from 50 plus, like easily.
That's impressive.
And so saying I don't get why, the reason might be Reichard went at the Lions didn't have a 6th-round pick. They had a compensatory pick in the 6th round. They didn't have their own 6th-round pick. Reichard went about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 picks before the Lions. And Joshua Carty, a kicker that's taken by the Rams, went the pick before the Lions. So that might explain the why. They might have been after him, but the round that they were comfortable taking him in, a round where there was a run on kickers, 3 within 10 picks, which is kind of funny. It might be because the guys were off the board before the Lions got a crack at him. All right, so Hendon Hooker. Gator, would you describe there as being quite a bit of interest in his development?
Yes, I think that's accurate to say.
Yep. A guy who would have been a 1st-round pick had he not been injured at Tennessee. This morning, Dan Campbell, addressing the media, gave an update on what he's seeing from Hendon Hooker. Now, Campbell did go on to call the backup quarterback spot a competition, said that Nate Sudfeld is here for a reason. They will both rotate, taking snaps with the 2s and the 3s. And by the end of camp, they need to know who their number 2 is. So that's the latest on Hendon Hooker. Any thoughts?
Well, I would expect that there would have to be competition for that 2nd spot. That only makes sense to me that they have competition there. And the thought with Sudfeld is that, okay, why he might have a leg up, he's been in the system. He's been able to practice, which is something that Hooker was not able to do. He wasn't able to practice. So I think you always want to have somebody that knows the system, knows what he's supposed to do. And if he knows all that, has all that knowledge, but maybe just lacks the athletic ability to be a starting quarterback in the league, I mean, there's something to be said for having that familiarity, and that there will be a competition. In the end, I still hope that and expect Hooker to work out as being the better option as the backup quarterback.
I mean, ideally, they invested a 3rd-round pick in a guy, and you hope all your draft picks work out. In Hendon Hooker's case, there is a facet, I think a small facet of the Lions fan base that wants to see him get like in-game regular snaps, take some away from Goff. I think it's a very small group, and I think it's a group that values. And look, if this is your value system, I guess more power to you. But if they value mobility more than Goff has, and they want to see a quarterback that's mobile, and we get those calls every once in a while, people saying you have to have a mobile quarterback to win in the NFL. If you aren't mobile, you better be as accurate as Goff has proven to be in this offense, and they've won with that. And I don't mean to rekindle this debate, which I'm exactly doing. I don't know why. Why am I doing this?
What happened?
Let's get to your phone calls. We go to Derek. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Derek.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
So, dude, I feel like nobody's mentioned the fact that Bates has never kicked in front of a real crowd, man. Lambeau, 10 degrees, 80,000 people breathing down his neck. Is my man going to be shook? Oh, I don't know.
Let's start with this. Valid concern. The good news is that the Lions play in Lambeau in early November, so it might not be the worst of weather. And they play 14 of their 17 games indoors. But it's a valid concern, right? I mean, on the big stage, I'm pretty. I can be pretty good in situations on the golf course, but if there's a backup of like 4 carts waiting for me to tee off, I'm a mess with all these guys watching.
You know? I would imagine that
even the Ranger looking at me, I don't like it. I feel that.
Yeah.
I would think that when he's lining up to kick a 65-yard field goal, like he did earlier this season in the UFL, that there's a substantial amount of pressure on him because he's trying to forward his career.
I disagree. I think
I
from
don't think there's
64 yards, it's like, all right, we're going to give this a shot. I
Well,
think
even
it's-
how about the 50-yard field goal? How about the 52-yard field goal? All the field goals he's
I think when
kicking
you get
is
into
the first time. Now, is there more in the NFL? Absolutely, there's more pressure. But I think he's already felt some of that because, this is a guy who didn't kick in college. So, people can easily just say, oh, what a waste here. He can get cut tomorrow, in any league, but particularly in the UFL, it's like, we can just bring somebody else in and give him a chance because it doesn't matter. It mattered to him. He wants to make it in this league and get an opportunity.
Hey, professional athletes do have pressure, and you're right. Kicking in front of a mostly empty stadium is way different than kicking in front of a packed stadium. Kicking in the UFL is way different than kicking in the NFL. And he's going to have to prove he can do it. And I'm not sure we're really going to know that until the regular season. In the preseason, I mean, if there's another kicker that's pushing him, he'll have pressure to make the kick so he can win the job.
It's true.
And they're bringing in another kicker.
Yeah, of course they are. Yeah, absolutely.
248-539-9797. An update on the secondary, what he's seeing from the new and improved secondary, and the rookies. We'll get to that a little bit later on when we circle back to Lions. Gator, I think you had a great idea.
Thank you.
Yes.
What?
Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
All right, we'll get to that today at 10:50 here on 97.1 The Ticket. It's kind of a funny text, and it's more right than wrong. From an unnamed texter, and thank you for all your texts, and any way you try and get through. This unnamed texter writes, so we are not concerned that this kicker has 0 reference points for college and just 1 UFL season where extra points aren't even taken. Just apply UFL stats to NFL players. Seems concerning to me, but hey, that 64-yarder was sweet.
Of course there's concerns.
Yeah, there's concern. Yeah, there's absolutely concern.
But how about you bring him in, work him out during training camp, and see if you like what you see?
Yep.
Huh? How about that? Clearly, there's ability there.
Guys, he's a soccer player. Distance and accuracy aren't going to be an issue. The only thing that might be an issue is the pressure coming from the defensive line. I don't think you have to worry about that either. It's from Jeremy. I think there's inherent pressure being an NFL kicker. And I'm not talking about the physical pressure of the pass rush. I don't think there's going, I mean, am I wrong? Field goal kick rush is highly ineffective. You just hope to get a paw up there and penetrate the middle of the line and get a paw up there, but it's almost random if your tall defensive lineman's hand gets in the way of the trajectory of the kick. And I'm not sure UFL pass rush, he's going to struggle with the upgrade to the NFL pass rush, kick rush. I don't know if the kick rush in the NFL is so substantially better than the UFL. It's so ineffective. You should rush the kicker on a field goal, but it just doesn't seem like Campbell and Holmes actually value the kicking game. I think they would argue that vehemently.
They brought in 2 kickers to compete against Badgley in the spring, but they don't value it because because they didn't spend a draft pick on one.
Yep. All right. So Gator, you're gonna have to explain to me because I'm not a movie guy.
All right.
This Deadpool Wolverine thing.
Yeah.
So these are 2.
They're 2 characters from the Marvel Comics universe, the MCU, as they say.
Okay. And they've had their own.
They've got the.
Pardon me, but they've had their own movies.
Yes. Like if you watched, and you did watch the Avengers Endgame and
I did.
all that, right?
One of the more bizarre decisions I ever had. Parachute in on the last one.
That did not feature either Deadpool or Wolverine.
Okay.
Wolverine is part of the X-Men. You've heard of the X-Men?
I've heard of them, yeah.
Okay. So Wolverine's part of the X-Men. So there have been 1 million movies with the X-Men. Not 1 million, but there's probably been like 7 movies between the X-Men movies, and then they've had a couple Wolverine movies as well.
I've missed all 7.
I'm sad for you sometimes.
Yeah, it's okay.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
And then you've got Deadpool. And first of all, Wolverine is Hugh Jackman. Deadpool is played by Ryan Reynolds. And they've made 2 Deadpool movies, and they made some short movie as well with it. But and he was sort of in a Wolverine movie, an X-Men Origins Wolverine movie that they had.
I'm now confused.
Just understand this. Now you've got 2 characters in the same universe that sort of have a connection from a previous movie.
Yep.
And they've been teasing that these guys should do something because Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman are friends, and they kind of tease each other all the time through social media. And a lot of it is with this. Like the Deadpool movie, there's a scene in there where you take off his mask and he's wearing the magazine cutout of Hugh Jackman's face.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's so
spoiler alert.
Well, you're right, exactly. If you haven't seen Deadpool 1, so putting these guys together is going to be cool. The other thing that's different is that
so they're in a movie together.
They're going to be in this movie.
Deadpool and Wolverine.
Deadpool and Wolverine
released today are going to be in a movie where they've kind of cross-blended 2 characters from the Marvel universe.
2 franchises, if you will. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's going to be cool because Deadpool's an R-rated character. His movies are R-rated. They're not PG-13. Like, oh, the violence is. I mean, it's ultra violent, foul mouthed, sex involved, at least with the first movie. And it's been fun watching his movies. When I went and saw the first Deadpool a few years ago, or 6 years ago, whenever it was, I liked seeing movies, so I went to see it, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to have sort of low expectations of this movie, and in 30 seconds, I thought, okay, maybe it's going to be okay. And then 60 seconds, I'm like, I'm going to love this movie. And it was great. So I'm really excited about this mashup of these 2.
Okay.
Because I like the Wolverine character as well. Wolverine's a very gruff, hard-nosed character. and Deadpool is a guy who doesn't shut up, and he's a smart aleck and will annoy you.
If you want to watch a Wolverine movie, Doug, that's not too superhero-y, you could watch Logan. That's a great movie.
Okay. All right.
Logan's good. Yeah, it's also, well, yeah. No, spoiler alerts there with Logan. Maybe that's not the first one you should watch.
Yeah, because you'll probably wonder how he's in another movie.
Right.
I mean, sure. So anyway, you came up with this idea of mashing two like shows or movies together.
Yeah.
And I think your idea is brilliant. I'm not going to steal your thunder.
Well, I started thinking about bringing different franchises together. So, like, in the TV world, what if you had the Yellowstone Ranch being investigated by CSI? And
if that happened, the Dutton family should be very concerned.
Right, exactly. Or are they just that damn good at covering their tracks?
I mean, very concerned.
You know, until Ice-T says, wait a minute, what's the train station?
Yeah.
And then, like, we're in trouble now.
Who killed the wolves? Like, these wolves didn't die naturally. Yeah. No, it's that. Yeah, I like the idea. The first thing that popped into my head is, what if Jerry Seinfeld walked into it's a Central Perk,
right?
And the characters from Friends interacted with like Jerry and Elaine,
which they've had things like that happen in the past. I think didn't Friends do they did it with what's the show that where Phoebe's sister Ursula was on with
I don't know.
I don't.
Ursula had a spinoff show.
No, but she was on another show.
Oh, was she?
With Paul Reiser and Helen Hunt.
Okay.
And I can't remember the name of the show now. But yeah, she was a waitress on that show, and that's.
How would Ted Lasso do coaching on Friday Night Lights? Like make him the opposing coach or something.
I'll trust. I haven't seen Ted Lasso, so I'll trust you on that.
Yeah. No, I mean it's an interesting thought. I think the CSI investigating the Yellowstone Ranch would be fascinating. Would be fascinating because there's a lot to investigate. Like that one journalist that disappeared that has never been addressed, and it was I think it was Jamie.
Yeah, that killed her.
Yeah. Spoiler.
Well, that's like season 1.
Okay,
season
yeah.
2.
But that whole thing just went away.
Yeah, it did go away. Because they make things go away on that ranch.
Yeah, they do.
Things happen that all of a sudden you don't know anymore about it, right?
Yes, it's the Dutton crime family.
It is really
somehow, some way they make him likable. But
yeah, right. And somehow, some way, you're like, I'm okay that he killed the journalist.
Yeah, not cool at all.
Not cool. Not cool, dude.
We should be rooting against the Duttons. Somebody should tip off CSI
right.
about what the hell's going on out there on the Yellowstone Ranch.
They're like, we know what's going on, but they're doing more good than bad. So we what?
Yeah,
can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it'd be cool. Like, Jack Reacher meets John Wick.
I saw John Wick, but I don't know.
They had Freddy and Jason and with Halloween and Nightmare on Elm Street. They had Predator and Alien.
Didn't Batman fight Superman?
Well, kind of.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, they had a Batman versus Superman movie. Yeah.
Yep. Who won that?
What am I doing this for you?
I don't know.
It was a draw because both their moms' names are Martha.
Well said. It's well said, Paul.
Is that true?
Yes.
That's funny.
It was not a good movie.
Yeah, Superman was ready to go. He was like, Batman's going to kill Superman. Are we kidding ourselves here or what? Come on, he's just rich. That's it.
Bunch of toys.
Well, rich enough to get some kryptonite, I guess, and that's the problem. When your Achilles heel is kryptonite.
Yeah. All right, so I like the idea. And I think you might have come up with the best idea. Well, for me, I mean, I don't watch a lot of shows. But that's a good one. That's what
Thank you.
Yep. Are you ever going to circle back and watch Severance?
I may, yeah. I mean, I haven't started to watch it.
It's a thinker.
I like thinking.
Yeah, and season 2 is coming out in like January, February, something like that. And season 1 kind of left you wanting more. So.
And that's the one with the guy from Step Brothers? The abs hadn't eaten the carb in years.
Maybe. That sounds right. The dude with the round face, whatever the hell his name is.
With the round face.
Yeah, basically Severance is about him, and others.
Yeah, I've heard good things about it. I want to watch it.
I'm not sure it would mesh well with any other show. Is there any show that like looks into human resources and work abuse? Could be, is there any? I don't know if there's any great shows centered around people looking out for abused workers.
Maybe not.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, can you mash it up with Ozark in any way? Does that make any sense?
No.
Probably not.
No, but CSI Ozark.
Well, CSI can investigate a lot of stuff, right?
That could really work. All right, just a reminder, you can stream the show using the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Also streaming on our website, 971theticket.com. Stream with video, twitch.tv. Search up 971 The Ticket in the search bar. Bam, there we are. You can watch the show that way. Same thing with YouTube. Go to youtube.com, search bar 971 The Ticket, and you can watch, participating in the streaming chat on both sites. We sometimes read that stuff.
You could combine, sorry, I was swatting at some gnat in here. Ozark and Breaking Bad could be interesting. Can help Walter White or whatever his name is learn how to launder some money.
Which was basically the tenor of Ozark, is
Yeah.
a long and complicated money laundering scheme.
Wendy, I think we can get that done, right? Sure we can do that? Yeah.
Your impression of Jason Bateman's character. What the hell was his name?
Marty Bird?
Marty Bird, thank you. Your impression of Marty Bird is outstanding. You've got the head nods.
It's better on TV.
Yeah. That's why you stream on Twitch or YouTube. All right, straight ahead, let's talk some Tigers. Split the series in Cleveland, but trade deadline stuff percolating again, including a proposal not involving the Orioles or the Dodgers. We'll get to that today at 11:05 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Beninati Pools. All eyes now on Jake Bates as he becomes the Lions' current #1 kicker after Michael Badgley suffered a season-ending injury yesterday at training camp. Reports state that Badgley tore his hamstring, will require surgery. Bates has apparently been impressive in camp so far, with not a single miss in the first 2 practices. Dan Campbell breaking the bad news, but also had some other optimistic comments, such as how rookie defensive backs Terrion Arnold and Ennis Rakestraw are assimilating. And reporters also noticed that Jamison Williams and Brian Branch were not present during practice today. Apparently, they were excused for personal reasons. The Olympics have arrived. Opening ceremonies at 1:30 p.m. our time. There are 352 Big Ten athletes, past and present, taking part in the 2024 Summer Games. There are 9 U of M athletes and 2 MSU athletes repping the United States, including track star Heath Baldwin, who attended both. The Tigers haven't played at Comerica Park since July 14th. They're back downtown tonight as they open a series against the second-place Twins. Cater Montero set to start Game 1 with Tarek Skubal amidst trade rumors going tomorrow. And boxing fans will get to see Flint native Clarissa Shields finally fight for the heavyweight title this weekend. She'll take the ring at Little Caesars Arena tomorrow night. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Circle back to some Lions stuff a little bit later on here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Happy Friday, everybody. All right, so Tigers split the series with the Gribe. Javi Baez ran into one yesterday.
Boy, did he.
Yep. And on a bullpen day, A.J. Hinch pieced together 6 pitchers to throw shutout baseball. Good work by him. I think that counts as an A.J. win.
I think it does.
Yep. People like to count how many games he loses. People do that with all their managers. They've blown this game because of the manager, blown that game because of the manager. This one would probably go in the win category, but I mean, ultimately, it doesn't really matter because the season is what it is, and probably yesterday afternoon's win will be rendered, for the most part, irrelevant. I don't blame them for trying and continuing to win, and I wouldn't give up if I were them. Why would you? But, hang on to every chance you got. Meanwhile, everybody's talking about them trading. It's interesting because they could trade 2 starting pitchers, and they're already shorthanded there. That's a question in your show sheet. How important is it to get pitching back? We might find that when they trade Flaherty and or Skubal, that some completely nondescript pitcher is going to be thrown in so that the Tigers can do something very important, and that is finish the season.
Right. That's if they trade both. I think they expect that you would expect that they're going to get a great offer for Flaherty, and that they'll trade Flaherty because of the rental factor on it, because he's a free agent at the end of the year. So they would still create a hole while we're waiting for Olsen and Mize to get back into the rotation. They still have this hole. I mean, right now there's a hole. They've got 2 bullpen starts right now. So we didn't see Maeda pitch yesterday, did we?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think he was one of the 6 pitchers. So does that just mean that Maeda's getting ready to pitch to what would be the next bullpen start, that they're stretching him out on the side and he'll go right back to the rotation, which doesn't instill a ton of confidence because of how he's pitched this year.
Yeah, he hasn't pitched in 6 days. So
they've got issues, man. But it's for a season. We're not expecting them to make the playoffs, make a playoff push. I want to see guys develop, and we're starting to see the offense develop. And there's still, I'm amazed at how much power we have seen in this team this month. It's crazy.
It is.
Over 30 home runs in the month. They've played like 20 games in the month, which is 7 fewer than they played in any other previous month. And the highest home run total any previous month they had was 25.
Yeah.
Like, they're crushing the ball without having guys that you would depend on crushing it. Like, that's the first home run for Javi Baez since the middle of April. Seriously.
I know.
Unbelievable. And yet it's everybody else that's hitting them. It's fun to see.
Okay, so we mentioned before the break that there was a trade proposal floated out there by a member of the baseball media that does not involve the Orioles or the Dodgers, which almost all trade proposals seems to be centered on. But this comes from Zach Presnell from Fansided, who has the Tigers sending Jack Flaherty and Mark Canha to the Boston Red Sox. And in return, the Tigers will get the Red Sox 8th-rated prospect, shortstop Nazan Zanatello, their 9th-rated prospect, right-hand pitcher Luis Perales, and their 28th-rated prospect, right-handed pitcher Luis Guerrero.
29,
sorry. And I got to tell you, I love this report. I don't love the trade because these players stink,
Right.
but I love the report.
You love more teams.
I want Boston to absolutely offer players for Jack Flaherty.
So we have heard, again, now this is Boston now, that this goes in addition to Philadelphia, who has been rumored to show interest.
Yep.
We expect that if the Dodgers and Orioles are interested in Tarek Skubal, I'm sure that there's some interest in Jack Flaherty with them as well.
Dude, I'm sure that Baltimore is going to make an offer to Detroit, the first offer they make to Detroit for Skubal, and I suspect that they will, but I'm sure Scott Harris is going to say that's not enough, no matter what the offer is. And then if Scott Harris turns around and trades Flaherty to a team in the AL East, would I take less of a return for Flaherty if I knew it meant Baltimore would up their ante and give the Godfather offer for Skubal? I mean,
you would have to know that.
So, yeah, please report away. Tell me all of the Boston offers for Jack Flaherty.
So, is it Bet Online who sends us odds all the time? Jimmy Shapiro over there.
Yep.
And they sent something to us yesterday for odds that a lot of these pitching talent will be traded to what team, right? Yep. So the next team if Jack Flaherty leaves the Tigers, who he gets traded to?
Yep.
Boston's not among
even listed.
Not even listed. But the top team that's listed is what? The Cleveland Guardians are 3-1 favorites to land Jack Flaherty in Vegas.
The only thing I can think of about that is that I don't think you hesitate to trade in your division for a rental player that's only going to be there for 2.5 months and probably isn't going to impact your season. Maybe is it because the Tigers were in Cleveland and they just got to look at them and that created some buzz? What does Vegas know that makes Cleveland the favorite for Jack Flaherty? The Cleveland's 3-1, the Dodgers 4-1, the Yankees 5-1, the Brewers 6-1, and Baltimore isn't listed. Even though that report yesterday, and we've talked a lot about how Baltimore would be unlikely to trade for the same player in back-to-back seasons at the trade deadline, considering he didn't do anything when he got to Baltimore in the first place. And people go, oh, no, but he's having a better year. Imagine. Somebody sent me this name. Could you imagine if the Red Wings in back-to-back seasons traded for Marian Hossa? Like how tough of a sell that would be to Detroit fans?
Well, Hossa was awfully good for the regular season. They did
Full stop.
Yeah.
For the regular season.
Gotcha.
That's not why he was brought in, right?
No, he wasn't why he was brought in. Then they lost. They did lose in the finals. But I get what you're saying. It's it's in a way it's like that. But Flaherty wasn't as good last year.
Report out there from the Athletic that Baltimore would reconsider. They would bring Flaherty in, but he's not even listed. There's no odds for him going to Baltimore. Where Vegas gets this, when I see these things, I always wonder where what makes them set odds for where players' next team are going to be.
Right.
Is it actual inside information? Because Vegas seems to know a lot, or is this folly?
It is strange that it's Cleveland as number one. Number two are the Dodgers at 4-1. The Yankees are third at 5-1, followed by the Brewers 6-1, the Braves 7-1, and then you get Houston and Philly are both at 10-1. So a team we've heard is Philadelphia, and they're 10-1, and that's way down the list. I think there's going to be a very robust market for Jack Flaherty. Because if teams keep inquiring about Skubal and they realize that's too, I can't afford to pay that kind of a price for Skubal.
Can I interest you in this?
Right. And then, I don't think the White Sox are going to settle for very little for Garrett Crochet.
No.
It's the same situation. They got to get a haul in return if they're going to trade
Flaherty's
Crochet.
an affordable but coveted prospect, which will drive up the price. And I said those players stink that are included in this trade offer. Nathan Zanatello is struggling at single A ball, but he's only 19 years old and was a highly thought of high school prospect at one point. Luis Perales, the right-handed pitcher, is in double A, and he can run a fastball up to 95 miles an hour and has the build that they think he can maybe touch triple digits eventually, but he blew out his elbow to start the second half and required Tommy John surgery. Okay. And Luis Guerrero
is the only piece that makes sense.
He's a 23-year-old pitcher at AAA who has a 3.55 ERA and a 1.395 WHIP. He would be the guy that we just discussed. Come to Detroit and help them finish the season.
Right.
It would probably go right to the big league club, but isn't really considered a pitching prospect. He's considered an arm that can give you some innings.
Yeah, I would walk away from this one, but like you said, it's just good to be mentioned because it's going to create competition if it's in the American League East. Okay, Yankees, your move, and Baltimore, be on deck for your move.
Could you imagine the criticism coming in if Baltimore gets outmaneuvered by the Yankees or Red Sox and get the Tiger? If the Yankees and Red Sox or somebody else gets in the East gets a Tiger pitcher and Baltimore doesn't make a move for a pitcher, I mean, this is a critical time for them. And that's just good news for the Tigers.
It's great news for the Tigers.
248-539-9797. Yeah, I'm going to question something that the Lions are doing on the coaching front, which doesn't seem like it's sturdy ground to stand on, considering how good they've been. But I find something very curious that they're doing. We'll get to that today at 11:30. Continue the trade discussion next with phone calls and feedback. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Vegas also put out odds on where Tarek Skubal's next team would be, if not Detroit. I would bet heavily on his next team being Detroit.
I would too.
Leading up to the trade deadline, this is a lot of talk, and he is certainly enticing, but the price tag's going to be awfully expensive. And, I guess we'll see how aggressive a team like Baltimore wants to get. But we'll get to those trade odds here in a minute. So, the Cleveland odds, him being the favorite. Because
for Flaherty?
Yeah, Flaherty being the favorite for...
Cleveland being the favorite for Flaherty in 3-2-1?
Yeah. Take 3. What about the Tyler Beebe getting hurt the other night? Is that what makes Cleveland the favorite?
I don't know. I don't know if it was Bibee. He got hurt, so maybe it just makes them more desperate because they're in pretty good control of this division, and they want to make sure they can stay in control.
Yep.
But I tell you, Cleveland losing 2 out of 4 to Detroit while they're at home, that's not a good look for the Gribe.
No.
With bullpen starts, when the Tigers don't have a good bullpen, that's not a good look at all.
Yeah, I'd be irritated if I were a Cleveland fan of what happened in that series, but I'd also still be loving the season we're having. I don't know. I'd be pressing the panic button.
Well, they're shut down great when they have a lead late in the game because their bullpen, bullpen is, Clase is unbelievable. And you can't hit him. He's just great.
Feedback coming in. I don't care who we trade Flaherty to. I just love seeing all the different teams that are rumored to be involved in talks about him.
Yep.
Whoever sent this in, I wish you'd signed it so we could say your name and tell you you're brilliant. But you, sir, are brilliant.
Yes.
Or ma'am. You.
Well played.
Of course. That's why this Boston trade proposal, I mean, I don't want any of these guys.
No.
I'm happy the story was written. Keep writing away. Keep proposing trades. People, if Boston, and I guess media reporting proposed trades to Boston doesn't mean Boston's actually interested. But I would be stunned if they weren't actually interested.
I would think that every team that's in contention right now would have to show interest in Jack Flaherty. I don't care if you've got 3 studs in your rotation. How about a 4th? I mean, the fact is that Jack Flaherty is better than 90% of the starting pitchers out there right now. He's had a hell of a season.
Yep.
There aren't many better than Jack Flaherty. And the Tigers have one of those few in Tarek Skubal that's better than Jack Flaherty right now. So, but Flaherty being a rental, price shouldn't be as high, and it makes all the sense in the world for a team to want to go after him. But it also makes all the sense in the world, because the Tigers know this, to sit back and play everyone against each other. Okay, they can let everybody know we'll trade them, but we're not gonna trade them until we get all the offers in. So this is going to go till Tuesday. They can say this to other teams. So get ready to come up with your best and finest, because as these offers come in, we're letting people know it's not enough. It's not enough.
Eric writes in, if you're the Tigers, do you try to see where it goes with Skubal first, primarily to see if you get Holiday, the shortstop? That way your main returns aren't from the same position. Okay, I'll say this. When the Houston Astros were building and were just hoarding young talent, they kept drafting and acquiring young shortstops, and they moved them all over. Shortstops have position versatility, so I'm not worried about...
Incredibly athletic.
Yeah, I'm not worried about... You go, sure, trade for 2 shortstop prospects, move one to second base, move one to third base, move one to the outfield. I mean, typically, if you can play shortstop, you can probably, at the major league level, you can probably play another position.
Probably play anywhere, yep. So. Except for catcher.
No, yeah, right, or pitcher.
Well, even then.
Sometimes.
They've got great arms.
I mean.
They just drafted Bryce Rayner, and he throws mid-90s.
I've been around high school baseball basically the last decade because of my boys, and they.
Yeah, where does the top pitcher go if he's not pitching the next day?
Oftentimes they go to shortstop.
Yeah.
I had a shortstop. Both my boys, neither of them pitch. They both play middle infield, but neither of them really pitch. What are the chances Holiday and Mayo are starting for us next week? If they are traded to Detroit,
good.
I think they will be starting for Detroit next week. And so basically to answer that question, what are the chances that the Tigers trade Skubal to the Orioles? Because that would be a return that would certainly get, It would get some high marks. I think you probably need more, and I'm sure the Baltimore crowd would be arguing, what?
We're going to see a bunch of new players next week.
Yeah, I mean,
even without Flaherty and Skubal, you've got Carson Kelly and Mark Canna and Gio Urshela,
Yep.
Jason Foley, Andrew Chafin. These are guys that can be traded.
I don't know that any of those guys, the return is going to be a player that comes to Detroit right away.
No, but the result is that you promote somebody like Dylan Dingler.
Excellent point. Next up, guys, Zantella is extremely raw and athletic. Luis Perales is a good pitching prospect and considered a top pitching prospect for dynasty fantasy baseball. Yeah, I mean,
who just ruined his elbow?
Yeah,
right?
he just hurt his elbow. I'm not blown away by this offer. But that, I mean, look, if you're follow the Red Sox system and you are excited about these guys, excellent. But the Red Sox aren't considered like. I want to go look at this here.
Well, I'm not going to be terribly excited about a shortstop who's hitting 180 through his year and a half of his minor league career to this point. I get it; it's the embryonic stages of his career.
Mm-hmm. That's such a long runway.
180 is not good.
It doesn't feel like if you're getting a single A player, I would like to think it would be better than somebody who's hitting 180 at single A.
Yeah. Which, by the way, Max Clark, who he and McGonigal got promoted to high A ball.
Yeah, Max Clark is struggling.
Had 3 hits yesterday, 4 RBIs, and a triple to win it.
Yep. The triple
and made a
drove him,
diving catch in the outfield.
Didn't the triple drive in the tying run, and then he scored on a balk?
Something like
the
that,
exciting
yeah.
walk-off balk is since Max Clark, and I was being facetious, since Max Clark is reported to West Michigan, he's 5 for 14. So he's feeling comfortable in the new environment.
Had hits in all 3 of the games and the 3 hits yesterday and making plays defensively. I'm excited about Max Clark in a couple years down the line because he's got it all. He can run, field, hit. We'll see if the power numbers come up as he matures and gets older and puts on more muscle, and he's exciting.
Okay, Vegas odds put on by our friends at Bet Online on Tarek Skubal's next team. If he gets traded, the 5-4 favorite is the Dodgers. Then it's Baltimore at 3-2, the Yankees at 7-1, Philly and San Diego at 10-1, Houston, Milwaukee 25-1, Cleveland, Kansas City are 28-1, Atlanta and Boston 33-1, the Mets and Cardinals 40-1. I would think it would be longer odds on the teams in the division, Cleveland and Kansas City. I'm a little surprised that the Dodgers are the Vegas favorite to land Skubal because they don't seem like as naturally a trade partner given what they have in their system.
No, but because it seems like the best players they have are pitchers, and some maybe further away than others. But they've got a guy in Double-A in Dalton Rushing who is their top prospect and can project at a couple different positions, and that's where you get the ball rolling and everybody else can follow. I'm with you. I'm not blown away by what the Dodgers can put, but it feels like the Dodgers can give you a bunch of quantity that has some quality, but the Orioles give you quantity and quality, like tons of quality and tons of quantity.
And they A, should be motivated. B, they have spare parts that they aren't using and may never get a chance to use.
That's the thing, is
Cash
that you're
them
not
in.
even using these guys.
Cash them in. We're selling hard to Baltimore here.
Yeah.
We're selling Baltimore, the Orioles. And I don't know that they listen to the show, but if first of all, if they do, thank you for streaming. But we are really trying to convince Baltimore that
Crab cakes rule.
This is the pitcher you're looking for. 248-539-9797. All right. So I think something's really curious going on with the Lions. And I want further explanation as to why they're doing this. We will get to that today at 11:35 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Okay. Story today. It just got me thinking, and I'm second guessing the Lions coaching is not really something that we do a whole lot of. And I don't know if this is really second guessing. I'm just super curious about something that they are doing. Justin Rogers, who is now got his own platform, the Detroit Football Network. He was previously with the Detroit News, wrote a story about James Houston. And I'm going to read some excerpts from this and then comment. Talking about last year, this is from his story today. The coaching staff wanted Houston to be more versatile, capable of playing a bigger role in the scheme for when the inevitable pass rushing droughts hit. Last offseason, they asked him to do more off the ball. The transition was a struggle, and Houston found himself pinned to the back end of the depth chart, causing some outside observers to speculate the nearly inconceivable possibility that he might not make the team a year after setting the league on fire. Later in the story, it says, while Houston aims to round out his game, he's not neglecting his calling card. He continued his offseason tradition of working out with multiple pass rush specialists, and then they list them. They made a change. They tried to get more out of him, and he found himself buried on the depth chart because of this change. Why don't they just leave him as a pass rush specialist? This is like one of the most coveted skill sets in the league. I get that it's great if he's more versatile, but not at the expense of what he does so well. And it feels like it really set him back when I read this story. And I can appreciate trying to make a player an every down player, but in the end, that's a guy that I want on the edge, rushing the quarterback every chance he gets. And I don't particularly need him to do off the ball stuff. If he can, great. But doesn't it feel like they've kind of done it at the expense of what he does great?
Well, only if you actually see him in games and they have him doing that. The way I look at this is they love what he can do as a pass rusher. Now they're seeing if he can do more so that he can be prepared if the team needs him to go into that role because of injuries.
Fair. And I'm kind of reacting to maybe just the wording of this. The transition was a struggle and Houston found himself pinned to the back end of the depth chart. I would have preferred him at the top of the depth chart as just a pass rush guy.
Well, maybe he is at the top of the depth chart there, but he's at the pinned to the back end of the depth chart among linebackers. But they know what he can do as a rusher. They don't have any problem doing that.
If it's not working, right? If it's not working, fine. I mean, I don't. It feels to me like it's trying to make Goff into a runner or something like that.
In a way, but you know how this coaching staff works. They love position versatility. That's why they have guys that work inside and outside on the defensive line.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's why they want to explore the options with the linebackers and say, okay, you know what? You're really athletic. You can do all these things. We think that we can put you in a position to succeed if you learn how to play this part of the linebacking position.
Is he such a and this is a question I'm asking, is he such a liability in every other way that they can't put him on the field just to be a pass rush specialist?
I wouldn't think so.
I wouldn't think so either. So we'll see how it shakes down. And last year he got hurt, so we never got to see it again. If what they're doing isn't working, I feel like that's perfectly fine, because what he does show that he can do is so elite and so important that just cast him in that role as a specialist. You know what I mean?
Well, I totally know what you mean. And I think with the addition of Terrell Williams as the defensive line coach and, certainly knows about pass rushing, that feel like maybe that can even unlock some more moves for James Houston. But this is maybe the first time that, maybe not the first time, but this is one of these times that we're starting to, okay, there's a legitimate question here. And I agree with you, because if it's working, why try something else?
You could try it, but not
if they're just dipping their toe in the water and seeing it's like it's spring football practices in college. Okay, we're going to take a look at you at wide receiver, even though we know you're a defensive back, just because we just want to take a look, because this gives us the opportunity. And if you're successful there, then we can look at it in training camp in August. But right now, we're just taking a look.
Yeah.
Well, this is training camp in the NFL. I mean, we'll see how long-lived this is. It may be short-lived.
Okay, so this is from Dan Campbell. when asked about how James Houston is doing, again from the same story by Justin Rogers. Well, I know this, he's in shape. He knows he's got to be able to handle the Sam linebacker position for us, and no different than what we just talked about, consistency. We have to be able to trust that he's going to do what he needs to do, and whatever defense is called, he's going to be able to handle it mentally, and we can trust that. We anticipate him taking another step forward, and I guess that's encouraging near the end. But if he can't handle the Sam linebacker position, he still has tremendous value, in my opinion, for this team, even if he only plays on third downs, third and medium, third and long.
I would agree with that. But if the coaching staff demands versatility and you can't be versatile, then you're not going to be on this team.
I don't know that
but those are ifs. Again, you and I would disagree with it.
Yeah.
But
If
what
they
they've done
can't-
has been successful, and if they think you have to have the versatility, you can't just be a guy that's going to be on it because they think that, okay, it's predictable. Team's going to figure it out. If you're a one-trick pony, even though it's a fantastic trick you have, but maybe it doesn't take too much more digging in there to figure out how to neutralize you.
I guess I just assume let them I would go ahead and let them try and figure it out, and you just keep rushing the passer.
But here's the other thing. You put them in there, and let's say Houston's here. We don't have to pass here. We can just run right at them.
Well, if it's 3rd and 8, go ahead. You know, if it's 3rd and 8, I can't imagine he's such a liability that running right at him on 3rd and 8 is going to cost you. Maybe I'm oversimplifying things, but
I'd prefer to hear he's just killing it as a pass rusher, and let's move on.
Yep. Now, if they don't think their defense will be complete unless he can play that Sam linebacker, I guess go ahead. And maybe this speaks to the confidence they have that their acquisitions in the offseason that have come with some, but I would say moderate fanfare. Marcus Davenport and Matthew Betts are added to the mix. The Mitchell Agude kid that you found in a story that basically said he was unblockable one day. One day doesn't necessarily.
Yeah, that was in the mini camp with the rookies. Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe they have ultimate confidence that they've answered the bell at the defensive end spot opposite of Hutch with Marcus Davenport.
Or they're trying to light a fire under him.
Light a fire under
Houston.
Maybe. We'll see how this plays out. But in the meantime, I still hold his future in high regard. I know you love what James Houston. You've talked about James Houston a ton, and so if he can't play that linebacker spot, don't bury him on the depth chart at linebacker. Just put him on the edge of the defense, and you go get after it, man. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Let's get to some of the feedback coming in. A lot of it about Flaherty. Here's the problem with a Flaherty trade. The trade value has to be more than what Harris expects with the first-round compensatory pick he'd get when Flaherty leaves after this year. I don't see a trade happening. Oh, I don't know. First of all, it would be a sandwich pick, right, between the first and second round if they give him the qualifying offer or he signed. What is it? He has to sign
a
somewhere
deal
else
worth at least $50 million total.
Yeah, which would seem like it would happen. But if there is hesitation to trade for Jack Flaherty because of the back issue, he might get another 1-year deal. But I suppose I don't value those picks as much as I do prospects that they have seen play professional baseball.
I'm with you on that. And the one thing we don't know is how deep do they think next year's draft is going to be, where that ends up. I don't know. That's a great deal to have.
It's true.
A pick in the 30s. We don't know. But I definitely have given thought to, if the Tigers don't get what they want in return for Flaherty, to bring him back, to try to bring him back and work on an extension. I'd be hesitant because of the back. But if they're not, if they feel like this is something that they've figured out, then if you make a financial commitment to Jack Flaherty, then you're probably making a commitment down the road to Tarek Skubal, or at least you're still thinking about it. If you hang on to Skubal and Flaherty and re-sign Flaherty, because you don't have to sign Skubal yet, you've got 2 more years of control after this season. But if you go into 2025 and your rotation is Jack Flaherty, Tarek Skubal, Reese Olson, Casey Mize, and Jackson Jobe, well, that looks kind of interesting, doesn't it?
It looks very interesting, and a lot would be reliant upon Jackson Jobe being what we think he is and Flaherty staying healthy.
And Flaherty staying healthy. Right. Exactly. But that gives you a jump. And monetarily, it's not paying that much more because, okay, you've got an arbitration year you got to pay for Skubal, so he's going to get paid a little bit more, but it might be like $15 million total that he gets paid for the season for 2025. Mm-hmm. You're going to pay Flaherty. Okay, let's say you get him to a 2-year deal because you want it to end the same time that Skubal's does. You don't want to go too long-term on it, but you're willing to give him 2 years and $50 million, give him the 25 a year. Okay, so you paid him 17 this year, so now you're paying $8 million more for Flaherty. I'm not sure how much more it is to pay for Skubal with the arbitration, but let's say it's another 8. So now you got $16 million. But you're losing Canna, you're losing Urshela, you're losing Carson Kelly, and a lot of those things you could probably pick up with your own guys. And then you haven't even spent that much money before you can say, hey, let's go get a bat now.
Right.
Let's get a bat in free agency. And then when all is said and done, how much more have you really spent on this team for 2025, but yet you've improved it dramatically?
It's funny because whether the Tigers sell anyone or keep their guys, I find the future to be pretty exciting.
I do too. I mean,
I'm really feeling better about it.
I just cobbled it together there, and it doesn't cost much more money, and you should be a much improved team.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug for the University of Michigan Credit Union. My new credit union, I joined because UMCU team members work really hard to ensure exceptional membership experiences. It doesn't happen by accident. It starts at the top with great leadership. I had a great meeting with them. And now some exciting news to share with you. UMCU is teaming up with University of Michigan All-American cornerback Will Johnson, national champion, chance to be team MVP, heck, maybe even the conference MVP, defensive MVP. And speaking of MVPs, their MVP checking account is an unbeatable offer. MVP checking from the University of Michigan Credit Union gives you a chance to intercept your debt. By becoming a member and opening an MVP checking account, set up direct deposit, and transferring your existing loans from another financial institution, you will automatically get 2% off your current interest rate. This is huge because 2% savings can start to add up real quick. Intercept your debt and become a member today. Just visit umcu.org. Some restrictions apply. Visit website for full details. Insured by NCUA, University of Michigan Credit Union, proud partner of Michigan Athletics.
No trades yet?
Not for the Tigers.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Well, hold on. Let me refresh Twitter. Doesn't look like it yet. 49 new tweets. Yeah, nothing yet. Nothing yet that I am seeing. The Twins. No, it's not a trade. Reactivated a guy. Okay, so look. A lot of feedback coming in on the Flaherty thing, which is now his name got associated with Boston. How to get associated? MLB writer wrote about a proposed trade sending him to Boston. But yes, please report away. Boston have interest. Indeed. The American League East feels like a place that is prime to market your players if you are Scott Harris.
Mm-hmm.
I would be burning up the phones to the Yankees, specifically the Yankees, the Red Sox, and the Orioles. The Yankees and Red Sox, right now the Red Sox are 6 games out of first and I think a game back in the wild card. That's a fan base that will have a meltdown if they don't do anything. Yankees fans are always melting down. And the Orioles are in it to win it for the first time in forever. It's been tough being the Baltimore Orioles in the American League East. And now that they're this close, God, they have to be motivated, right?
You would think. I mean, they got this beautiful ballpark. It's been fantastic since it opened up. It's still great today.
Mm-hmm.
The dimensions are very hitter-friendly. They've got a very young team that has a bunch of power, and they've got other guys waiting in the wings too. But when you've got an opportunity to win, and things are coming together for them this year, and they've got, a 6-game lead or whatever it is right now, you've got a way to solidify this and make not just an honest run, but an outstanding run on paper if you were to add a Tarek Skubal for sure. But if it's just adding Jack Flaherty, yes, you'd have a really significant chance of getting to the World Series. I mean, if you were a fan of that team, you'd want that team to do it.
Yes.
I don't necessarily want the Tigers to trade Tarek Skubal. I like Tarek Skubal. I like the idea of having one of the best pitchers in baseball. And like I said last segment, if they're able to decide we want to hang on to Jack Flaherty and we're going to sign him to a 2-year extension for $50 million,
Mm-hmm.
and that coincides with the last 2 years of control for Tarek Skubal, you're telling me you're going for it because you're going to hang on to both of those pitchers. So you got a 1-2 punch in the rotation that looks like that, where your third guy is Reese Olson. That looks really good. And, set your timetable for when Jackson Job's coming up. And Casey Mize has been better, but again, plagued by injuries and not necessarily tied to the arm. But I like the pitching rotation, and I like the young players they have in the lineup. They've got the Tigers have an opportunity either way. If you trade Tarek Skubal, then you're going to have to find a pitching replacement at some point, and maybe that comes in the offseason. And same thing with Flaherty. I mean, the Tigers might be buying in the offseason and buying starting pitching because they will have lost it at the trade deadline. But what they pick up at the trade deadline it could be fixing the left side of your infield. It's shortstop and third base. It could be adding another piece to the outfield that makes all the sense in the world. And now you've got some real depth on this team. And, instead of asking yourself, Matt Vierling, he's played well, but is Matt Vierling a piece for the future? He doesn't get on base, but he hits. Is he the guy, or would I rather have blank?
He feels like a role player on a winning team.
He does.
Best, yeah.
He does. But
that's what he was in Philly.
Is Connor Norby, is that a guy that you'd rather take a chance on because he has higher upside?
Yes.
If you get him in a trade with Baltimore.
More feedback from an unnamed texter. It's crazy, but Jack Flaherty is basically a top 5 pitcher this year in the American League. I think the Tigers are trying to sign him. They might be. I mean, the thing about it is you have to ask yourself, have they unlocked something that nobody else could, and will he stay healthy?
Well, the will he stay healthy is the biggest question because he hasn't been in his career. Look at his career and see how many starts he's made, and it's like a healthy year one year and unhealthy the next year. Healthy one year, unhealthy the next year. When he makes a bunch of starts, he's really good.
He's had 2 seasons of 28 or more starts since he was called up in 2017. Only 2.
And those years?
He had a 3.34 ERA with a 1.11 whip and a 2.75 ERA with a 0.97 whip. This year he's trending towards it again to have 28 plus starts, and he has got a 2.95 ERA with a 0.96 whip.
So that's my point. When he's healthy and makes starts, he's really good. The question is, can he stay healthy and make starts?
Well, the one thing the Tigers have that's advantage over everybody else is they've got him in-house. They know his current medical condition better than anybody else.
Yeah. And he is definitely lined up for a payday because this is the perfect time to have your breakout season again or your comeback season. And if you show that you can make the 32 starts or whatever it's going to be this year, then he'll likely get at least a 2-year deal in the offseason.
Why can't our big move at the trade deadline be signing Jack Flaherty to an extension? That's from Bill in Lake Orion. This is gaining momentum. There's a lot more of this going on.
It absolutely can be. It can be. But understand the risk there. The risk is the injury because he has had back issues. Each of the last 2 seasons, he's had back issues. Now, this year, he's worked through it because the shot seems to have worked, as I knock on wood. The shots seem to have worked.
Cut an under-the-market deal, but good deal for Flaherty to put the pressure on the O's to sell the farm for Skubal. Cut an under-market, but good deal for Flaherty to put... So you're saying, like that Boston offer, if you trade Flaherty to Boston, can you get what you want out of the Orioles for Skubal?
Well,
it's risky.
I don't like doing that because I can hang on to Skubal and be fine. I'm getting obviously he's looking at maximizing the value, but you're going to short the value of Jack Flaherty. Like I've made the argument you can hang on to both of those pitchers and be really good.
What are the chances of trading Flaherty and reacquiring him in the offseason? Okay, this gets talked about every single time, and it happens almost never. Didn't it happen with Aroldis Chapman?
Maybe.
Yeah, I think he went. Did he go Yankees? Reds, Yankees again. Does that sound right?
I will check it.
Reds, Yankees, Chicago, Yankees. So it was Reds to Chicago, back to the Yankees. And now for something completely different. Go get Mason Miller from the A's. We need a closer, and then let's make a run. Sign Flaherty. Skubal doesn't want to sign an early extension suite. Spend $100 million on a couple of Hall of good infielders in the offseason and see what these kids can do. This is a second Mason Miller, and maybe it's the same person. What are the A's going to be looking for if they move Mason Miller? They're going to be looking for prospects. 2 teams that are in rebuild mode generally don't strike deals. They're both looking for the same thing.
Yeah, Mason Miller just broke his hand yesterday, broke his pinky.
15-day DL, though. That seems like it would be more than that.
Well, I don't know if it's his pitching hand or not, but he broke a pinky and he's out. So,
yeah. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Just a reminder, are you going to eat that today at 12:30? Gate of the Olympics opening ceremonies are getting underway today, this afternoon. They're doing them on a river. You asked a great question. What sport do you become an expert in every 4 years?
Right. You totally parachute in.
Yep. And you start to evaluate that sport.
Right. Rhythmic gymnastics. Right.
With the ribbon?
Yeah. Oh, there's just not enough height. That you've got to lift the wrist higher than that. Come on.
I feel like I have a lot of commentary about swimming, and I don't know the first effing thing about swimming. Always making comment. The velodrome.
Sure. With
why are they going slow? Why are they going slow? And all that stuff. I feel like I got a lot to say there.
You got a lot to say there.
I got a lot to say watching velodrome. I mean, I do bike, but I mountain bike. I don't go out on the velodrome. But what about you?
I mean, because I swam, I look at the swimming a little closer, but I don't know if I have one because I don't pay as much attention to the Summer Olympics.
Mm-hmm.
I like the Winter Olympics. Winter Olympics to me it's more appealing to watch. I don't really care for the track and field stuff.
Don't you?
No, I feel like it's a hamstring pull waiting to happen.
Right.
And plus I don't, buy that they're all clean.
You don't?
Well, no. What I do,
watching the tour.
what I am looking forward to though is watching the golf.
Yeah.
To me, it's almost like a mini Ryder Cup with the national pride that you have with the players.
Mm-hmm.
And Xander Schauffele coming off of winning the British Open, and now he's got a chance to win Olympic gold. That's kind of cool.
So they're debuting a sport this year that might capture something that I absolutely love, and that is snowcross events in like the X Games where all the snowboarders or skiers are at the top of this obstacle course to the bottom, and there's like six of them racing at once down the hill. I find that to be really fun to watch. They're introducing kayak cross, where you're going to have 4 kayakers on like this whitewater run racing each other. I think this looks like it's going to be fun to watch.
Might be fun to watch, but I'm already kind of doing an eye roll thing. Like, why? You throw multiple kayaks out there. You're asking for some kind of Rubbins racing moment, And
Exactly.
I mean,
That's
like
the
I said,
appeal.
it'll be fun to watch, but from a competitive standpoint, I'd probably be pissed about it.
Really?
Yeah.
248-539-9797.
The event you love in the winter, I hate when they have the
Snowcross.
yeah, I hate that.
I think it's the best. I think it's the absolute most fun to watch. We'll get to more of your feedback, your phone calls. Are you going to eat that at 12:30? More from Dan Campbell about the secondary and the new kids. That coming up in the second half of the show here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Lions kicker Jake Bates thinks he's ready to go in the NFL after his experience in the UFL. News broke this morning that Michael Badgley would head to the IL and be out for the season with a hamstring injury. The Tigers are home for the first time post-All-Star break as they welcome in the Twins. It pits Pablo Lopez against Cater Montero. Montero's last start saw him go 5 1/3 innings, allowing 5 earned runs and 8 hits. The Twins expect infielder Royce Lewis to be in the lineup tonight for the first time since he injured himself against the Tigers on July 2nd. It was already his second injury of the season, but he's been solid when healthy, hitting just under 300 with power. According to Robert Morey, the Dodgers are close to sending James Paxton to Boston. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, Doug, cross Boston off the list.
Really?
James Paxton, recently DFA'd by the Dodgers, was traded to the Red Sox. Credit Jeff Passan. Joel Sherman has it as well.
Yeah, that doesn't bode well for marketing him to the Boston Red Sox. Flaherty. But I mean, how aggressive do they want to get? What kind of years? I mean, if he got recently DFA'd, is that a flyer?
Well, that's a name that people have brought up with the Tigers.
When?
We heard one earlier. Maybe you were out on the Tuesday.
Yeah, I don't remember hearing that. But
yeah, somebody, a caller. I'm sorry.
Okay,
a caller had mentioned that. But James Paxton this year, 18 starts with a 4.43 ERA.
Gotcha.
Well, here's one of those moves. He pitched last year with Boston. This year with the Dodgers, and now he's going to get traded back to Boston.
Okay.
Had a little control issues this year, 1.455 whip. But anyway, so does that take Boston out of the market of looking for another starting pitcher?
It could, yeah. 248-539-9797. Scott writes in, I parachute in on every sport and analyze and criticize them to my wife, who doesn't care. I really seem to talk a lot about gymnastics, and when people do things that I believe warrant deductions, and kayak cross sounds cool. Yep. He starts sending over some of the things I say during gymnastics. She took a step on that landing. The dismount was too easy. He didn't hold the handstand.
Exactly.
Yep. 248-539-9797.
I mean, what are we doing? It's unacceptable. You got to stick them out. Come on.
Yep.
That's a terrible dismount. You're an embarrassment.
You really go that far, huh?
Well, I mean, remember we did shows from Lions training camp. So this has to be 8 years ago.
Okay.
And people were calling in. You remember this? It was either 8 years ago or 4 years ago. People were complaining about Michael Phelps and saying Michael Phelps should hang it up. He can't, if he's not going to win gold, why even bother? I'm like, because he can win silver? Yeah, like you're dogging a guy because now he's winning silver instead of gold.
And dogging him because he's trying
to
win gold?
He's still
coming up short?
One of the best in the world at what he does. What are you talking about? But that's how people get.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Tony in Port Huron. What's up, Tony?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Great.
So I want to start by saying this is about the Tigers, and I love you guys. I hope you guys agree with me, but I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of sick and tired of turning on the radio and hearing about the potential trade options. Ultimately, whether we trade or not, it's not going to save our organization. We have bigger issues at hand. Our owners don't want to spend money. And let's say we did trade Flaherty or Skubal, and we got a couple of potential good bats at best. Even if the bats do work out, was it worth it? Shall we trade off our best pitchers, and best case scenario, the bats that we acquire work out, but now we're looking for a couple of good pitchers? I understand, Flaherty is a free agent at the end of the season, so if we want to trade him, fine, whatever. But my point is, we have bigger issues at hand, and this Tigers organization is in major trouble, and we stop trying to rely on people like Javi Baez, Mark Canha, Maeda, Matt Vierling. Our recent success within the past 20 games or so is literally only because of our younger rookie players. Our veterans are trash, and that's facts. I'm sure you guys agree with most of what I'm saying. Hopefully, anyways. I'm just trying to get my 2 cents because I think it's pretty sad that this Tigers organization is so dead that the only excitement we have to talk about right now for them is the fact that we have a possible potential half-ass trade that may or may not happen. And even if it does, it's not going to be.
I guess, Tony, the one thing I'd say, first of all, they're trending to be the winningest Tiger team in quite some time. And so there is that. And they are doing it with a nice influx of young players contributing. And if they have so many issues, the point of trading one player is to address multiple issues. Right? I mean, isn't that if you have, you're right, they have a lot of things that need to get addressed. But if you could address 2 and maybe 3 of those issues with a trade like that, the totality of what you get back, the theory is better than what you gave up long term.
I see what you're saying. I agree with you. I do. I hate looking at rebuilds. I mean, we've been in this for what, 5 decades? Like, I'm just tired. As a Detroit fan,
it's almost a decade.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. Yeah,
Right.
and the problem is that what they tried to do when they tried to rebuild it through trades before, it didn't work out. They got nothing in return. Al Avila made some very well. Let's just say they got nothing in return in his trades. Scott Harris has taken over. He's taken his shot at it. The one thing I would disagree with you, Tony, is that we don't yet know for sure that Chris Ilitch won't spend money. Okay? We don't know that for sure. This offseason, if they go out and trade these 2 pitchers, they have to sign pitchers. They need to. And to your point, why not hang on to Flaherty? I could be convinced of that. I laid it out last segment that I think you could have a really competitive baseball team if you don't trade Skubal and you re-sign Flaherty, because your rotation should be really, really good with those 2, along with a healthy Reese Olson and perhaps a really high-ceilinged Jackson Jobe joining the rotation next year, along with all the players that you've already given opportunities to, the younger players that are shining right now, and maybe other guys ready for promotions too. And then you can go out and spend some money and get a bat or 2 in the offseason. And you really haven't spent much more than you already did.
The keeping Skubal option is one that is so attractive and exciting, because I feel like if you keep Skubal, you're kind of acknowledging we're going to try and win the next 2 years before he's a free agent. And if you want to re-sign him long term, that's fine too. But in fact, that's probably the best case scenario. However, until that extension is signed, they would have to. It would only stand to reason, logically, that you're trying to win while you still have him. There's no point in keeping him and not adding gas, right?
Right.
And as far as like what's happened in the past, the only analogy I'll say for the people that say, what did they get for Verlander? Why are they trading Skubal? What did they get for Verlander?
Different situation.
But any of the, look at all that they traded. They got nothing. I don't know why we're talking about trading Skubal. If you feel that way, my analogy is the first woman that hurt you when you dated her. When it was done, did you say, when it was over and she hurt you, she left you, did you go, that's it, I'm done with women? No, you date again.
Right.
You date again. Right?
Right.
And that's why you don't give up on trading and a potentially a deal that sets you up for the future. That's what you're hoping for. You are hoping that you are the one moving Doyle Alexander and you are the one getting John Smoltz.
Right.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, open lines, tons of feedback coming in. Are you going to eat that at 12:30? More from Dan Campbell coming up a little bit later on, talking about the secondary and the 2 rookies. Hear all that here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, the stage is set for one of the biggest fight nights of the year this weekend at Twin Peaks. There's one last big Saturday before football season goes down, and you're not going to want to miss it. The UFC is returning to the Octagon for UFC 304 with 2 title belts on the line and 2 rematches. Leon Edwards is looking to defend his welterweight title in his second matchup against Belal Muhammad. Well, Tom Aspinall fights against his interim heavyweight title against Curtis Blades in a rematch for the ages. They've also got DAZN Boxing as Clarissa Shields is moving up a weight class to try and acquire the heavyweight belt. Have you been to Twin Peaks on Friday night? Nobody, and I mean nobody does it better. Ice cold 29-degree draft beer that's cold to the last drop. Tons of shots starting at $3.99 to start the party, and the most delicious scratch food menu that no other bar can touch. It's all served up by the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Now get in early and get your spot, because outside of actually being at the event, there's no better place to enjoy all the blood, sweat, and knockouts. With 50-plus TVs, there isn't a bad seat in the house. Why go anywhere else? And don't forget to book your fantasy football draft parties. Special perks to league commissioners. Go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com for details and locations near you. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views. Six days.
Six?
6.
6 days. 6 days from now?
Uh-huh.
6 days from now will be a Thursday night. Thursday. What are we talking about? Oh, it's like a Hall of Fame game or something? Yeah?
Yeah. Yep. Football.
Who's playing?
Houston and Chicago. It's a big one.
We should see Caleb Williams.
Should see Caleb Williams, yeah.
You would think.
One would imagine. But 6 days until actual football. And the funny thing is, you get near the end of the summer when your baseball team is fading. I guess this is, we've turned the corner and we're headed towards fall, right? And I don't wish my summers away by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, it feels like it just started because we finally wrapped up travel baseball. Now I get some weekend time back, but the football that first comes is not great football. It's not like I can't wait to watch Houston and Chicago play a preseason game with a whole bunch of guys that are likely going to get cut or be playing for the New Jersey Generals next time we see them.
Oh.
Yeah. But I mean, it's still football. 6 days. Next week is going to be interesting because we go trade deadline and then football. There's something more ceremonial about it. Feels like than the interest in the actual game is more ceremonial. The idea that now there are games being played. And don't the Lions, is it 2 weeks from today? Is their first preseason game, or is it 2 weeks from yesterday? I think it might be 2 weeks from yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah.
They play shortly.
Yes.
And we're going to be excited to see them because,
Without
with the Lions, here's what's like, don't expect to see Jared Goff, right?
No.
But do expect to see Hendon Hooker.
Yep.
Do expect to see Sione Vaki.
Yeah. Yep.
Do expect to see the two rookies in the secondary.
Rakestraw and Arnold.
Yep.
Feedback coming in. If I'm trading Flaherty to Boston, at minimum, I want catcher Kyle Teal, Boston's 5th-rated prospect. I mean, sure. It was a weird trade proposal. It included Canna, and it had the Tigers in return getting nothing that was really all that significant away from the Red Sox. I feel like the return for Flaherty, who's had 3 incredibly important starts to show his health and his continued dominance, makes it not unrealistic to get a pretty good return for him. Has anyone discussed trading both Scuba and Flaherty to Baltimore for a haul? That's from Ryan and Celine.
It's been brought up, but I don't think that's likely.
Guys, could you see someone like Torque maybe getting dealt along with Scuba or Flaherty to get even more in return? What trade value does Torque have? Anybody calling about Torque is hoping to get him for nothing.
I would imagine so. I think there is value in Torque? I think there's some, because somebody's going to look at him and say, we can fix it. It's a swing fix, whatever. We've got the right coaching staff that we think we can resurrect his career or get it back on track. Mm-hmm. He did hit 31 home runs last year, drove in 94, 95. He had a pretty good, and it was not most of it, but actually it was most of it. Came in the second half of the season where maybe a switch just went off and he started playing better and started hitting better. What he's doing at Toledo since he's been sent down from the Tigers still isn't raising any eyebrows. Like, oh, Torque's figuring it out. Although he is starting to get on base a little bit more. He hit a home run a couple days ago, but he's still a long ways to go before you're like, bring Torque up. Guys like Parker Meadows, when Parker Meadows got sent down, he started hitting immediately at Toledo and deserved to be brought up. He was killing the ball. Got to bring him up. Torkelson hasn't come close to that yet in his stint at Toledo. I wouldn't be surprised if he's at Toledo the rest of the season.
Well,
unless he has an outstanding August.
I feel like the probability of Torque being useful moving forward is better than the probability of any prospect you would get back for Spencer Torkelson, who's got to look a little bit like damaged goods at this point from a perspective of another team. Let me just say, and I always bring up the name Gavin Lux from the Dodgers, who was at one point, I think, the number 2 prospect in baseball, and now 4 or 5 years into his major league career has done almost nothing. He's a little bit more defined, But if I heard the Tigers were trading for Gavin Lux, I would think, okay, this is a flyer, and they don't give up much to get him. And that's how I think a team would approach the Tigers about Torque. I'd try and keep Flaherty if I was Scott Harris. It's from an unnamed texter. This is getting a lot of momentum now to keep Flaherty crowned.
Well, because Flaherty just pitched the other night, and he was great. And he's been great all season.
And here it is, our daily text. The Dodgers have the money to take on Javi Baez's contract if we want to dump him amidst the trade. Yes, it comes in every day. Tag somebody with the Baez tax. It'll cut down on your return. The good news is if you can free up a bunch of money, then you got to have a plan to spend it in free agency. And say you go after and get Cody Bellinger or some player that you covet that's going to be a free agent. You either trade Skubal, finish fourth in division, and have a nice core for next year, or you keep Skubal, finish fourth in the division for the next 2 years. Typical Tigers will waste the opportunity to get some good pieces to keep running a crap cheap team out in the future as well. If they don't trade him, doesn't it stand to reason that they are going to add some gas to this thing before Skubal gets to free agency, before there's a chance that they lose him? 248-539-9797. I guess I refuse to believe that they're just going to operate on the cheap when they have an opportunity to win. You can make a case that they haven't been close enough to justify spending huge money. But I get if you wanted more valuable players this offseason. I did too. And then I looked at the free agent class, and I was kind of underwhelmed. Other people like it more than I did, but I do think that they would spend this offseason if they keep Skubal. Why wouldn't they? Making a trade and getting a bunch of prospects is kind of a reset, and I'm not sure they're planning on winning in 2025. I guess it depends who they get back and how much those guys contribute the rest of the way.
Yeah, I mean, they have to feel like that they're taking steps in the right direction. I think they are with some of the young players. I'm really curious to see if Parker Meadows just picks up where he left off.
Mm-hmm. Boy, that would be useful.
Would be great, but you can't. It's hard to ignore what he didn't do in April, but what he did after that point, both at AAA and then in a small sample size coming back to the Tigers, gives you hope that could be a piece for the future. An outstanding center fielder who found a way to hit, and he's found his way on the base pass as well.
Let's go to Doug. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Doug.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good.
I've called a couple of times. I'm an Orioles fan, huge Orioles fan. Elias has basically said he ain't dealing Holiday, Mayo, or Basallo, which I kind of tend to believe. We're kind of in the mix for somebody like Fetty from the White Sox, or Quantrill from the Rockies, or Martinez from the Reds. I wish we'd go after Skubal. I wish we would, consider dealing Holiday. But Norby, Stowers, Kerstad, those are all major league ready guys who would definitely fit into a Tiger, standard rotation out there for somebody like Flaherty. I mean, we got rid of Flaherty last year because he was garbage. Obviously, you guys in Detroit figured something out with him because he looks like the Flaherty from his good Cardinal days.
Well, he was bad before. I shouldn't say he was bad. He was below average, I would say, when the Orioles traded for him last year at an ERA in the mid-4s, and obviously was terrible with the Orioles. Jim Bowden just had an article in The Athletic about some trades that he'd like to see. And the number 2 trade, he said, is the Tigers trade Tarik Skubal to the Orioles for Heston Kjerstad, Colby Mayo, and left-hand pitcher Cade Povich. And he says the Tigers would start the conversation by asking for second baseman Jackson Holiday or catcher Samuel Basallo, and the Orioles would immediately reject either one being included in the deal.
I mean, if you want a Range Rover, you pay the price for the Range Rover. Otherwise, it sounds like the Orioles want a Hyundai.
Oh,
yeah. I mean, that's
basically, and that's the way that they've acted.
Yep.
We still have to decide if we're going to pay Burns at the end of the season. He's going to want 7 years, $255, which is a ton of money. Plus, you're going to have to pay Gunnar and Adley and Westberg.
They should so be after Skubal. Like, it makes so much sense.
Makes all the sense in the world.
But if they're not willing to pay the price, then it's not happening. And
do the Tigers want to swing a deal with Baltimore that doesn't include one of their top 2 prospects?
Probably not.
It all depends. Again,
Well,
like we said,
he said he wouldn't even trade his top 3. So 248-539-9797. Are you going to eat that coming up at 12:35? 97.1 the ticket. I'm not mad at the previous caller at all. But if it's true that they're interested in Skubal, but they don't want one of the top 3 prospects coming to Detroit, that is just dripping with, get the F out of here.
Right. Bye, Felicia.
Yeah. Okay, we'll send him to the Yankees. Good luck. You know? I don't know.
Well, the Tigers don't have to trade Tarek Skubal.
No, they don't. So why would somebody think they could get away with? And I guess he didn't say that they. He's not quoting directly.
No, but I mean, again, I go back to this Jim Bowden article where his trades he'd like to see made, and like he wants to see this trade made.
Mm-hmm.
Says the Tigers would start the conversation by asking for second baseman Jackson Holliday or catcher Sammy Basayo, but the Orioles would immediately reject either one included in the deal. However, to part with an ace like Skubal, who has 2 additional years of control, the Tigers would need to get 2 everyday position players and a starting pitcher that they could put right into the rotation. Mayo and Kierstad would fit nicely behind Riley Green in the Tigers lineup for years to come, and Povich should develop into a solid mid-rotation starter. It's a high price to pay for the Orioles, but would give them a postseason rotation of Corbin Burns, Skubal, Grayson Rodriguez, along with some protection if Burns doesn't re-sign in the offseason. Great for the Orioles. Not so great for the Tigers. I mean, I like Heston Kierstad. I like the idea of Kobe Mayo.
Mm-hmm.
But what are we doing?
Not that.
No.
And I just like you, I like those 2 players, but.
Oh, you're going to throw in a pitcher who's been horrible this year and was okay in the minors.
What they say, could be a middle of the rotation.
Solid mid-rotation starter.
Yeah, that doesn't really do it for me. 248-539-9797. All right, are you ready for another edition of Are You Going to Eat That?
I am.
All right, Gator, here we go. This has gone viral on TikTok. It is called Fluffy Coke.
I'm sorry, it's called what?
Fluffy Coke.
Fluffy Coke?
Yes. This is a simple combination of marshmallow fluff and a fizzy soda of your choice. You can use Coca-Cola, you can use Dr. Pepper, but what you do is you slather the inside of your cup with marshmallow fluff, toss in a few ice cubes, and pour your Coca-Cola over it, and voila. Some have called it phenomenal. Others have called it overrated and weird. It's gone viral on TikTok. You're adding more sugar to Coca-Cola. Gator, Fluffy Coke. Would you try that?
I might try some derivation of that. I'm going to try to limit the sugar, but I'd like Coke Zero. Would I try that with? I would try it. I mean, it sounds interesting.
Yeah.
Makes it like a vanilla Coke, I guess. Kind of. I don't know. I'd try it.
I would not. This sounds like way too much. Way too much. Over the top sugar content. Even with the Coca-Cola Zero. I don't like marshmallows that much either.
I'm not a big marshmallow fan either.
Yeah.
So I hear
S'mores, yeah, occasionally. But outside of that, I can't think of a use for them.
But this is the fluff. This is like the spreadable marshmallow.
Yeah, and I mean Rice Krispie treats.
Mm.
Yeah. All right, so a yes from you, a no from me. Reese's, 3 months ahead of Thanksgiving, are bringing out or debuting the earliest ever release of the Reese's Peanut Butter Pumpkins.
Yep.
They're available now, but you have to order them online. Starbucks Pumpkin Spice Latte, Samuel Adams Pumpkin Ale seem to come out earlier and earlier every year, but Reese's is kicking off their trick-or-treat specialty, the Peanut Butter Pumpkins. Can you see yourself ordering and eating those?
Ordering, no. Eating them, absolutely. I mean, Reese's, they don't do much that is thought of as bad.
Dude,
they've got something going right now where they just throw their peanut butter and chocolate on anything and it works.
I struggle passing up Reese's. And you know me, I don't eat a lot of snack foods and sugar foods like that, but Reese's peanut butter cups in a weak moment, like we'll have those days where I haven't eaten all day and I'll be, stop somewhere and I'll see Reese's peanut butter cups. Oh, the big cup. Yeah. Get the big cup. And yes, the pumpkin ones for sure.
I mean, dude, they've got Reese's dipped popcorn that's amazing. They have Reese's dipped animal crackers that are ridiculous. Reese's dipped anything is, yeah, here we go. And you're talking the pumpkins, the candies? Yeah, okay.
2 for 2. All right, Eggo.
Pretty much 3 for 3. What do you got with it?
Well, this is going to be interesting. Eggo and Two Rivers Coffee have joined forces. Two Rivers Coffee is teaming up with Kellanova, formerly known as the Kellogg Company, to create Eggo Coffee. Eggo Coffee will come in 5 different waffle-inspired flavors. They'll be sold in single-serve K-cups. So this is a coffee flavored like a waffle. You initially said yes.
I know. You know me, I'm not a coffee guy. I don't drink coffee.
Well, but would you get an Eggo-flavored coffee?
I would try it. I would definitely try it, but I'm like, is this going to be any more than just dropping some maple syrup in there, or what do we got here? I'm curious. I'm intrigued by it. Part of me doesn't want to like it, though, because I don't want to start drinking coffee at this point in my life.
Yeah, I hear you on that. I guess I might be tempted by this.
I'd try it.
Yeah.
Oh, Doug, you're
I am. Yeah, I don't. I occasionally get a coffee, and this could interest me a little bit. Next up, Darren Ravel posted this from the Iowa State Fair. It's the bacon cheeseburger egg roll. It's exactly what it sounds like. It's an egg roll casing with bacon cheeseburger in the middle. So it's like a ground beef cooked up with cheese and bacon mixed in from the Iowa State Fair, which, by the way, is a hell of a go-to for this topic. You can always find stuff from the Iowa and Texas in particular. The bacon cheeseburger egg roll. Are you going to eat that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you know me, I'm not a big bacon fan on items, on different food items. I like bacon just by itself.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're going to cut up those pieces and make like you got bacon bits basically as part of it because it's in an egg roll. Yeah. I doubt it's a whole piece of bacon there. I think it sounds like it's a perfect vessel for it. I love egg rolls. Love egg rolls. So yeah, this sounds really delicious.
I can't remember the last time I had a regular egg roll.
Oh really?
But yeah, it's been a long time. But when you put that like Chinese mustard on it, I mean,
wait a second. You guys eat Chinese food every once in a while, right?
Yeah.
But you never get egg rolls?
I can't remember the last time I had an egg roll, and this is making me want to get a regular egg roll. I will obviously not eat the bacon cheeseburger.
Right, I know
that's not happening. But a regular egg roll, and putting the Chinese mustard on anything, it is so stinking good. Why isn't that available like from Heinz? Why don't they have?
There's got to be. I never, every time
I see it in the grocery store.
Yeah, I was gonna say I haven't looked for it in like the Asian section.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe I should start looking for it and seeing if it's there because it is delicious mustard.
I mean, wouldn't it be good on just like a burger or anything?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I always ask for extra mustard when I go to Chinese food place because I want it for my egg roll.
All right, a yes and a no, and finally, Kraft that make mac and cheese.
Mm-hmm.
They're teaming up with Nintendo.
What?
To bring families Mario themed mac and cheese, pasta in the shape of Fire Flower, Superstar, and Super Mushroom shapes. The quote from this spokesperson from Kraft said, "We've always helped families reground, reset, and reconnect during mealtime. It's important to us to continue providing that reassuring comfort, which is why we're excited to partner with Nintendo on the newest edition of our shaped portfolio." Gator, can you see yourself getting Mario-themed mac and cheese?
No, I can't. I love... I love mac and cheese, but I just don't. I don't see the need for the different shapes. Like in my life, we've seen the mac and cheese go to mac and cheese spirals,
mm-hmm.
and then they had like the wheels, and that's as far as I need it to go. I mean, it's mac and cheese. I like to make my own mac and cheese.
Yep.
And I'm certainly not going to be cutting out pasta shapes of Super Mario Brothers.
Yeah, I don't need.
Now, if you had like Tecmo Bowl, and I got like Lawrence Taylor,
Tecmo Bowl, Lawrence.
Hey, maybe we're talking about something different then. Mark Bavaro,
laced with cocaine.
Unfair.
Coming up today at
Fish.
12:46, what somebody fished out of the trash. And a lion said something that I am all on board with. That at 12:55. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
I know some people are looking to go to a car dealership on Saturdays and they're out of luck. Well, not at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. They're here for you. Open every Saturday, and it's not just for sales. It's for service as well. And if you're servicing your vehicle, they've got loaner vehicles available to keep you on the move. And their service technicians, they work in an air-conditioned environment, which means no more sweating in a hot box. And I've seen their service department firsthand. It really helps the techs stay focused on their vehicle. They're very happy, and happy techs mean they're taking care of things. Looking for a new Chevrolet? Well, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has one of the largest selections of new vehicles in Southeast Michigan with over 60 new demos available. You can purchase a new vehicle for thousands less than employee pricing. Not eligible for employee pricing? Well, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered. All new 2024 vehicles will be sold at employee pricing for everyone. Get the most bang for your buck at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield with one of the best selections of used cars in the state while getting the most for your trade-in. So go see the team at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at Telegraph and 696. They've helped me with my cars, and I know that they'll take great care of you as well. Go see the Sarah Chevrolet Southfield team today. They're going to make a deal that you just can't resist. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, where unbeatable service meets exceptional selection, open every Saturday just for you.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket.
The Orioles have made a trade.
What?
According to Jeff Passan. Trade news between two teams that could be facing one another in the World Series this year. The Philadelphia Phillies have acquired outfielder Austin Hayes and will be sending reliever Sir Anthony Dominguez, what a great name, and center fielder Christian Pash to the Baltimore Orioles.
All right.
So it seems like a smaller trade, but with a great name.
Sir Anthony.
Sir Anthony. Or the player from Michigan State, football player Cedarius Adams.
Yep, that's a good one.
Name. So I don't think that affects anything with the Tigers and the Orioles if they're still looking to make something happen.
Probably not.
But if you're talking about bullpen arms, the Tigers have bullpen arms. There are expiring contracts we've talked about in the past.
Yep.
Andrew Chafin, Shelby
Miller.
You know, and then we've seen the mock trade offers there that include Jason Foley. They have players that other teams covet. That I just think there's going to be maybe even would it be described as a flurry of trades from the Tigers, or at least maybe it all comes in one trade or two trades, but there's going to be a lot of players.
I feels like they're going to make multiple trades.
Yeah.
They've got coveted pieces that probably won't fetch them a ton back. Maybe they can move guys and get, a few. Some of these guys might get you a couple. What's the dude they got from the Phillies?
Matt Lorenzen?
No, yeah.
I'm sorry.
They got back
Hao-Yu
for
Lee?
Michael Lorenzen. Hao-Yu Lee. They might be able to get a couple Hao-Yu Lees mid prospects that could blossom. And Hao-Yu Lee, I'm more, like I said yesterday, I'm more excited about him 1 year later.
Or do you package that with Jack Flaherty? You package Jack Flaherty and Mark Canha and Shelby Miller, and does that get Baltimore to say, okay, Kobe Mayo can go your way?
Yeah. Okay. All right, Gator, I mentioned this before the break. Couple in South Carolina. They purchased a $5 lottery ticket at the Circle K on Main Street in Spartanburg, South Carolina. The ticket they bought a scratch off the double-sided dollars extra play game. Odds of winning $200,000 with the double-sided dollars extra play game are 1 in $750,000. The woman, the
or
wife,
750,000.
Someone in 750. Sorry, 750,000. Upon scratching the ticket, the wife initially believed it was a non-winning ticket and discarded it in the trash. Her husband spotted the discarded ticket in the trash and realized there might have been a mistake. He called out his wife, pointing out a critical detail. You have a 12 on it. I don't know what that means, but that's what it said. That's what he said. You have a 12 on it. She retrieved the ticket, scratched it further, and uncovered the $200,000 jackpot.
Oh, boy.
They had thrown away a winning scratch-off ticket worth $200,000.
No, they didn't. She did.
Okay, fair enough. A point of distinction I'm not sure that I would make if it were my wife in lieu of upsetting her and pointing the finger of blame. Not worth it. Not worth the upside. We almost made a big mistake is what I would say.
Mm.
You would say she.
I don't know. It's a nice. It's nice to hold that over someone's head for the right price. Well, I could say we almost threw it away if we spent a portion of that on a brand new 80-inch TV. Or how about that Corvette I was looking at?
We need new golf clubs.
Yes. Don't we? We really don't. We really need to. We do. As you recall.
We saved the ticket, didn't we?
Didn't we?
Have you ever thrown away anything of value, like anything that you can think of that you almost threw away?
I'm sure there is. I just off the top of my head, I can't think. I'm sure there's when I was a kid, there were some baseball cards or something like that.
The only thing I can think of, the only explanation for my long lost keys when I drove the Saturn Aura years ago, came home from my hockey game, was listening to a Tiger game. It was the bottom of the ninth. They were protecting a lead. Valverde was on the hill, and I grabbed my hockey bag, jumped out of the car, threw it in the garage, on the garage floor, ran up in the living room, turned on the TV, and watched the end of this Tiger game at Kansas City with Valverde trying to close it down. Never saw my car keys ever again. The only thing I can think of is A, when we move out of the house, they're going to be found in some lost corner of the garage, or B, I absentmindedly threw them in the trash. It's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, no, nothing I threw away. I mean, I made a bad decision years ago when I purchased a guitar one time and traded in some others that I had. Horrible decision that I regret to this day. Like, I never should have. I think I got taken for a run. The guy saw me coming and he saw this guitar that was worth a lot more than what I knew. And so, well, I mean, we'll take it, but it's only worth like $100. Oh, okay. Well, okay. And find out that it's worth about 10 times that, but that's okay.
I'm sorry, man.
Happened, man. It was a lesson learned in the summer of '96.
Well, 248-539-9797.
Not that I remember it.
Yeah, no kidding. Do you ever almost throw something of value away? This would have been a $200,000 mistake. Doesn't this happen every once in a while where a lottery ticket goes unclaimed?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you ever buy any lottery ticket, double and triple check that damn thing, right? You're buying the lottery ticket. You're buying the dream. You're buying a chance at, whatever millions of dollars. That's not something you want to just treat haphazardly.
I would imagine this is something that happened probably a lot more 20, 30 years ago to people than it does today, because today everything's on your phone, basically. Things of value like tickets that you purchase and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But back when you used to actually, if you bought tickets to a game, you got tickets to a game. I could see people throwing that out mistakenly. Oh, you got
Physical.
lumped with the mail that you didn't care about, or God forbid, plane tickets. People you actually used to have to get a plane ticket.
An actual
printed ticket. I remember when I was doing when I traveled with Michigan State football for those 2 years in the late 90s, that the company I was working for, the parent company, they sent me all my plane tickets ahead of time.
Really?
They did that at the time because there was a threat that Northwest Airlines was going to be on strike. So they made other arrangements and bought tickets through American Airlines, basically, which ended up being a big problem because a lot of those flights ended up having to go through Chicago to get anywhere else I had to go to, which caused me to miss the fourth quarter of the Michigan State-Ohio State game in '98.
Incredible game.
An incredible game that I saw the finish of it in the airport bar in Columbus.
On Twitch, None Special Here Now posts, cleared out an old cash register that was going to get thrown out, opened it, pulled the tray out, and all the way in the back, $220 stuck behind the tray. I mean, it's not $200,000, but $220, I would certainly be happy if I found $200.
Yeah, absolutely.
248-539-9797. You always double and triple check your lottery tickets, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I double check them. I don't know if I triple check them.
Yeah. Well, you got to make sure. You absolutely have to make sure. That is not. Didn't we just have one expire in the state of Michigan?
I think there was one that was close to expiring.
Yeah, never heard. This couple, by the way, in South Carolina has chosen to remain anonymous. I guess they can. On a scratch-off ticket, I assume you have that choice, but pretty careless not to scratch it off all the way. Like, that is super, super careless.
I can't believe she did that. What a mistake.
248-539-9797. Stacy in Commerce, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Stacy.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hey.
Many, many, many years ago, my mom, Big Dorothy, was a big trifecta player at Northville Downs. She would watch it on the TV and know we were going to the track that night. She said, "Can you play a few trifectas for me?" So we said yes. She gave me the money. Excuse me. And lo and behold, it was the eighth race or whatever. We were losing our butts. So we played the tickets and unfortunately did not cash them in and threw them away, and found out the next morning my mom's ticket had won. And she said, "What did you do with the tickets?" And I said, "I threw them away." To this day, in her grave, she probably thinks that I cashed them in, but I learned something that day, that what you do, if you win, lose, or draw, or place a bet, bring back the stubs, hand them to that person, and you can eliminate any doubt or having a problem like we did by throwing away the tickets.
So let me ask you this. Big Dorothy, was that your mom?
Yes.
So, at any point after that, at that time, did you purchase something like, oh yeah, Mom, check us out, it's a new TV we got? And she go, oh great, you buy that with my winnings?
No, she never. It was never brought up again.
Never got that far.
Anytime I ever placed a bet, I brought back the stubs or the cash.
Hey, thank you for the phone call, Stacy. Feedback coming in. I threw away a boarding pass the day before a flight. That's from an unnamed texter. Another unnamed texter. I once got a letter from my mortgage company. I assumed it was a statement. I just threw it away without opening it. 3 months later, I got an email from them saying they sent me a check for an escrow refund of $1,500.
I think I may have done something like that before. Not for that type of total, but I think there have been a time or two that maybe I had thrown out a check that didn't know it was a check.
We're short on time. I want to get something a lion said in a story that ran on our website, and I'm on board with it.
Of course you are.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yes.
Who's the story about?
What do you think? Maybe Jack Campbell?
No.
It's Jack and J-Mo?
No.
It's not that?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought it was going to be the Jack and J-Mo who's got the, who's walking taller these days.
Well, let me put it to you like this. It's on brand for me to endorse what this player said. We'll get to that today at 108 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Former Michigan star Jabril Peppers has earned a 3-year extension with the Patriots worth $24 million. Peppers logged 78 tackles last season, including 5 for loss. Here's an account from Lions beat writer Kyle Meinke earlier, quote, "Some early fireworks at Lions practice as Derek Barnes, one of the most physical players in camp so far, gets into some extracurriculars with Brock Wright. No punches that I saw, but lots of pushing and shoving before they were separated by teammates." This kind of along the lines of what Dan Campbell said earlier. The Tigers and Twins battle tonight at Comerica Park. Minnesota currently in the second wild card spot, a game above the Royals. The Tigers 5.5 games back of the last spot. Meanwhile, it'll be Cater Montero against Pablo Lopez. First pitch on 97.1 The Ticket right here at 6:40. A number of MLB trades surfacing today. The latest has Orioles outfielder Austin Hayes heading to the Phillies for reliever Sir Anthony Dominguez and Christian Pash. Earlier, Randy Arozarena was sent from the Rays to the Mariners for a pair of minor leaguers. Arozarena has struggled this season, hitting just .211 with 15 homers. Former Lion Isaiah Buggs has been convicted of 2 counts of animal cruelty. He's been sentenced to a year of hard labor where he will have to serve up to 60 days. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Here's some Dan Campbell sound later this hour regarding the secondary and the 2 rookies and how they're coming along. In the meantime, got a lot of feedback of things that you almost threw away. A story about a couple in South Carolina, scratch-off ticket. The wife had scratched off the ticket, discarded it in the trash. Her husband looked at it and said, "You might have got something wrong here." They fished it out. They finished scratching it off. It was worth $200,000. What did you almost throw away? A lot of feedback on this. Rich in Waterford says, "We always scan all of our lottery tickets with the lottery app. You never know." Next text. "I accidentally threw away all my hopes and dreams years ago when I got married."
Why are you laughing, Doug?
Because it's funny.
Oh. Why is it funny, Doug? What's so funny?
Because I'm happily married and I feel for this guy.
I see. It's
that's
ironic.
Right. That's
funny.
right. Yeah,
it's ironic.
That's all right. We were at the old Hazel Park racetrack for the Kentucky Derby. We had a ticket where we needed first, second, and third place horses to come in. The TV screen wasn't centered good, and the third place horse looked like horse number 1. It was actually number 17. The 7 was off screen. That's what we needed to win, so I threw away the winning ticket. When we discovered the mistake, we were able to dig it out of thousands of thrown away tickets. It was worth almost $2,000. Can you imagine that? Fishing through the trash for one thrown away ticket because you realized you won? That would suck.
That would suck.
We had a huge garage sale. My parents ended up selling the toys and the play sets piece by piece for probably $25 a piece. I'm 44 years old, and when I look back at my collection, it would be worth north of $10,000 today. That's from Marlon and Wald Lake. Ache. Regarding the Tiger trade discussion, sign Skubal for 5 years now, then sign Flaherty for 2 years. Solidifies the pitching staff now, and then we just need to focus on bats and fill a couple of holes in the field in a weak division. Teams would kill for that rotation. I'm not mad at this proposal. I'm not mad at it at all. Now, are you talking about signing him to a 5-year extension? He's 28, Skubal, is that right?
27.
27. So he's under club control until he's 29. So you sign him till he's 34? I guess you could do that.
Or do you give him the extension now that's 5 years total, so you finish off the last 2 of these 2 arbitration years, and then you get the 3.
Yeah, I probably like that. I probably like that a little more.
I'm sure we would, but his agent is probably saying, we're gonna, you're gonna pay us. It's gonna be a substantial amount. Now, how much would it have to be, right? Because he's scheduled to make, because even if he gets traded, he's still not going to hit free agency for 2 years. So the likelihood of him getting over the next 2 years, let's say it's $35 million, $15 million this in 25 and 20 in 2026, because arbitration years, that's what the value is projected to be. So you got $35 million for the first two. Then you go 3 years at what? What are you going to have to pay to make it worth him to stick around and not hit free agency?
I mean, probably 40 to 50 million.
I mean, is it 40 million a year?
Probably.
So if you go 40 times 3, that's 120. So 155 million for 5 years. Would he do that?
Mm-hmm.
Would you have to up it to 160 million? So that it ends up being you're giving him actually a little bit more of a bump here.
Yep.
Instead of 15, it becomes 20, 20, and then 40, 40, 40. I mean, I'm open to it, but understand the giant risk that comes with it. These are pitchers.
Yeah.
Pitchers are made to be broken.
Kind of are.
So I'm very leery about signing long-term deals to starting pitchers.
248-539-9797. Sean in West Bloomfield says, it's not the Verlander trade that jades me. It's the whole concept of trading vets for prospects. I view that as an unknown risk. I'd like to see some data on teams that trade vets for prospects less often, and how success the franchises are. How successful, I think, is what he means the franchises are. Look, you're talking about there's so many variables that determine the success and failure of trades. And it starts with the competency of your GM. If your GM is really good, you identify and get John Smoltz for Doyle Alexander. If your GM is really good, you identify and you get Fernando Tatis for James Shields. If your GM is really good, and a great one is Nomar Garciaparra got traded from the Red Sox for Doug Mankiewicz and Orlando Cabrera, who really helped.
Doug Mankiewicz.
Yeah, sorry, yes, Mankiewicz. Thank you. Really helped the Red Sox. So I mean, you can sell off veterans for young players,
but it's absolutely a risk.
It's without question. There's plenty of examples of it not working. I mean, I feel like we've been over this every day since this started. Why you would do this? This happens every year at the trade deadline. That rebuilding teams sell veteran players for prospects, and it's a percentage play. And look, the way I see, let's say right now the Tigers in this organization have enough talent that there is a 65% chance that they're going to be successful. If you trade a known commodity, successful long term, 65% chance that what they've drafted and developed in their own system, they have a 65% chance of being really successful long term. Making a trade of a veteran for long-term assets might up that to 70%, 72%, 73%, that you are going to be successful long-term because you're hoarding prospects, you're hoarding young talent, and it increases the percent chance that those guys, that you'll have enough to turn the corner and get good.
There was a time this year we talked about because the Tigers are playing so well out of the gate.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, this is discussion we had like May 1st. We get to the trade deadline, this team's still playing like this. You know what they could do? They could end up spinning Chase Young and somebody else and get somebody's top player.
Yeah.
Because we were on the other side of it.
Yep.
And you would do it because of the chase for the World Series. And it would make sense because you're getting a known commodity. This is why if I'm Baltimore, I would absolutely make a trade to get Tarek Skubal, because the known commodity kind of puts you over the edge. Like, you already have a really good team, but nothing's guaranteed. But boy, you'd sure feel very strongly about your chances to win a World Series if you had Tarek Skubal. And if the cost is, 2 or 3 prospects that you're not going to see this year anyway, and maybe a player that's a part-time player on your regular roster.
Yep.
Why wouldn't you?
All right, Gator. I mentioned it before the break. Story about Derek Barnes on our website, our station's website. Perchy Kid did it.
Linebacker from Purdue.
Yep. He was talking about, his daily routine. The beginning of the story. Before an 8:30 a.m. practice, Derek Barnes gets to the Lions facility around 6. He uses the time to loosen up and get his mind right. Quote, "And I got to get the beet juice. Look, I wasn't going to get my recipe out, man, but if you want to come with energy, beet juice is the way to go. Look up the benefits of beet juice. I'm telling you."
Beet juice is great for blood flow. It's great for controlling your blood pressure.
Birchie, of course, looked up the benefits of beet juice and printed, beet juice helps improve athletic performance and stamina. The nitric oxide from beets increases blood flow to muscles. Like you said. Gator? Beet juice. I'm in. I've never had beet juice. I'm in. I'm gonna try some beet juice. The nitric oxide from the beets increases flow to the muscles. Yes. I'm pissed I've never heard of this.
I've heard of it.
Have you ever had beet juice?
I have.
And?
It's earthy juice. I like beets, though. I really do like beets. Yeah. A good beet salad is delicious. And I've thought of incorporating more beets in my diet. But because Derek Barnes is extolling the virtues of beet juice.
I'm in on some beet. I'm gonna get myself some beet juice.
Get some more stamina?
Yeah, let's go. Stamina, good thing.
Stamina is a good thing.
All right, let's take 10 texts right now.
Oh, come on. I don't see any clouds.
What is your beet juice? The thing that you ingest only because it's good for you. That's the only reason.
For Doug, it's everything in his diet.
I'm getting on board the beet juice train because Derek Barnes is. Let's go. But what is it that you ingest only because it's good for you? 248-539-9797. First 10 texts that come in, plus we'll want you to sign your text. Straight ahead, Dan Campbell talks about the new revamped secondary and how the rookies are doing. Hear that today at 1:20 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug for the University of Michigan Credit Union, my new credit union. I joined because UMCU team members work really hard to ensure an exceptional member experience. I had a great meeting with them. You can too. They got great leadership at the top. And they have joined and partnered with Will Johnson from the Michigan football team, cornerback All-American. Chance to be the team defensive MVP, chance to be the conference defensive MVP, and you can score with MVP checking. It's an unbeatable offer. MVP checking from UMCU gives you a chance to intercept your debt. By becoming a member and opening an MVP checking account, setting up direct deposit, you can transfer your existing loans from another financial institution, and bam, just like that, you get 2% off your current interest rate. This is huge because 2% savings can start to add up real quick. Intercept your debt and become a member today. Just visit umcu.org. Some restrictions apply. Visit website for full details. Insured by NCUA. University of Michigan Credit Union, proud partner of Michigan Athletics. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. If you had to bet right now, would you bet our Olympic men's basketball team wins the gold?
I would bet against them.
Oh, you would?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
I don't think there's the sense of urgency
Mm-hmm.
with this team that there should be.
Yeah.
I don't know how to compare it to other teams in the past that have failed, but I just don't see it. And I think other nations take this deadly seriously. And United States is always going to have a target on their back from other teams because that's the standard.
Yeah.
And every year we look at the NBA draft and there are more and more international players getting drafted, specifically European players getting drafted. So I would probably, if I put money, put it against them.
Yeah, it's a target on their back. I've watched a couple games. Germany really pushed them a couple days ago.
South Sudan, Doug.
Dude, South Sudan, not even regular old Sudan.
No,
South Sudan.
South Sudan.
Mm-hmm.
They should have lost that game, and they didn't.
Yep.
The United States was able to win at the end, and in the end, hell, it's just they won. Yeah, but I mean, when the Dream Team came out in '92, it went just how we expected it to. Right? They were blowing up the competition and doing it with guys that were some guys in the prime of their careers, some guys really kind of at the end of their career when you think about it. Like Larry Bird was basically done; his back was ruined. But everybody else just picked it up, and the United States was so far and away better than every other nation at that time. Since then, people have stepped it up.
Yep.
The other countries have really stepped it up. It's become more of a sport to play, and I don't think it's become as important for the Americans to win and represent the country.
I think when we lose, people get worked up, but it almost takes that to remind us, how much we care.
Mm-hmm.
Because the expectation is so focused on, we got to win this. Anyway, we got the 10 texts here. These are things that people ingest only because they're good for them. I read the story about Derek Barnes on our website, 971theticket.com, and Derek Barnes was extolling the virtues of beet juice. And I'm like, I'm going to give this a shot. Brian in New Hudson says, carrot, apple, and beet juice combination is delicious. Okay.
Sounds good.
Todd from Novi says, apple cider vinegar. Have you ever done that?
I've never done the apple cider vinegar thing, no.
I had it once, and honestly, it gave me a stomach ache. Like a sharp pain in the stomach.
I've heard that from a lot of people.
Yep.
Take the gummies instead. You try have you tried the gummies instead?
I've not. Maybe I should. Bob in Clinton Township says water. Morgan in Oxford, celery juice, just straight celery in the juicer. You drink it the first thing in the morning before anything else is in your stomach.
Why?
I don't know. Morgan says that's what Morgan does. Dragon fruit, watermelon, blueberry, honey, kale, and garlic in a smoothie. That's from Reese in Clarkston.
There's a lot going on.
That's a lot to take in. Greg in St. Clair Shores, green tea, which I'm not particularly fond of. Ron in Wixom, raw organic sauerkraut every day. Great for your gut health.
Wow.
Okay. Lemon and ginger tea every morning. That's from Sean. Paul and Shelby says spinach. I actually like spinach.
I like spinach.
Robert says V8 juice. It's nasty, but I have it every day for lunch.
I like V8 juice, but I think they put too much other stuff in there. I think there's like a high sodium level in there. But I do like V8 juice.
All right, Gator, let's get back to some Lions stuff. Earlier in the show, we talked about the big news of the day. Michael Badgley suffered a significant injury at practice yesterday, out for the season, hamstring. Jake Bates is now the front runner, if not the only candidate to be the Lions kicker. They'll bring in somebody to push him. He made all 6 of his kicks during the team session yesterday. Campbell says he's got confidence. The kid's got confidence. He's got a consistency. And Dan Campbell likes Jake Bates' aura. Long way to go to prove he's capable of the job. But that was Dan Campbell talking about Jake Bates earlier this morning. In the meantime, Hendon Hooker, the update on him was that he's learning, Campbell said the backup quarterback spot is a competition, said there's a reason that Nate Sudfeld's here, and both Hendon Hooker and Nate Sudfeld will run with the 2s and 3s, and by the end of the camp, they hope to know who their number 2 is. But let's get to what he had to say about the secondary. Now, this is another position where it feels like there is a sense of urgency to improve and a lot of interest. A lot of new players were brought in. And Dan Campbell says you can tell it's a different group with a lot more swagger this year. Okay.
Listen, when you start, I love nicknames. E-Man and Rake.
Yeah.
I mean, that sounds like a TV show. E-Man and Rake. And Emmanuel Mosley, I know I saw a clip earlier. Gina Trotman from Channel 7 had a clip of an interview with him, and he got emotional about the team because they believe in him and trust him after multiple ACL surgeries, and it's this team is invested in each other, and I think that's another reason why they can go far. You can talk, a lot of it might seem like lip service and people just say what they say, but I mean, honestly, when you can put a value on it, like the Lions easily could have just cast them aside. Hey, this didn't work out. Best of your luck in your future endeavors.
You're talking about E-Man?
Yeah. Instead, they invest in him and say, we're going to give you another chance because we had big hopes for you last year, and unfortunately you got hurt. And, they just – and the fact that they've signed and re-signed and given extensions to – and giant extensions to a few players on this team already, I think that this is a tight-knit group.
It really is a group that has a interesting mix of veterans and young players. Last year they tried this. Last year they had Cam Sutton and C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Didn't work out. This year they're reloading with Robertson and Davis and have injected an E-Man and injected 2 rookies. So they're trying it again with the mixture of young players and veterans. Take 2 in 3-2-1. We'll see how it goes. I don't know that it could go much worse because last year's secondary struggled.
Mm-hmm.
And Cam Sutton, as the season went on, really started to take on water as the matchups got tougher. But it feels like they've upgraded in every way. And now there's some pressure on the defensive coordinator to get it right.
Well, I mean, you look at the 2 ways that they've done it. I mean, 3 ways they've done it because they traded, they free agent, and then they drafted.
Mm-hmm.
But with a trade and a free agent, you get veterans like Robertson and Carlton Davis. If neither of those work out, you did draft 2 guys in the first 2 rounds. It feels like that they're backing up their plans and also projecting for the future. I'd love what the Lions have done in building depth on this defense specifically. If defense has been the problem with this team and kept them from going further and further, I feel like they've definitely upgraded the defense. Did they do enough as a pass rush? That's going to be the big question. I feel like they've done enough in the secondary, and if you wanted to add a safety, I'm not mad at you if you want to add a safety because there's still some guys out there. But it's the pass rush that's going to be maybe this last piece of the puzzle if it falls into place with they did go out and get Davenport, but not high end like they could have gotten high end. And you're bringing back Houston and hoping that he can pick up where he left off after his rookie season in the league, but they're set up. It feels like they're set up pretty well here defensively to be much improved over what they were last year.
All right, how about the rookies? Terrion Arnold, Sub-Zero, and Rake. Hear what Dan Campbell had to say about how they're coming along at 135 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
You guys hear me talking about 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley all the time. I love the place. It's amazing there to go watch a game. They pipe in the sound for all the big games. They got flat screen, high definition TVs all throughout the place. It's fantastic. There's not a bad seat in the house, and the food's amazing too. They got the best wings in town. And this Saturday night, UFC 304. You got Edwards versus Muhammad, Espinal taking on Bladis, and there's no cover. There's no cover ever for the UFC over at 24 Seconds. Plus, pro football season is around the corner. What better way to kick off the season than winning a trip to Vegas for Thursday night opening game at Circa Resort and Casino? Go to 24 Seconds to enter for your chance for a 3-night stay at Circa. You get limo transport to and from the airport, Legacy Club welcome party. There's a stadium swim cabana party and an NFL season kickoff watch party, all at Underhang with owner Derek Stevens. The trip is September 3rd through the September 6th, I should say, and the drawing for the winners is coming up in just a couple weeks, August 15th. If you're having a party, of course, book yours now on the 24 Seconds rooftop deck. It's a great place to be. Love it up there. They have great specials for Detroit baseball, $4 bottles of Miller Lite and Coors Light, and new Saturday specials. You're going to want to check those out. Valentine's Day with $5 Valentine, White Blossom, Berry Blossom vodkas, and Liberator gin, plus $6 Mayor Pingree bourbon. Also, Thursdays, they got trivias. 24 Seconds is also open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. Every seat's a great seat. Check them out online, 24secondsbar.com, and grab a taste of the action for yourself. My favorite place to go, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
We were talking about that Derek Barnes story. How Derek Barnes gets into the building every day at 6 a.m. and has to get his beet juice. Started talking about how important beet juice is. So I'm reading the story Birchie wrote on our website, 971theticket.com, which has been tweeted from our account at DunganGator971 if you want to go check it out. And yeah, beet juice is supposed to be really good for athletes. Stamina, increases blood flow, beet juice. And I'm like, I'm going to give this a shot. So we did ask a question about whether or not you ingest anything only for its health purposes. And you put stuff in smoothies.
Mm-hmm.
I got a text from John Jansen. And John texts me the following.
Mm-hmm.
Any vegetable, there is no other reason to eat them. I texted back, so on brand. He texts me, does anyone eat them because they like the taste? If they say yes, they are lying.
I love onions. Love onions.
I love potatoes.
I love potatoes.
Yeah. I like broccoli.
I like broccoli. I like asparagus. I like carrots.
So I text him back, I like the taste, little salt and pepper. He texts back, liar. Then he texts, you need butter, cheese, or gravy.
Not going to disagree with that either.
Well, those things help the taste.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, cheese. Sure. Cheese will make anything good. That's Jansen.
That's the most Jansen text.
Vegetables. Anytime I ever have a vegetable, it's only because it's for the health reasons.
Yeah. Anybody who says they like the taste of vegetables is a liar? Really? Okay. All right. We've been talking about Dan Campbell's meeting with the media today, the kicker stuff, the backup quarterback stuff. You heard what he had to say about the new and improved secondary. And then there is the rookies. How are Terrion Arnold and Ennis Rakestraw coming along? Here's what he had to say. There you go. An update on where the rookies are coming along. Work in progress, yes. Talented. I looked down. One of the first texts that comes in about this when we said we were going to talk about the rookies. Somebody says, I can't wait for Lions fans to discover Rakestraw. He was worth a top 20 pick in the draft. He's going to leap Arnold as our number one guy.
I don't know about that, but look, he was a highly rated corner for sure.
You know, if he does, I mean, I guess I don't really care who the number one guy is.
Just put the best guys out.
If they've got two corners, if they drafted two corners and they hit on one of them and one of them is good, that's extraordinarily useful for this defense. Now, how good can they be in year one? That's the tough question. But if Rakestraw passes Terrion Arnold's incredibly talented. And there's probably some teams out there that are thinking, and I might have felt this way about the Lions in the past. Why did he slip? Why did other teams pass on him? What did other teams not like about him? Damn it! I would be worried that we got it wrong. Every one of the first round picks if you look at like the 10 before Brad Holmes got here, about half of them were busts. Since Brad Holmes got here, he's like 5 for 5 because they've had multiple first round picks. He's like 5 for 5 on useful players. We have yet to see. I mean, J-Mo is not no victory laps yet, but looks pretty damn promising. Jahmyr Gibbs looks pretty damn promising. Jack Campbell pretty damn promising. Penei Sewell's a stud. You know, Aiden Hutchinson's a stud. Next text, guys, the Lions have the potential to be a top 10 offense and top 10 defense this season. We could be on the verge of something special in 2024 and into 2025.
Well, last year they had the fifth best offense. Mm-hmm. and their defense was well into the 20s. I don't see the offense slipping too much at all. I think, if anything, they're going to be more of a controlling offense and keep the defense off the field even more, because I think they're just better suited for that with what they can do offensively. They can run, they can throw, they throw to a tight end. We're hearing now that Jahmyr Gibbs is spending a lot more time running pass routes as an outside receiver. I mean, that's exciting. I love the offense. The defense is the area they can make the most improvement. And these guys don't want to just be a top 10 defense. They want to be the best defense. That's the mantra they're having and they're taking into training camp. Is it realistic? Probably not. But here's what's realistic. I think at the very least, this team could be a middle of the pack defense, which is much better than what they were last year. Can they be even better? If their pass rush is good, then yes, they can be even better.
Yeah. Well, last year, Kansas City had a pretty damn good defense, won the Super Bowl. San Francisco had a top 10 defense, played in the Super Bowl. Lions were in the 20s, as you mentioned. Long way to go. Guys, the Lions let's not forget James Houston. He could be amazing. That's from Jake. I find their use of Houston to be a little curious. It sounds as though they're not convinced he can do what they're asking, that he can play that Sam linebacker spot. I don't even know why I don't want to call it wasting time, but just put him on the edge and let him get to the quarterback. The defense had nothing to do with the Lions not going any further. The offense choked in the second half against the 49ers. Opening drive fumble and 2 crucial drops. That simple defense was fine.
Well, I disagree with that. First of all, there's plenty of blame to go around.
Yep.
But if you can't tell me if they didn't have a different defensive back in there on that deep pass play off the face mask of Kindle Vildor, come on.
The defense gave up in that game 413 yards.
That's a lot.
San Francisco averaged 6.3 yards a play.
That's a lot.
Yeah. Now, the Lions' offense went for 442 and averaged 6.1 yards per play.
That's a lot.
But here's the one point. Like, I think he's mischaracterizing what happened. The offense made uncharacteristic mistakes.
Yes.
The plays that are relatively simple that the Lions didn't make, catching a ball in your hands twice, quarterback center exchange, quarterback handoff, running back exchange, critical fumble. Those errors were more deviation from the norm than the defensive errors. And so I could make a case. I'm blaming the offense for not doing what they're capable of. The defense just went out and did what it was capable of. If the offense just had a normal, no catastrophic mistakes second half, they probably are playing in the Super Bowl. Alas, Gator, alas.
Alas.
All right, so I just got questioned again, and I feel like I'm being unfairly accused of something here at the station.
What?
Well, we'll get to that next. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights wants to make this the summer you save. Right now, you can lease a new Chevy Silverado for just $276 a month with only $19.99 down. You heard it right, $276 a month for 24 months on a 1500 Crew Cab 4x4 LT. Unlock the savings with a GM employee discount, Costco, and Chevy lease in your household. Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price, or it's free. 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Make this the summer to save and say Sarah. Call 87-SAY-SARAH. Go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. Okay, tomorrow we have a bit of a tradition here at the station. We have a station golf outing. The station golf outing has always coincided with my family vacation. We almost always were gone the last month in July. Did a little different this summer. I'm around. I'm going to get to play for the first time. I get a text this morning. So this is a competitive deal where handicaps are included, and
there's a gambling aspect to it.
Yeah, I don't even know what's going on. Like, I don't even know what the gambling is. Apparently, you and I and Jimmy and Birchie are a team.
Yes.
And then I have another teammate.
Yes, we do a couple different things. There's a foursome, and then there's also twosomes. Your twosome is you've got a partner that's not in your group. Like, we've got our own foursome group, and we'll take the best two scores from our group on each hole, which is adjusted by handicap.
Okay.
And we'll compare our foursomes to the others. The twosome is the same deal, but it's you and this partner that you have that's playing in another foursome that you won't know. You'll know who the partner is, but you have no idea how they're playing unless you're going to.
I'm an incredibly consistent golfer. If I have to write down my score before I tee off, what my score will be, my range is 94 to 96. That's me. I am usually pretty happy when I break 100 because I read some stuff in Golf Magazine about the percentage of golfers that can legitimately break 100 without cheating is small. So I feel like that's still.
But you have plenty of rounds where you're shooting over 100 still.
I still will shoot over 100. I've played kind of 1.5 rounds this year.
Mm-hmm.
I've been to the range once. I'm just getting into what for me will be a short golf season. Jimmy asked me what I shoot. I said 94 to 96. He wrote me down as a 24. That's my handicap. Is that accurate? I don't even like if I shoot a 94 to 96, what is it? It's over par. What you average over par, right?
Yeah.
I've broken 90 3 times in my life. I've shot 89 3 times, and that is a massive success for me.
And you, like you said, you don't golf much anymore.
Yep.
Not that you ever golfed a ton. When you do your golfing, it's typically when you've been up north.
Yep.
Like you're not playing every weekend like other people do. And as you said, you've only golfed 1.5 rounds this year, and one of them was the other day.
Yep. And it was a scramble. Jeff Lesson from Lesson on Golf sends me a text. Question, how many bags of sand are you carrying with that 24? Seriously. And I didn't know what he was talking about. I said, huh? And he said, handicap. I said, oh. He goes, 24 means if you play your best, you can max out at 100. I said, I typically shoot mid-90s and have played once this year. Put me at whatever you want. And I said, I usually break 100. I've 3 times shot 89. And he sent hashtag net favorite. I walk out of the studio and Rieger says, 28?
Oh, they got you to 28.
Yeah. 28. And I'm like, Jeff, put me at whatever you want. This is what I normally shoot. Jimmy asked me what I normally shoot. He put me at a 24. You're a 28. And I'm like, I'm not a 28, Rieger.
Oh, they readjusted them, I guess.
But I'm, as far as I know, I'm a 24 or a 23 or 22 or 18. I don't care. And Rieger's all kinds of worked up.
Of course he is.
Yep.
Because he's worried about who he's going to have to pay his payout to.
I'm just going out to hang out with the fellas and hit the little white ball.
I know. I mean, I'm looking at the email we got, and it says that you and I are both at 24.
Okay.
I'm going to look and see where Rieger is at. Rieger's listed as a 20. So I would say there's a disparity there. If Rieger's at 20 and I'm at 24, I don't know about that.
You're better than Rieger.
I'm better than Rieger, I think, yeah.
I think you're slightly better than me. Slightly.
Yeah. But this
ever
happens
so slightly. I mean, the thinnest of margins.
I have my moments where I can look really competent and really good. I played a week ago, and I played great. I shot a 90. I had a chance to break 90, and I kind of choked towards the end. but I played really well. When I totaled up my card and I had 5 pars and a birdie, I was like, that's a great round for me.
You will see me do this tomorrow, and I do this every time I play golf if I am playing my own ball. I will go through at the beginning of the round, and I will literally, not figuratively, I will take my pencil, and on the par 3s, I will scratch out the number 3 and write in 4. On the par 4s, I will scratch out the number 4 and write in 5. And on the par 5s, I will scratch out the number 5 and write in 6. Because if that's my par in my head and I par every hole and I shoot a 90, I'm ecstatic. That's bogey golf. I'm ecstatic with bogey golf. So for me, and it's, you know how much better it is to say when I'm at the turn, I'm 1 over. It feels a lot better
than saying that you're 10 over.
That I'm shooting. Yeah, exactly. So that's a mental trick I play. And I realize because of that, when I get in trouble, when I hit my tee shot into the woods and I can try a miracle shot or just punch it out and take my medicine, I punch it out and take my medicine, which is smarter golf. But Rieger's made his way in studio here, and you're disputing my handicap.
No. I would never do such a thing. I believe in honesty and honor. However, here's the thing. I looked at the handicaps. I'm very excited. This event is great. It's the first time you're playing, right?
The first time I'm playing in this event, yes.
Yeah. Oh, it's a great event. It's awesome. So I'm looking at the foursomes. I'm looking at the handicaps. I see Gator and you are both 24. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's
You're both better than me.
I don't know. I just said I said Rieger's list is a 20, but we're 24s. I'm not sure I understand that.
Right. So exactly, because you beat me. Now I can.
How did you come up with 20?
Yeah,
I didn't. They just gave me a 20. Like last
That's
year.
what you should be disputing.
Yeah, dispute that.
I am trying to. They're not budging on this. They keep saying.
I mean, the thing is, we play every year, and I think I play so poorly on this course.
That's hard.
I don't know how many years we played this.
Have you ever broke 100 there?
Yes.
Okay, so that's what I thought. I never have.
I think I've done it twice, but one was like a 98, and the other one I shot really well, and I ended up winning some money because of it. Because if you end up shooting well and you're on a handicap, obviously it works. Yeah, but I mean, when I saw that I was at 24 in this, I'm like, okay, so shoot like a 96. Well, I'll take it.
I do have a question, because this is the other thing I've learned a lot in reading about golf and being a hack, is that one of the biggest problems with golf is that most guys are playing further back than they should.
Probably, yes. And we're going to play from the whites tomorrow, I think, right?
I forget what it said, whites or greens, whatever it is. They have plenty of.
It's fair.
It's competitive. It's fair.
Is it?
Yeah. Hard course though.
Because I tend to want to move up a tee box or two. Like Boyne Highlands, I think they have like 6 tee boxes.
Well, Doug, in the mighty words of Bryson DeChambeau, he got so good because he played from the women's tees and the children's tees. That way, he was able to obviously go after pins, and that's what made him so good. The feeling of being 1 under and getting birdies and eagles.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, I have a question. When we had a fantasy football league, there was something in the fantasy football league I did not understand.
Right.
The breakdown.
Yeah.
Is there a breakdown?
There's nothing like that.
Okay.
No, this is all pretty straightforward. But
people don't know. In our league,
Jeff,
Mike Valenti ran it. There was something that paid people off that you could win money, some formula that Mike had.
I lost money on that. And I never understood it.
The breakdown. Yeah. Nobody understood the breakdown.
Ridiculous.
I would say this. I think you have a legitimate gripe in this, and I think that
taking it to the
I think that Jimmy and Pete should perhaps take another look at these handicaps.
That's right. Because I suck. Yeah. Well, here's the deal, though. I've been practicing. I'm not like you guys. You guys are going to go out and have fun. I get so sick and tired. I'm at my breaking point of everybody saying I suck. I mean, I know it's the truth, but saying I suck, that I'm going out tomorrow to kill everybody. That is my mindset. This is a business trip for me tomorrow.
This is your mindset every year. Nothing changes. You still, other than the amount that you lose. I mean, what are you kidding me?
I've made less bets this year.
Have you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's because you haven't seen anybody in person yet.
Please tell the people about the dumbass bet he made a couple years ago with you.
Which one?
So
no, that was on Leach. That was not
whatever.
Me.
I did not know. Well, you agreed to it.
No, I was drinking at the time.
Yeah, we were all drinking, but Jimmy and I were standing there.
It is on you.
And you and Leach started talking
right. I did
about.
Have to pay the money.
You guys started talking about how well you were playing. And we're like, oh, did you guys play well? And you're like, oh yeah, I played great. It was great.
It was him, not me.
I was good, buddy. I was good. And we're like, okay. And then somehow it came in, and Dan got excited. And he was, I bet we shot better than you. And we all knew what the scores were.
You already were.
Okay,
the
okay,
scores
yes.
were in.
You knew.
But
Leach knew.
I never
Jimmy
agreed
knew.
to
And
this.
yes,
Dan
you
agreed
did.
for us.
You
Why-
agreed.
Why would I ever agree to that?
Because you were that
So
hung
people
up
understand
that you must have done it.
So people understand. The round was done.
Yes.
You knew the scores.
Yes.
Leach wanted to bet you that he did better than you. You said, let's bet.
Yeah.
He knew you knew the scores.
This was as if we paired ourselves off to twosomes. Like
Yeah,
Jimmy
Like
and I.
he knew he lost, yes, but he still bet it.
He still made the bet.
My
and,
God.
And I even said, I'll make the bet so long as I can see the money right
All
now.
right, do you guys want to bet? Little wager tomorrow?
I don't even know if I'm going to be able to play.
This is why I
messed
said
up my back this
thank
morning.
you.
Come on.
I got it.
After you came out, I lost him for pre-show meeting.
Yeah.
I just started playing video games. Like Rick Rieger's gone. He just golf. So yeah, we're gonna get it out of his system.
I hope so.
And then we'll be able to do something. Maybe.
I look forward to tomorrow because I'm going to have a good time.
I'm going to have a good time.
I think
Jeff, are you going to have a good time?
Business trip.
Please.
Now, I'm going to have a good time on the way there.
Yeah. No.
If
Hey
your
guys,
business is losing money, that's a business trip.
Rieger's going to get up at 4:00 in the morning,
Oh,
crack
go to the range
12
early.
raw eggs, drink them straight out of the bottle.
Get the beet juice.
Right.
Yeah. This is going to be like a trip to Vegas for Rieger. It's a big L.
I won one time at Vegas. Very quickly. Think about just, you guys are all thinking
He's
negative.
going to put on eye black.
Think about if this is the one time in my life that I could actually succeed.
Copper
the one
compression
time.
socks.
Yeah, like,
So
could
wait
you
a sec.
imagine if I
Okay.
actually play well tomorrow?
I will
I'm
make you a
capable
bet.
of playing well.
I'll make you a bet.
This should be good. Oh, here we
This
go.
is
All
the
right, here's
Cars
the bet.
Casino.
Yes. You have yourself. I have the field. Are you betting on yourself?
God, no. Wait, can we lift my handicap? Give me a 30 and maybe.
No. Gator says do it
Oh,
anyway.
you'll do it? Yo, you give me 30 strokes, I will beat everybody else handicap-wise, I feel. Yeah.
I'm not making this bet. I've never
Oh, you
seen him
won't-
golf. Yeah, at this point, I would do it at a 20, but
Wait,
No, I
you're
don't wanna
saying,
go-
you're saying,
where's-
hold on,
where's-
hold on.
Where's
Okay, understand.
Where's Kang with the shark music? Seriously.
Right. You're saying 30, if I give you 30 strokes, that I can have everybody else in the field playing with their handicaps, and you're still going to win?
So if I shoot a 95, that means I shoot a 65.
Right.
Correct?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, yeah.
are you taking this?
Yeah, I'm taking it.
How much?
$20.
All right, 20
I
bucks.
didn't say yes to $20. I already got
Let's
Let's go $10. How about that?
Get
10
this
bucks?
all out of your
Sure.
system.
This is all you.
30.
I'm not
I mean,
in.
this should be
made up-
doable for me.
I'll take your $10.
All right, so if I shoot a 90, that means I shoot a 60. And as long
That's
as
right.
And
as
guys,
long as the
if you
handicap,
shoot a 72, it means you shoot a 42.
well, let's not get crazy.
We all understand how math works, Jeff.
You in for
Good
10?
luck.
I'll text you.
He's backing out.
All right. Good night.
Have a great show, boys. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
After TNT matched the offer from Amazon earlier this week for NBA rights, the NBA decided to stick with Amazon, but TNT has now countered with a lawsuit. Quote, given the NBA's unjustified rejection of our matching of a third-party offer, we have taken legal action to enforce our rights. We strongly believe this is not just our contractual right, but also in the best interest of our fans who want to keep watching our industry-leading NBA content with the choice and flexibility, end quote. The Lions lost kicker Michael Badgley for the year with a hamstring strain yesterday. The team has already worked out a few kickers, but Dan Campbell says there's not any rush to ink one. Corner Emmanuel Mosley is grateful for another opportunity after his second ACL injury. That audio courtesy WXYZ. The Twins are ranked 21st in the big leagues in ERA, holding a .439 mark. They have their ace on the mound tonight, however, against the Tigers and Pablo Lopez. His last outing was against the Brewers that saw him go 7 innings, allowing just 1 run while striking out 7. He'll oppose rookie Cater Montero on the mound, who's been a bit up and down in the big leagues. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:40. Twins infielder Royce Lewis has been activated from the IL in time for tonight's game. He's played sparingly due to several injuries, but he's looked sharp when healthy, slugging .685 in 24 games. Both Parker Meadows and Kerry Carpenter were spotted this morning on the field doing running drills today. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
It's one of those days, Rico. Late July, gorgeous outside. Good day for a boat or to be on a golf course. Football's just around the corner. How you doing, buddy?
You know what? Let's just get this out the way.
Oh, what?
Get this out the way. Happy Friday to everybody out there. I just want to get this out the way because you know what? Here's the thing. I'm going to let you guys in on a little behind the scenes of what happens here at the station. So we normally sit around at the table, and it's normally, you know, me and Mike and David and Kenny. So Mike's out. You know, he So Rieger's in for Mike, coming up with different topics. We're trying to prepare the best show for the city of Detroit. And for those listening on the Odyssey app, every day we got to come out here and we got to present something good.
That's right. Got to bring it.
So Doug Karsh walks out. I guess there's some golf tournament tomorrow.
Yes.
Karsh walks out. Rieger asks him something about his handicap.
That's right.
And he's like, yeah, I normally shoot a low 90s.
He said mid-90s.
And Rieger's just like, what? Yeah, but they have you as
they have him as a 24, Rico, in the handicap.
I have no idea what any of this means,
so
nor do I care.
Okay, I won't try to explain it to you then.
So I lost Rieger. For the last 45, Rieger was gone. Rieger's talking to Stoney. Rieger's talking to Jimmy. Rieger's talking to the cleaning lady. Rieger is talking to anybody who will listen. I can't believe Doug shoots a 23. I can't believe they put him down like that. So then I find out more. Okay. I simply want to ask you this question, Detroit. We're going to do this, and then we're going to move on. We got other sports that we're going to talk about. We got some Lion stuff. We got Olympic stuff. We got other things. We also have Who Said It today.
Orioles made a trade, too.
Orioles made a trade. What does that mean for the Tigers? But I do want to just start this off right here, right now. Are you Team Rico? Are you Team Rieger?
What are the teams, Rico?
Team Rico is when you're playing something with your friends, whether it is golf, whether it's bowling, whether it's pickup hoops, you're playing softball.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Are you out there to just have fun and have a good time, Or are you Team Rieger, where it is win at all costs? I will knock somebody down. I'm going to go and do some secret training because I want to be the best that
you're
day.
allowed to train.
You're a softball guy who shows up in his baseball pants and stirrups with 3 bats with the donut at the end of each bat and swings it around and, puts the eye black under his eyes. Are you that person? Are you Team Rieger? Are you Team Rico when it comes to events with your buddies and your friends? 248-539-9797. Because Rieger, nothing about tomorrow sounds like it's going to be fun for you. Now, Doug is like, oh, yeah, I don't really care. I'm just going to go out here and have some fun.
He's lying. There's something about the game of golf that you set out to have fun. Without a doubt, you'll drink a couple beers. You'll eat a hot dog. Well, Doug won't. You'll enjoy yourself all until that first shank shot where you find yourself swearing and throwing a temper tantrum. And next thing you know, the entire day is wrecked. And then you apologize to people because you act like such a lunatic. There's nothing fun about it.
So you're
but
that
you still got to do it.
You're that guy. You're bowling guy who comes with his own cleats and balls and everything like that. And
no.
You don't wear cleats to bowl.
Right.
Well, I mean, shoes.
You better not.
Yeah, shoes. You know what I mean.
What are you, Jim Harbaugh?
You wear your bowling. You have your own personal bowling shoes.
Now, there is nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that.
Of course not.
I do that.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with wearing your own bowling shoes, bringing your own bowling ball, and going to competition.
But you know what? I like to beat a guy like you with a house ball.
You're not going to beat me.
If I know that you bring your own shoes and you got yourself a couple different balls, you bring your balls, right? I want to get the house ball and beat you. But Rico, I actually think you are misrepresenting me. Because
I'm not.
No,
Jeff.
hold on a sec. Hold on. Let me just explain.
Hold on. No. Let me finish. I'm not. I'll let you. So I'm talking to Jeff. Let's go a little deeper now. Talking to Jeff pre-show.
Yeah.
I'm at the store and Jeff is telling me how badly he wants to win.
I want to win desperately.
And it's all about I'm making side bets and money and this. And it's like, okay, but you're not having fun. No, it doesn't matter.
It's not about fun.
I honestly envision tomorrow Jeff getting up at 4:00 in the morning, cracking open a dozen eggs, drinking them just raw, like a Rocky montage scene. That's what I expect from you, Jeff. And you'll still go out there and lose. That's the bad part about it. You don't get better, but you put yourself through all of these different hurdles and gymnastics, and you don't win.
Rico.
So why not just have fun?
If I go out and play softball, I have a great time. It's fun. I don't care if you make an error. I don't care if you strike out. I have a great time. If I play volleyball, I have a great time. If I bowl, I have a great time. There's something about this outing where over the last decade, the people that I consider friends and colleagues have trashed me. They've gone on the air and like you can say anything you want about me or my family, just don't trash my golf game. That's the one thing that you can't do, right? I want to beat these bastards so bad. Everyone. I want to beat everybody. Now, I know I probably won't, but I want to beat them so bad. So yes, tomorrow it's all about winning. And I think most guys are like this. I think most guys, once they get to playing something, they get competitive. Nobody wants to suck at anything. So even though you set out to have fun, I really don't know if Camp Rico actually exists or Team Rico. I think the majority of human beings, once they get playing, they want to kick your ass. Now they're going to have fun doing it.
So basically, it's look, you're like guy at the gym when you're playing basketball and he's over there stretching. He's calling fouls in the middle of the pickup game.
Yeah.
He's calling a charge like, did you just call a charge? That was a charge. And, he's out there just like, what are you doing? The ball is down the court. Why are you guarding me still? Hey, you're that guy. That's how I see you, Rigo, on the golf course.
Yes. Tomorrow I might be that guy. There's no nonsense. I'll have fun. But I'm looking to win. Tomorrow I want to win. Every other time I play you anything, whatever, I'm going to have a good time.
On the golf course,
but I do think
you're a softball guy who runs over the, 4'8" woman catcher because he's trying to just make it home and slide in.
I'm not going to get physical with anyone. No. Will I yell in somebody's backswing? Only if I need to. Okay? Only if I need to. But no, I want to know because I think, no offense, Rico, I think you're full of it. I don't think you're capable of being fun guy. I think the majority of people, when they go out and do something recreational, whether it's bowling, volleyball, golf, anything, I think the majority of people get competitive.
Rieger,
most people are like me. They want to win.
I am fun guy. You know what really guy I am? I don't want to get hurt guy. That's where I'm at. I'm in the camp. I don't want to end up in the hospital. I don't end up with a torn or pulled anything. I just want to make it home. I'll probably be a little sore, and that's it. We had fun. You are obsessed with this. You are so dialed in, and I just can't. Like I said, I lost you. I'm like, we're just going to talk about this because I
Rico,
flat out lost you.
Rico, isn't it a beautiful thing? I'm a 48-year-old man, and I there's something that still gets those competitive juices flowing, right? There's something that, like, listen, I know I'm not going pro in anything. I know my athletic days, they were never great. They're all behind me. But at least I got this.
Okay, Rieger, I don't think the PGA is going to be out there scouting.
And I would
you,
agree.
Okay?
I don't expect
you're acting like, oh, my God. I
just want bragging rights.
You are turning into softball guy right now.
I just want to go up to everybody tomorrow at the outing and say, hey, this guy, the crappy golfer, just beat you. That's all. And I want to walk up and take my money. That's it. That's all I want. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Who you like more? You like Rico, Mr. Hey, I'm just going to go out and have fun, or you like me? You're going to go out, you're going to have fun, but you want to win. You want to win. You're paying for it. You want to freaking win. It's all about pride at this point.
I guess at this, Rieger, you're not having fun. But we'll see. 248-539-9797. Which side of the fence do you guys lie on? Because for me, just have some fun, man. You're out there with your friends. Have fun. Have a few pops and enjoy yourself. You are out there trying to win. The sad reality, you never do. 97.1.
All righty. The Valeni and Rico Show. We're asking the hard-hitting questions. Get in the Lions in the 3 o'clock hour. But which team are you on? Who do you subscribe to? Are you Team Rico, which is a guy that can just go out and recreational events, have fun? Doesn't care if they win or lose, just enjoy themselves, spend some time with their colleagues and buddies. Or are you like me, looking to eviscerate everybody? Kill, maim, destroy, and beat everybody. Because tomorrow's the big station golf outing that I always get my ass kicked in. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. If you want to chime on in. The other thing, too, real quick, Rico, is we all know somebody that is super competitive at something stupid. Like, you know me. I guess I'm super competitive at golf, which is stupid. It is probably stupid. What is the one thing that you can't believe somebody is so damn competitive at?
Good question. All I know is you do have an ally here at the station.
I do.
David. John Jansen.
That's right.
Chimes in.
He texts us.
If you're keeping score, you play to win. Winning. That's what's fun.
That's a Michigan man right there. There you go. I like that. See, me. And that dude played in the NFL. He gets it. When John goes out fishing, it's about the biggest fish. It's not just about a fish.
Okay.
I think.
But at least he catches big fish. You don't win at golf.
I might, though.
That's just it.
I might.
Like, if you actually went out and won, I could understand why you're so competitive, but it's just like, Rigger, you stink.
I'm just curious. If I win, like with handicap, if I take home the money, if I have the best score with handicap, I take everybody else down. I win the $100 or whatever it is.
So you do all this for $100.
You got to retract it.
You do all of this for you spend $1,000 just to win 100.
No, you can win. Well,
Rigger,
it's about pride. It's about pride.
Rigger
but you can win up to $100.
I don't even know if I'm supposed. David, this fool is out like practicing driving and doing all of this stuff.
I'm gonna hit the golf range after today.
You know
after
what?
The show.
You know what Doug's riding his bike.
Yeah,
with his helmet on.
And I'm gonna beat Doug.
He's going up to the kale shop.
Yeah,
that's what Doug's doing.
I don't believe Doug.
And Doug's still gonna beat you.
Yeah, but hold on. No, he won't. He better. If Doug beats me, I've been told Doug's not very good. If he beats me, I'm retiring.
Okay, I'm going to say this. I'm Team Rieger.
Thank you.
If you're going to play, you need to play to win. But the problem with this is that you do suck.
Right.
That's the problem. You do want to play to win, but you never win.
So, guys, I'm in next week with you guys. I'm coming in Monday, and you're all going to kiss my feet. All right?
Right.
That's what you're going to bow down to me. That's what you're going to do.
Right. It's like, if you're bowling guy, at least occasionally you win tournaments. You do well. If you're a softball guy, you got a bunch of fake plastic trophies sitting in your house that really mean something only to you, but to nobody else. If you're a basketball guy, you know what? At least you're a legend of that court. But you,
Rico, I just want to experience it. That's it. I just want to experiencing somebody saying to me, "Hey, nice job." Great job.
248-539.
Maybe I wasn't hugged enough as a kid. What do you want? You want the text or you want the calls?
248-539-9797. A couple texts, and then we'll go to the phone line.
I'm definitely Team Rieger. Why bother playing if you're not playing to win?
There you go.
I don't care who it's against. Billy, streaming at work. I'm on Team Rico. I just want to know where the beer is and catch a tan. That's Max in Bath, Michigan.
And you know what, Max?
Bath, Michigan. Where's Bath?
I think it's near Lansing.
Is it near the shower?
You don't want to get hurt. That's the other thing.
You're not going to get hurt in
You
golf.
just don't want to get hurt. You just want to go out there, have fun, not pop an Achilles or tear ACL. That's it. Or have, overzealous guy knock you down to try to get that last point.
Team Rieger. Losers play for fun. If you don't care if you win, you're called Detroit sports teams. That's Hunter and Clarkson.
Okay,
I'm playing with the Pistons out there in the outing tomorrow.
So seriously, when you're out there with just having fun, supposedly it's that competitive that you just have to do this. Like, we're not getting paid for this.
Yeah, if I'm out there playing pickup ball or I'm even playing flag football with a group at my church picnic, we'll play flag football. Yeah, I have to win. If you're on my team, if you don't do something right.
So, David, in your backyard, you're Dikembe Mutombo when you're playing your son.
Oh, for sure.
There you go.
You just throw, no.
How else would they get better if I'm taking it easy on them?
No, David is 100% correctly. No, Rico, I went to a Memorial Day.
David is spiking the ball.
The 3-year-old. Get out of here.
No. You gonna come with that weak mess.
How else do they learn?
Play like your mama.
I went to a Memorial Day gathering a couple weeks ago, whenever Memorial Day was. I played 2-on-2 football against a couple 15-year-olds and a 17-year-old that were on the actual high school team. And me and my buddy beat them. It never felt so good. It was fantastic. I never knew how badly I wanted to win until we won. That's right. We won. I hurt my toe. I screwed up my knee, but we got the dub. That's all that matters.
Okay. I'm glad that works.
I'm worried about your competitive fire. I feel you lost it.
Rieger, when it's something that means something or there's money on the line, yes, I can be competitive. If there is no money on the line and we're just having fun, I still want to get hurt. That's it. I leave that for people like you, and I sit there and laugh at you because when you win, this is what you sound like. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be the whole entire car ride home if I win. And it's a long car ride. All right, let's go to Rico. From one Rico to another, you're on the ticket. What's going on, Rico?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon.
Hey, man.
Ben.
Definitely think I'm Rico's anti-side because I'm a big Michigan fan and whatnot. But I'm with Rieger. I play a lot of golf with my buddies, and even if there's not any money on the line, it's always for bragging rights. So I'm with Rieger.
That's right.
Okay, but Rico, are you at least good at golf, and do you win?
I'm a decent golfer, I would say. I wouldn't say I'm a low handicapper. I'm about probably around a 14 handicap around that. I shoot in the 80s pretty good.
Ooh.
Well, I'm just saying. See,
I would kill a man to shoot in the 80s.
Here's the thing. Rieger doesn't win, but he's super competitive, and he comes in and tells us about all the time he practices, and we never see results.
Rico, I am capable, Rico on the phone, I'm capable of shooting in the 80s. The problem is it just never comes out in this specific scenario. This damn outing.
It's in you, Rieger. It's in there. It's going to come out at some point. You just keep working at it, and you just make the other Rico eat his words.
That's right. Thank you, Rico. It's a good call.
All right.
Let's go to Alex. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Alex?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey man.
I'm with Rieger on this one. It's about having fun, but how do you spell fun, guys? W-I-N, baby.
There you go. You're right. Nobody has fun losing. That's the thing. If you go out there and you're like, oh, I'm just going to have fun, but you play like utter trash, that's not fun. The human spirit does not allow you to enjoy that.
But what do you win, guys? If it's no money on the line. No.
Yes.
If there's no money on the line, you're not winning anything. So therefore, I'm not giving you maximum effort.
Rico, it's the human spirit. You want to do good at everything you do, especially when you're going against colleagues and friends.
Maybe I'm just a little more secure. I don't need the fake W's.
Listen, Alex, Rico, I don't need to be called a good guy. I don't even care if people respect me. But if somebody called me a good stick, like, hey, Rico, that guy's got a good stick. That would be the greatest compliment in my life. That's all I've ever wanted. I want people to talk about me in terms of, see that guy over there? He's a good stick right there. He's a good stick. That's all I want.
I've been told that before.
No, you've been told you have a big stick. Yeah, I just want to be a good stick. That's right. Thank you, Alex.
Yeah, no problem.
248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. If you would like to chime on in. Whose side are you on? You on Team Rico, which is I go out, I have fun, guys. I just have fun. Or you like me? Eviscerate everybody. Now, I'm not saying I will. I'll probably lose.
Don't. That's the problem.
Here's the thing about you that I admire and I wish I could emulate. In this situation, you'd be driving home. It's a long drive, right? You'd be driving home happy. You know, you will have eaten, you drank, you had a good time. You had some good conversation. Yeah.
How'd it go? It was fun.
Yeah.
We hung out with the guys. We did whatever. We talked about this. We talked about that. And it is out of my mind, and I'm not referring back to this. You are still holding on to stuff from years ago.
It's going to be an agonizing drive home if I don't perform well, and it's all pressure I put on myself, but if I don't perform well, it's going to be an awful drive home. Awful.
Okay.
So I've had about 10 of those. 10 years running. All right, 248-539-9797. What team are you on, Rico or Rieger?
And
90s.
Is there something that you're just super competitive about that really makes no sense whatsoever?
But it feels
But it only
good.
means something to you.
Yeah, but it feels good. 97 won the ticket.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren. Rev up and drive with unbeatable deals at Hamilton. Andrew and his sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealers. Hey, it's time to hit the road in style. Hamilton is your go-to destination for top-notch vehicles and savings. Sleek, powerful cars ready to conquer the roads. Hamilton Chevy has them all for you. Look, they got fuel-efficient compacts, rugged SUVs, or for even days like today, they got the drop tops, baby. Look, they got the wheels to match your lifestyle. And with Hamilton, you know you're getting excellence. It's not just about selling cars. It's about delivering an unmatched driving experience. They're more than just a dealership. It's a commitment to quality and customer satisfaction. And right now, take advantage of the July Rico deal. Still a few days left on it. A 2024 Chevy Equinox, $279 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down. You will drive off with 10,000 miles a year. The best deals are found right here at 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys at Hamilton for details. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive. All right, we're talking Team Rico, Team Rieger. Just how competitive are you when it comes to playing sports with your fellas or with your family members? Is it win at all costs, or do you just want to have some fun? We got some Lions things we're going to hit upon today. We're also following what's going on with baseball and trades. We got Who Said It. And I even have an Olympic question for you guys. Go ahead, Rieger.
And the Boston Red Sox just made a trade. We'll get into it. So, Are the Orioles going to try to keep pace?
Okay.
I ask. All right. Let's go to Travis in Rochester. You're on the ticket. What's up, Trav?
Hey, brother. I'm here to talk to you, okay?
Who, me?
Yeah.
What's up?
So I played competitive golf for 25 years, and I'm a scratch golfer. So first and foremost, it's a mental game, okay? It's not a physical game. So don't go out there and bang that driver 100 times. Go to the putting green. Go to the chipping green. Like, come on, let's work on that game, right? Like, you got to work on your game. That's where the strokes are made. But I got to tell you that playing competitive golf, I go out there to have fun. And even in my golf league, it's like I'm here to drink 2 beers and have fun.
Yeah, but
with my friends.
Trav, here's the thing. And I think this is fact, what I'm about to preach. And I think everybody driving around that stinks at golf or any sport feels the same way. All right? People like you can have fun because you're scratch. It's not hard for you to have fun because on a bad day, you're going to shoot a 78, maybe a 79, right? And that's going to be crappy for you. But a guy like me would be like, oh, my God, I would kill for a score like that. So for a guy like you to say, have fun, that's easy for you. It's not for me. If I was scratch, I would love my life too.
So I started having hip problems like 10 years ago. And I went from scratch to bogey golf, and I struggled with it. But my partner and I would always say, the trophy ain't big enough. Let's have a few beers and have some fun. Like I suck the worst I ever have in golf my whole life because of physical limitations. But back to my point.
I got you.
Have you been to a pro? Like, have you taken lessons?
What, Rico? What?
This man is preaching right now. No, hey. Go ahead, Travis. Keep going.
I'm very uncomfortable now.
Are you just going out there to the driving range and seeing how far you can bang that driver?
No, Travis. Travis, I've gone to the very reputable school of YouTube. I've watched many YouTube videos.
Travis, I appreciate the words of encouragement that you've given Jeff. Have a great weekend.
You know what kills me, though? Travis said he was a scratch golfer and then fell to a bogey golfer, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he was very unhappy. So at his worst moment, at his utterly worst moment, he was still kicking my ass.
So is it just because you don't win at a lot of things in life, so that's why you feel this way about golf?
No, this is the only thing I care about winning. I want to win at radio.
Because
I want to win at my career. I want to win as being a dad, I think. But, like, this is the stuff I focus on. I think about this a lot. See, that's offensive. That's just offensive.
Because somebody brought something to my attention, Rieger, and even when you think you do have the advantage, you still don't have the advantage.
What do you mean?
I forgot all about what happened in that race you had with John Jansen. You know, the guy who walks around here with the bad limp, and you're the runner.
Yeah.
What happened when you raced him around the building?
Jeez, we're talking this? So I did the morning show with Jansen. You never knew this?
I knew this.
Okay, so I'll tell the damn story.
Jeff, what I am saying is you don't have to be competitive because you don't win. So just learn, embrace you're a loser. Embrace life and have fun.
See, at that point,
Wait, hold on a second. Is this what this is what you say to your kids that you teach? Hey, a lot of you are losers, so just embrace it and have fun. What kind of advice is that?
No, it's maybe this business isn't for you. Maybe you need to go and work at your uncle's cleaners.
Sometimes that can be really good advice.
Right.
But what I'll say here is with that race with John Jansen,
yeah.
I don't think that's a situation of you not being good. I think you being dumb that's the situation. He's a former NFL.
Yeah, but he walks around with this crazy
Doesn't
limp.
matter. He's super competitive. He's going to beat you.
But David,
I think he was sandbagging me the whole
runs
time.
like 5 miles a day.
So he thought that I'm sorry, man.
Well, no, I thought it was an opportunity. Here's what happened. Very quickly, we'll go back to the phones, all right? I was filling into the morning show, and it was me and John, and I see him walking with this limp. So I'm like, I bet you I could beat John in a lap around the building. So I challenged him. And knowing John, he, of course, accepted. So we started, and we decided to run the other way so we would cross each other in the back of the building. So we go, and when I saw where he crossed me, I'm like, oh, crap, I'm going to lose. I lost to a guy with a limp, but he did play in the NFL. Mm-hmm. So I did. I thought I had the advantage. I took a swing. I missed. It happens.
That's your excuse for that. Okay.
I would have talked a lot of crap, though, if I beat him.
But you didn't.
I know.
He always sucks about talking crap, but he never wins.
Maybe that's the problem. I always think about the end result.
When was the last time you actually got to talk crap to somebody?
I don't think I've ever experienced it. That's why I want to so bad.
When he beat 15-year-olds.
I talk crap to those 15-year-olds.
You know what? We're going to move on. David, read something.
Oh, you want to go?
Mamba mentality, no room for losers.
There you go.
Someone else says, I'm Team Rico. Rieger and Hatchet are poor sports. They have to win to feel good about themselves, even if they stink at the sport in question. Somebody needs a hug, bro. Aaron N. Taylor.
Yeah, but it's not just any sport. When you I put effort in. That's the thing. I've gotten better. There's something about this dumbass sport that when you play well, at least for yourself, nothing feels better, Rico. I kid you not. If you birdie a hole, you pipe a drive right down the middle, nothing feels better. It is the greatest feeling. Trump knows what I'm talking about. He just shot under 50 with DeChambeau. Let's go to Chuck on a cell here on the ticket. What's up, Trump?
Jeff. In the immortal words of Clint Eastwood, a man's got to know his limitations. I'm with Rico here, and it sounds like your colleagues all say that you suck. So go out and have a good time and have a few beers and save face when you're buying them all dinner.
Rieger? Chuck knows. Oh, got a text. Jeff wakes up at 4 a.m. He shows up 3 minutes before tea time and remains calm until hole 14. Is this true?
No, I usually blow a gasket pretty early. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, let's go to Marty. You're on the ticket. What's up, Marty?
Hello.
Hey, man.
You got to be Team Rico for this one, man. Having fun while playing golf. It eases the burden of the competition, so your mental game is much stronger. That's how I feel.
Marty, it just seems like, the more relaxed you are, the better you'll play. But when you're tense and when you're so focused on beating somebody, look, you're not going out there in a red shirt. You're not Tiger Woods in his heyday, Jeff, so I don't get it.
I get it.
Yes. So just stay outside of your head. Just have fun with it. Have a couple beers, and you'll probably play some of your best golf tomorrow.
No, Marty, the bottom line is everybody does know I stink. So you're absolutely right. That's actually part of my mental game. I've started seeing a mental coach for this. I'm kidding. I didn't. I just wanted you guys to react.
Named Olive?
Yes. Olive, how do you deal with it?
I like turtles.
It's really good advice. Here's a quick ticket text. And they think they're right, but they're not. It says Rieger has lost hundreds of times. And if he wins just once, he's going to talk crap like he's the greatest of all time. I won't. I'll shake everybody's hand and just say, it's been fun playing with you
I don't
guys.
even know what
But I do think I could enjoy every other outing from that point on.
Rieger, I don't even know what the equivalent of cutting the nets down in golf, but that's what you would do. You would get a shovel and just dig up that final hole and say, you know what, I'm taking it home, I'm putting it in a cup, and yes, this is where I sunk that winning putt.
So it is at a private course. So I might get kicked out.
I don't know what the equivalent is because I don't play golf. But somehow or another, I don't think the course has to worry because you've never won. You're super competitive and you've never won.
Very quickly, somebody says, come on, Rico, you must be all for the participation trophies as well.
No. I mean, once again, I'm not talking about as a kid. I'm talking about me right now. Don't care. Like, I'm just trying to have fun. I'm just trying not to get hurt. That's it.
All righty. I think we solved absolutely nothing. But I do appreciate
did you get it out your system?
No, I did. I feel great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now we can go to the
Let's
show.
do the rest of the show.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, you were hell bent on this, so I gave you a rope.
We got some football next. 97 won the ticket. 97 won the ticket in football today, right now.
So training camp has begun all over the country. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go through some dark horses for MVP. Yes, I understand they haven't played an actual game yet, but we are looking so forward to the game. So let's talk about it. First up for the dark horse, MVP odds, plus 5,000. Caleb Williams for the Chicago Bears. Now, they have a loaded offense, Rome Odunze. They also have Keenan Allen. They also have DeAndre Swift. Could he be a dark horse for MVP?
You know what? I think he absolutely can be a dark horse. The reason being, David, if he is just good, the media is going to make him great. The media wants Caleb Williams to be that next QB, and he's in Chicago. That it's almost going to become like Aaron Rodgers, where it's like, okay, guys, really, he doesn't walk on water. There's other better quarterbacks out there. But yes, if he is just remotely good, and let's say he gets the Bears to 10 wins, he would be an MVP candidate.
I agree. I do. Now, I don't think it's going to happen. I think 10 wins is going to be tough in that division, but he's walking into a great situation. They won 7 games last year with Justin Fields as their quarterback. I would think he's an upgrade to Justin Fields. That's fair to say, despite he's a rookie. So I do think that first overall pick of the draft,
I think he's
thought
only
to be transcendent. I think
I only think he's an upgrade because they actually wanted him there. They never wanted Fields there.
And they've insulated him here because he also has DJ Moore and Cole Kmet. He's more
He's
insulated with talent,
too, yes,
than what Justin Fields ever had.
Not to mention he can throw the ball.
Well, we'll see about that.
Didn't they also get the receiver from the Chargers, or I thought they had one more receiver there.
Keenan Allen. So they have DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, Rome Odunze, DeAndre Swift, Cole Kmet, and an improved offensive line.
If he's good, I could easily see that. If they win the division, and I'm not saying that they will, but oh my God, if the Bears win the division, Caleb Williams will be your MVP.
What would hurt Lions fans more, if the Bears won the division or the Packers won the division?
I think probably the Bears because
the Bears would
you expect the Packers to be good. You don't expect the Bears to be that good that fast.
Lions fans would throw a lot of golf clubs if that happened.
I agree. Next on the list, MVP odds of plus 4,000. Plays for one of the top teams in the NFC. His name, Christian McCaffrey. He was third in MVP voting last year.
David, he can. The problem is it's kind of like the Heisman Trophy. It's a quarterback award. In order for a running back or any other position player to win the MVP, he would have to go out there and score like 25 plus touchdowns and have damn near 2,000 yards rushing and probably another 800 yards in receiving. And it still would be a tight race for him to win the MVP. So it's not made for running backs, but if it was, he's the bell cow there. They don't share the rock. He stays healthy. He's going to get 90% of the carries in San Francisco.
Well, let me give you this before you speak, Jeff. So the last running back to receive the MVP, Adrian Peterson, 2012. Now he amassed for 2,000 yards, 2,097 yards. Total rushing and receiving, McCaffrey had 2,023 yards.
Yeah, exactly.
So not even Derrick Henry. See, that's what I'm saying. This is not made for running backs.
Yeah, it's a bet I would never make simply because they have way too much talent too. Like it's just him, right? Adrian Peterson. They have Brandon Ayuk if he comes back. They have Deebo Samuel. They have George Kittle.
But the thing is, kind of like the Lions, it all is based upon that running game.
And I agree. I just don't think he's going to have a chance to get upwards of 1,800 yards, much less 2,000. You know what I mean?
Could be close.
Yeah, so he would need a lot of total yards to get that. So next on the list, at plus 3,500 odds for the MVP, this guy just signed a 4-year, $180 million contract to be the new quarterback for the Atlanta Falcons. His name is Kirk Cousins. Dark horse MVP candidates, man. Just saying.
Okay. I wouldn't put money on this. I wouldn't even put Rieger's money on this. He has all the tools around him, but he's never even sniffed an MVP before. So I don't know why he would start now that he's in Atlanta. He's got a running game. He's got receivers. But I also think in order to be the MVP, you need a little bit of a wow factor as a quarterback, and he's not. He's Mr. Safe.
Mr. Cole's cash.
Right. He's Mr. Check down. He's that guy. He's not, I'm going to scramble and pull a Lamar Jackson and run down the field for 60 yards.
You know what's happening here, David, right? You know what's he is essentially downplaying, borderline trashing Kirk Cousins, a Spartan, by the way, because you know who his backup is? Michael Penix.
You really think he's going that far?
I got you. I got you.
There it is.
I found you out. Although I do agree with you. He is not flashy at all. Like, he does have good weapons, whether it's Drake London or Darnell Mooney or Rondale Moore. And it's got, Bijan Robinson. He's got Pitts. He's got really good weapons. But the man himself, Kirk Cousins, he doesn't reek MVP considering how he plays and what his personality is, too. I'm not betting that. No.
So just give it to the backup. All right.
Next on the list.
You out.
Speaking of black jobs, at plus 3,000, the next person on the list is quarterback Anthony Richardson. Coming off an injury, they do have a lot there in Indy on the offensive side.
He's an enigma because we don't know what he really is, because just when we thought he got hurt, so now we had to extrapolate and speculate of what he could be. And Indy really believes in him. They took him early in the draft last year. I remember it was like a high draft pick because Mike laughing at me. I'm like, yeah, Anthony Richardson may go high. He's like, oh, he sucks. Well, apparently not.
And they've given him A.D. Mitchell and then locked up Michael Pittman Jr. for his weapons.
Could dark horse? Yeah, I can see the dark horse. But once again, I think that means that Indy has won at least probably 12 games. They win 12 games, and they're looking at a 2 seed in the AFC. Then, yeah, he's probably the MVP.
I could see it. He's such a specimen, right? And his ball.
And he's got the wow factor.
He's got wow factor. He's got great zip on the throw. He's got great weapons around him. I mean, Adonai Mitchell, I think, is going to be an absolute stud. I could see it. Now, they have to win, though. And they got to stay defense. Healthy. And you're right about that, but I could totally see that.
But because just like the Heisman, you got to have that play or two that people will remember and be like, "Oh yeah."
Yeah, but he's capable of that.
And that's what I'm saying. Yeah. He's got wow factor.
Cousins is not.
No.
Finally, on this list at plus 1,600 MVP odds, this guy is a former MVP, 4-time MVP, quarterback for the New York Jets, Aaron Rodgers.
You want to go first this time, Rieger?
Well, I know what you're going to say. You're going to say, hell no. I don't think he's a criminal. I tell you this. Aaron Rodgers is one of the greatest quarterbacks of our life. He's won the MVP. He's won a Super Bowl. He even has some weapons. Please, Joe. I got this. You just can't trust him, though. It's already fallen apart. He's already admitted he got fined for going to Egypt during mandatory training camp or mini camp, whatever the hell it was. You cannot trust him. At this point in his life, he'd rather run for vice president than maybe be the quarterback of the Jets. So even though there's no doubt in my mind that he probably still has crazy talent, I just don't think he's committed enough. So I'm going to go no.
I'm going to go yes, and it's for the first reason that we talked about Caleb Williams. The media, the New York media. If he's decent, they're going to hype him up. If he's decent, they're going to make him good. If he's good, they're going to make him great because the Jets and New York need this to happen. They need this to work. They need all of this. So, yeah, if all of a sudden the Jets win 10, 11 games, they're going to say it's all because of Aaron
Right, but
Rodgers.
are they going
not
to?
because of the Jets defense.
Which is great.
It's going to be all Aaron Rodgers, and he will be placed up there in the MVP race. He won't deserve it, but that's just how it goes.
But is he capable? I agree with you if they do get 12 wins.
No,
if they
I
win
don't think
the
he's
division.
capable because
I don't
honestly,
either. That's what I'm saying.
I think if the season goes just south, like he will do pretty much. He will quit on the field.
Oh, season goes south, he disappears.
He's quitting on the field.
You don't ever
You
see him
saw
again.
that after the first 3 plays of last year.
Right.
He got sacked, and on the play he got knocked out. I see you, David. The play he got knocked out, I literally thought he was thinking about quitting football. I didn't know he got injured, but he just looked like, you know what? I'm not doing this all year. Okay, it's now 4th and 25. You guys got to block somebody.
How many times is Robert Saleh going to say, yeah, I don't know where my quarterback is? All right, that's football today.
Brought to you by Bill Brown Ford. Not the best breaking news to share, but Riley Green is heading to the IL with a small strain in his right hamstring. Ryan Valade returning for him. The Tigers are winners of 6 of their last 10 and will open up a 9-game homestand today against the Twins. 97.1 The Ticket is your place for the call. Pregame at 6:15. That kicking off the Olympic opening ceremonies on NBC. No events today, but plenty tomorrow, including basketball, gymnastics, swimming, and volleyball, to name a few. Former Lion Jerry Jacobs has inked a deal with the Rams for a year. He played his first 3 seasons right here in Detroit. Detroit and LA will match up week 1 at Ford Field. Jack Campbell joining most of his teammates with high confidence heading into 2024. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I am Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, that is catchy. That's great. Oh, by the way, we're going to get the Lions. David Hatchet Hall has to revisit something that was said in these airwaves maybe a couple weeks ago, even a month ago. We'll do that momentarily. However, dude, that's some bad news about Riley Green. I mean, a strain in one of his calves. Didn't play one of the games. He's having leg issues. This isn't a Riley Green always gets injured when he's going to the 10-day IL, but this is even more reason why you got to trade everybody.
Yeah, and then you feel bad because it always seems like something happens to some players during the All-Star break. I don't know if it's a break in routine or what, but you come back and he really hasn't done anything since the All-Star game. And now, we don't know how long he's going to be out. Yeah, this is not good. But they're not going to get rid of people. They're not trading anybody, Rieger.
Really? You don't think they're trading anybody? What do you mean?
I don't think they make any moves.
Any at all?
No.
Not Flaherty, not Canna,
put it this way. I
Urshela?
don't think it's the 2 pitchers. I don't think it's Flaherty. I don't think it's Skubal.
Wait, you think they keep Jack Flaherty?
I think
they're going to sign him or they just keep him?
They're just going to keep him.
There's no way.
And you know what they're going to do? You've seen this movie before. It was played out last year.
He got duped by Erod.
Right. But then they said, oh, who says we can't re-sign Erod? Me. I said you're not going to do it. And what happened? You didn't re-sign him, but they gave the illusion. Well, it's still on the table. And they'll do the same for Flaherty. No, it's on the table.
So you think he's incapable of trading one of the best trade chips out there?
Rieger,
2 years in a row, you got one of the best trade chips out there.
Rieger, I said it yesterday. I think he's timid. And I think he does not want to make that first deal because once you make that first deal, you now start the clock. So long as you don't make that deal and so long as you keep talking about the young guys and once the core is set, we'll spend money. You know what that subtitles, we are kicking the can. We are not trying to win right now. That's what that means. If you do the translation, if you make a deal, now you got to start winning.
Yeah, but he did make a deal in a very similar spot last year. He traded Michael Lorenzen. He got Lee, the prospect, and he's in Double-A right now, hitting the cover off the ball. I would be floored. I'd be shocked. I'd be appalled if he doesn't trade Jack Flaherty. Now, if you're going to re-sign him, if you sign him and you actually put ink to paper before the deadline,
I don't know
then I'd be fine with it.
I don't know how they can re-sign him. They're strapped for cash.
Yeah, but I just think all the people that want to stand pat, all the people that want to say you know what, let's make a run for this thing because there's a chance if they win today, they'll be 4.5 games out of the wild card. I mean, they have no pitchers. 2 out of every 5 days, they're having a bullpen day. And now you just lost Riley Green. Things falling apart. They're just not that good. That's why you do trade everybody you possibly can.
Yeah, but so long as Javi is hitting 3-run bombs, we'll be okay.
Well, that's why you play him every day, Rico. That's why you play him every day.
Yeah, it is.
Second bomb. You know he's got 2 bombs in, I think, 70 games. Thank you, Scott. I refuse to believe what you believe. I refuse to believe it.
You got to prove me wrong. But I have zero faith in him. I have none. I don't think that you're going to get anything. I think come Wednesday's show, we're going to be talking about the moves that were never made. And now what does this team do?
There's a quick ticket text. Here's the problem with a Flaherty trade. The trade value has to be more than what Harris expects with the first-round compensatory pick he'll get when Flaherty leaves after the year. I don't see a trade happening. Yeah, I mean, if they offer him a qualifying offer, then you would get a first-round pick. But you should trade him. And then if you want to bring him back, bring him back. But there's no way you don't trade him. That'd be 2 years in a row.
And Rieger, you brought up a good point. If you're a savvy GM, you're a savvy president, fine, we'll make the trade, and then we will go out and re-sign you in the offseason and bring you back to Detroit to go along with the piece that we got for selling you.
It's the best of both worlds. You get to go win a World Series. You come back for us, and then you pitch. Scuba will be here. Reese will be here. Jackson Jobe is coming up.
Pretty much. Don't sell your house. You're fine.
Right.
You can be moving right back here in a few months.
Yeah.
This is it will be temporary. We are just fleecing this team for another player to help us out, and we're going to bring you back.
You scratch our back, we'll scratch yours. That sort of thing.
I have no faith.
It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. That would blow me away. So, by the way, the deadline is on Tuesday.
So you're really expecting a move to happen?
Absolutely. 100%.
And why do you expect this?
Because you have to.
No. But why do you expect it? What leads you to believe that this will actually happen? Not because it's what you want, but what gives you the reason it's going to happen?
Because, well, he's done it before. He traded Michael Lorenzen last year on an expiring contract. He got Hoyu Lee, I believe is how you pronounce his name. So it's already happened once. The second thing is you have zero chance of going to the postseason. Zero chance. So you have a guy, an asset in Jack Flaherty.
But do they believe that?
But yes, absolutely.
They believe they have zero chance.
Evan Petzel wrote this the other day, that they have every intention of trading Jack Flaherty. Not so much Tarek Skubal, but Flaherty. Yes, you can actually get something for him. Now, I don't know if you're going to get like a top 100 prospect, but I think maybe you could. Or maybe, crazy concept, maybe you get a major league ready bat for a guy like Flaherty, a guy that isn't being used for the team you're trading him to, a guy that's blocked. Whatever the case is, it's your chance to make your team better. And if you want to bring Flaherty back, cool. And if you don't bring him back, no big deal. I know people like Mark Ryan. I was listening yesterday. We got into a big fight. He's in love with the idea of not allowing Flaherty to go. But I don't know if they want to trade him. Or sign him, rather.
But here's the thing. If you get rid of Flaherty, what you are saying is you're waving a white flag on the season. And I don't know if they're ready to say this season's over. I don't know if they're ready to say we realize we're completely out of it and we're already looking forward to the 2025 year.
Oh, I disagree. I think Scott Harris is ready to pull the trigger on Canna, Urshela,
you know what,
Flaherty.
Rieger, 3 weeks ago, maybe, but now they started winning. They're starting to creep closer to that wild card spot. It's like, all right. Maybe. We're close.
We want to talk about the Lions, but I want to ask this quick question. And we'll move on, I promise. But 248-539-9797. Would you dare, now that you heard the Riley Green news, he's out for at least 10 days, would you dare stand pat? If you're Scott Harris, we know you're not buying. Totally get it. Don't expect you to buy. You're not giving up assets. But would you really stand pat? There's a chance. They're under 5 games, 4.5 out of the wild card if they win today and get some help. Would you dare stand pat and not trade the guys you could trade? That would be, what's the word? Irresponsible. That would be asinine. But there's a lot of fans, I'm sure, that are saying, dude, it's been a decade. We're within shouting distance. We just want to see winning baseball. We're the hottest team in July. They're 12-6, the best record in July. Would you dare stand pat? Mm-hmm. I say hell no.
I think that the more that they keep winning, the more they believe we got a shot here. If we keep, you're guaranteed 2 victories if you keep Flaherty and Skubal, pretty much. So
maybe.
Let's keep them there, because if you move them, we're not going to win. And I think that right now they feel, as you said, they're the hottest team. 3 weeks ago, I would have said, yeah, I think they know this thing is over. But if you could creep up to 3.5 games out that final spot, and you still got a couple months to go, yeah, you start thinking, well, maybe we bring up some of the younger guys from the minors and maybe we actually have something here.
I'm going to speak for Tiger fans. I think Tiger fans are smart. I think they understand you got to sell. I think they understand you got to trade everybody.
I'm not speaking for Tiger fans.
I got you.
I'm speaking for this guy.
See, I totally disagree with you.
He believes in his young guys, Rieger.
Not a chance.
He does. He believes it. He is telling you once they are ready, then we're going to start spending money.
This is how you infuse more youth to your young guys. You got to keep adding and adding and adding. I mean, we could talk about Clark and McGonigal all you want, but it's more than those guys.
He doesn't want to block guys.
And not to mention the Tigers are chasing the Rangers, the Rays, the Mariners, the Red Sox, and then you got to get to that third wild card spot, which currently is the Royals, so you play the next series. There's no chance you're making the playoffs. There's zero. It would be a stunning turn of events.
If you can get to 3.5 games, Rieger, with another, 2 months to go?
Yeah, but look at your current situation. Your best player, down for at least 10 days. You're missing pitchers. You have nobody with the exception of dudes throwing bullpens. So you threw out a bullpen session yesterday,
but that's
you won.
Look how bad it's looking, and you're still finding ways to win. So in the Tigers' mindset and Scott Harris, well, what happens when Riley Green is healthy?
So you believe
what happened when everybody?
You're not saying you agree with it. But
I do not agree with this. But so long as you are finding ways to win with bullpen games and Javi Baez hitting home runs, it's like, hey, maybe we're living the charmed life right now, and we just ride this thing until the wheels fall off.
I am fascinated by this. 248-539-9797. Do you believe they dare stand pat? That would be irresponsible, deplorable. That would be awful. It would be utterly atrocious, but Rico believes it's going to happen. 97 won the ticket. All righty. Rico has spoken. He believes, not that he would advocate for it, but he believes Scott Harris is standing pat. No trades. No trades at all. We get the news about Riley Green. He's now on the 10-day IL. He's got a strained calf muscle. Not great news. Tigers, despite the fact that they have no pitching, despite the fact they have injuries, despite the fact that they should be dead already, they could, at the end of tonight, be 4.5 games out of first place, or at least the wild card, rather. So would you dare stand pat? Would you dare hold everybody, even if it means you lose them for nothing? 248-539-9797. We got some ticket text?
Sure do. Hey, guys, if Scott Harris doesn't do anything, he has to be fired. Hunter in an Amazon van. Scott Harris is playing a game. 100% this guy is scared. He did nothing last year. He's going to blow it. He doesn't want to put the pressure on him.
Yeah, but hold
and
on.
I don't want to say scared, but that's why I said timid, because once you make the move, you start the clock. I don't think he's ready to start the clock this season.
Yeah, but it's not starting the clock by trading guys that are not in your future plans. Like trading a Jack Flaherty. I get the people that want to keep him. He's been really good this year. But if you trade him, you get something for him, and hopefully that person eventually works out. I don't think it's fair to think Scott Harris is not going to make a move until he doesn't make a move. That would be one of the more shocking things in being in this sports scene for like 20 years of my life, if he doesn't trade anybody. And if he gets duped again, like last year, Erod, this year, Flaherty, that would blow me away.
I mean, I'm just looking at what he's done in the last 2 times he could have made a move, and he's made marginal moves. Nothing, he didn't really move the needle. He just kind of, okay, here's a deal for this guy. Here's some, Gio Urshela, and like, oh, okay, but you could have got better players. Yeah, but these are fine. So that's how I see it. So no, I don't expect him to all of a sudden become this shrewd person and just go out there and make this groundbreaking deal, because that would break character for what he is. As I said yesterday, Brad Holmes swings for the fences. Steve Eisenman moves in silence. Scott Harris just seems timid to do anything.
Yeah, he doesn't move at all. From Keith, standing pat is the worst for sure. If they think they have a chance, then they should be buyers. What's the market on a hitter at any position really right now?
I mean, you got to give up assets. That's the problem. I guess you could do that. But the problem is
he values his assets way too much.
He does, but you're also giving away assets for 2 months of baseball, and you're already behind the 8 ball.
Right.
It'd be one thing if you were a game out of the wild card.
It would be one thing if you were actually in the wild card.
Then we're talking something totally different. You still got to climb over 4 teams and their dead bodies.
Well, see, that's why I just took buyer off the list, because they're not going to be buyers, because he values his assets and those young guys way too much, and you're not close enough to even go out there to go and get somebody. So that's why either you're going to be a seller or you're going to stand pat. And I think stand pat with a minor deal done, nothing major, but just like, oh, okay, well, that really was no sizzle whatsoever.
248-539-9797. Do you dare stand pat? Mike's in Oxford. He's on the ticket. What's going on, Mikey?
I'm just laughing because not to change the subject real quick, but have you guys seen this Patrick Mahomes, Kermit the Frog thing the Raiders have? It made me think of you, Jeff. I'm looking at it right now. That's why I'm laughing.
I got about 5 direct messages with that video. The Raiders have you seen this, Rico?
No.
The Raiders have this Patrick Mahomes Kermit the Frog doll that they like to beat on because, Mahomes sounds like me. Hi-ho, Kermit the Frog here. So, yeah, it's like a Kermit the Frog, but he's got the Patrick Mahomes hair.
They're just asking for it, huh? Well,
yeah, Mahomes is going to kick their ass.
Oh, Jeff, I gotta disagree with you on this. Why do we want to be the Pirates? Why can't we add to what we have? You're only 5.5 games out. It's not undoable. I know everyone hates on Mark Ryan, but he's right about these things. Be positive. We're not the Pirates. Why can't we build with what we have? They're playing good ball. They've had the best month of July out of any team in baseball. Why can't we build on that?
No, but Mike, what are you talking about building on? Like if they stand pat, it's not going to do you any damage in the now, but you want to buy?
Yeah. Why? What are we, the Pirates, man?
But no, I get you keep saying that, but are you advocating that you actually buy or just you're happy not to sell?
I do. Why are we just kicking the can down the road all the time? Why are we becoming a loser city?
Because, Mike,
isn't that boring for radio too?
Mike, you're taking a swing in a situation that is looking pretty bleak. You just lost Green. You got no pitching. You're injured. You're not going to go to the postseason. So why would you waste assets?
Wait a minute. Aren't the Tigers holding it together? Their bullpen pitched a shutout yesterday.
They did.
But I know what you're saying. When's Casey Mize and Carpenter coming back? Do you have any idea on that, Jeff?
I mean, Carpenter's supposed to come back at some point this year, according to AJ
Which
Hinch.
means there's no timetable right now.
As far as Casey Mize, I mean, do you want him back? But yeah, I have no idea about Casey Mize. Now, Mike, listen, I get it, man. It's been 10 years. It's been a disaster. It's been rebuild after rebuild. I just think it would be awful to stand pat. It'd be even worse to buy, in my mind.
What are you going to get? I guess the only guy that Flaherty, if you can't lock him up, but who? I mean, you really want to trade Skubal still? Like for what? Like Holiday was 2 for 36 when he was in the major leagues.
Oh, you're going to go with that small stint and say that he's a horrible player? Please don't say that.
Listen. It's not. But my point is, there's nothing for sure thing. But right now, you have a for sure. Maybe can we say that he's the best pitcher in baseball? Maybe him or like Paul Skeens. Maybe you do not just give.
Okay,
that
so
up.
wonderful. Have the best pitcher in baseball, but you can't hit. You can't score.
Absolutely. Like if you're going to keep Tarek Skubal, then you better spend some money. And maybe that would indicate the fact that they're going to spend some money. But Mike, the other thing is, and listen, I don't think they're going to trade Tarek Skubal, but if they did, just hear me out for a quick second. They currently have no first baseman. They currently have no shortstop. They currently have no third baseman, correct? You could potentially, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but if you got a Holiday, a Mayo, and somebody else in a deal, all of a sudden you got a third baseman. You got, who would be Kobe Mayo. You got Jackson Holiday at short. You bring up Jace Young, you put him at second base because he's not a third baseman. You move Colt Keith over to first base. My point is, you all of a sudden got a core and an infield. And will it work? I have no idea. Great thing is, these guys would be here tomorrow. And you would have that core. And it might be good for the Tigers because they wouldn't have to spend a ton of money because you're looking at the team. Mike, the other thing, too, is it would extend your team. All of a sudden, you got like a guy like Wenzel Perez on the bench, maybe. You got Matt Vierling on the bench. And these guys could come in. And, you know.
And you know what else you don't have? You don't have any starting rotation because you just traded Flaherty.
Stop it.
Yeah, but hold on, you might. People think the world of Jackson Jobe. You got Reese Olson will be healthy.
And you know what? I look at the pitching coach and I'm like, this guy just he can turn.
You're right, Chris Fetter.
Fetter makes miracles happen. I mean, Flaherty wasn't that good, and all of a sudden he comes here and
100%.
He's good again.
Well, the other thing too is the one thing Scott Harris has been really good at. He's been really good at going out and getting you starting pitching, whether it's to trade or to pitch. I mean, Lorenzen was really good last year. This year, obviously, Flaherty's really good. Now, you know, that Kenta Maeda experience, not great. Not great. But what are you going to do? 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. We got Who Said It at 4 o'clock. I think Rico knows I kick ass in that game.
And I'm still trying to figure out what the heck is going on with these Olympic ceremonies. I have no idea.
You are obsessed with this. You keep looking over.
Put them on a boat. All of them.
They're all
every
on the boat.
country's on a boat.
No, all of a
There's
sudden it was
Panama
like
on the boat.
an impromptu fashion show.
They're trying to show everything of Paris, and they have the Paris Fashion Week, so that was one presentation they wanted to show.
I'm like, oh, okay. All of a sudden everybody just got up and started dancing. Like, what are we what the heck is going on here?
I got a question. They showed Panama just now because every country's on a boat. Panama has 8 Olympians. That's it. 8. Like, did they have a basketball team or something?
They don't. They didn't qualify.
Oh, man.
Yeah, they didn't.
So they got 8 chances to medal.
And I don't know what sport. I'll have to look that up.
Paraguay is up now.
All right. How many athletes do they have?
One of those athletes
28.
I was talking about on the Paraguay team.
Oh, yeah. Can we talk about that? We probably can't.
And now we're back to the
tickets.
fashion show. Okay.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. Tua has a new deal. The Dolphins QB cashing in for the next 4 years with a contract worth $212 million. After experiencing some soreness this week that has kept him in and out of the lineup, Riley Green heads to the 10-day IL with a right hamstring strain. Ryan Vlade, who was just up recently, is back with the big league team in Green's absence. Catch the Tigers and Twins right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:40. Here's who A.J. Hinch is sending out in Game 1. Perez will lead it off and play right field. Matt Vierling bats second in center field. Colt Keith will patrol second and hit third. Justin Henry Malloy, a hot hitter of late, is at DH. Mark Canha hitting fifth and left. Madris, who had 3 hits yesterday, is back in the lineup hitting sixth and at first base. Carson Kelly will catch Cater Montero's pitches. Gio Urshela hitting eighth at third, and Javi Baez running things out again at shortstop after his big 3-run home run yesterday. Jared Goff ready for another year with the Lions. What's with the hamstring injuries today? Michael Badgley also out for the year with a torn hamstring himself sustained yesterday. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You know what? We're going to be talking some Lions later on in the show. If you missed the beginning of the show, basically Rieger is uber competitive. He wants to win this golf outing that the station is having tomorrow. Use the Odyssey Rewind if you want to hear what he had to say. But something did come out of this.
What?
I'm going to let you guys in. So right now there's a private text thread between myself, Rieger, and John Jansen.
Let it play out.
Jansen is listening to the show.
It's very nice of him.
And he's basically saying, hey, Rieger lost the race to me. Rieger responds, I dropped my phone during that race.
I did.
I had to go back for it. I want a rematch. John Jansen, any day, any time, any place, don't embarrass yourself. I want this to happen. I want the rematch. I want to see this happen. I want you and John, and we're going to make a spectacle of this.
Well, here's the deal. I got no issue. I am up for it. I will take John down or I'll lose again. But I have one condition. He's got to play cookies in Madden or the new college football game.
No. It has nothing to do with this.
Hold on a second. Why does he not have to take any dare or challenge, but I have to? I'll do it. I got no issue. I'll take him now.
Because he doesn't play Madden. You're a runner.
Not a good one.
You run every day, Rieger.
So?
He doesn't.
Trying to run away from this life.
He doesn't. He's walking around with a limp. I want to see the rematch. And this time, you can go around the building again. I want to be here. I want to record it. I want this to happen.
Can we get people around the building cheering us on? They're going to be cheering for John, not for me.
I want to see this happen.
Well, he is thinner now. I did challenge him before he lost all that weight. I got no issue. I'll take him out.
He sounds scared when he says that.
I will. I have no issue. Why? How about just a mile? How about that? Instead of around the building, 1 mile.
Whatever is
right
easier.
there, down the street. We can get a police escort, maybe.
I want to see it happen. He said any place, anytime, any distance. So he said he'd do a mile. You want to do a mile?
Yeah, I'll do a mile.
I want it to happen. I think he's going to beat you again.
Mile. Really text him back. Say a mile right now.
Okay. We'll figure it out. Do you need to train? Do you need to do something? The way you're training for this golf tournament tomorrow?
No, I'm ready to go.
Whenever so you just go cold and just beat him in a mile.
Let's just not make it tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Got a big golf outing tomorrow. I'll take him out.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. When's the last time you ran a mile?
Hey, I'm not on this thread.
Oh. You want to do the undercard or race against somebody?
No. You like embarrassing yourself. That's not me.
Do you think John...
Bro, I used to do that back in the day. Knees ain't the same anymore. I understand my limitations.
I mean, I do too. Do you think John, if I beat him, perchance, he'd be rather embarrassed. He might have to quit radio.
That's why John... That's why I'm betting on John, because John would die before he loses to you. He would. See, you could just lose and you'll make fun of yourself. John would die.
Well, I'm not expected to win. Dude played
His
in the NFL.
His wife will become a widow. because he would just right
you think
there.
He'd die of embarrassment?
No, he would probably push himself too far and just have the big one right there at the end of the mile.
Have the big one.
Like, he's not going to lose to you.
So I murdered John Jansen. I got to have that on my conscience.
John will not lose to you. That's why I would put that's one. Mike always says, would you put a mortgage payment on it? Yes, I would. I would put a mortgage payment on John beating you.
Yeah,
That's how confident I am John would beat you.
Yeah, but this would be longer than just one lap. Is John ready for a mile? How about
Rieger,
a 5K? Let's do that.
Rieger, he won't lose to you.
No matter the distance.
I don't know John Jansen that well, but I know he does not want to ever have you have that over his head. So if he has to go and find Coach Harbaugh and get a phone call from him before the run, that's not going to happen. He's not losing.
Was he going to have Connor Stallions out there?
He may. He may. He's
All right,
not losing.
you want to bust out a couple of these
let's get
calls?
a couple of these calls.
All right, Lenny in Farmington Hills, you're on the ticket. What's up, Lenny? How are you?
Oh, hey, good. I think everyone's missing the point. Instead of going after prospects, let me ask you. I know Jackson Job, he's the number 5 rated pitching prospect, but he may, these guys, they may or may not, make it. How about instead of Flaherty, we keep Skubal and Flaherty. And Luis Robert, the White Sox have a fire sale going. If he ever stays healthy, everyone says, he's a superstar potential. He's been very good so far when he's been healthy. So you trade Job, you get Robert, we need a third baseman. Moncada's another guy. He's not a superstar, but he's very good, much better than we have at third base when he's healthy. He's about ready to come off the IL. So you get Moncada, you get Robert. I think you could probably get Crochet or Kopech.
So you're trading Jackson Job essentially for the entire White Sox team?
No, just those guys.
And let Lenny.
You throw in I don't know. You could throw in Carpenter or Parker Meadows. They really they had such a bad season. They're trying to get rid of all these guys. It's better than these prospects who may or may not make it.
Lenny, I got to tell you, I give you credit because I have not heard one call, and we talked about this probably way too much about trading Jackson Job. I just don't. I don't think it's going to happen. I appreciate the call. Here's the other thing. I got no issue if they re-sign Flaherty. They just better do it now. You can't wait to the end of the season. You can't do what, as Rico pointed out, they did last year with Erod. Hey, but you know what? We'll re-sign him. And then, of course, Erod walked like we knew he was going to walk. Right. And you can't do that again. But if they wanted to re-sign him right now, if today they announced we've re-signed, extended Jack Flaherty for 3 years, okay, cool. He's been great. I'm cool with it.
Yeah.
You got to do one or the other. You can't just not sign him and not trade him. You got one more?
You got one more.
Jim and Frazier, you're on the ticket. What's going on, Jimmy?
Hey, Jeff, I kind of understand what you're saying because if you look at the Tiger roster, you don't have a third baseman, you don't have a shortstop, you don't have a first baseman, and your outfield is okay. Let's say outfield okay, and you have probably one catcher. I think Rogers is waste. So let's look at this. If you do make this trade, you better make sure that third baseman, shortstop, and whoever else you get, they better make it. Because if they do make it, that's a hell of a trade because now you have your infield for years and years to come. But if that don't work out, there's going to be a lot of people going to be very upset.
Yeah, but Jimmy,
it's a risk we're taking, man. I understand where you're coming from.
But you
it's
make the
risk,
trade thinking it's going to work out. Like if they don't trust their scouts, if Scott Harris doesn't think these kids, whether it be Mayo, Holiday, whoever, aren't any good, then of course you're not trading them. And I don't know if Baltimore's even going to give them up. But yes, you make the deal thinking it's going to work out. But you're right. The second they were to pull the trigger on a deal like that, then, they're on the clock.
Yeah, Harris would be I give him a lot of credit if he pulled a trade off like that. And if it worked, he'd be the best GM in the league. But if it don't work, he'll be looking for a job in 2 years. So it's a tough job he's going to have to make. And I think he's going to be more conservative, like Rico said. I think he's going to be more conservative and not do anything. But we'll see.
Thanks,
guys.
Yeah. By the way, very quickly, Rico. Ben in Roseville on the ticket text. How in the world can Rico bring up the big one and we not I'm coming Elizabeth drop be played?
That's not on Mike's board. That's a Hatchet thing.
All right. Hold on. The big one. There it is. There you go, Ben. 97 won the ticket. Ninety-seven one. Time for a blitz. Take it away, David.
So here's what I decided to do. Because the opening ceremonies are today, I'm playing this music, has nothing to do with actually what I'm going to tell you about. Other than we're doing the top 25 athletes since 2000. The Olympics is supposed to have the greatest athletes. So let's talk about the greatest athletes since the year 2000.
See, I thought it was going to be like Olympic related. I was going to be like, I had a question for Rieger. Can you name the colors of the Olympic rings in order?
Oh, probably not. Let me try.
Going from left to right.
You obviously know the answer.
Think about it. Give it to us
at the end.
At the end.
All right. I'm not going to cheat either.
Let me give you an idea of what we're talking about here with the athletes, because I'm going to give you athlete 30 through 26. They were just out here. So 30, Terrell Owens.
No, wait. These are the best athletes. What's the criteria again? What are we talking about?
These are the best NFL athletes since 2000.
Since 2000.
Yes.
Interesting.
So
TD.
Number 30 was Terrell Owens. Number
T.O.
29 was Marvin Harrison. Number 28 was Orlando Pace. Number 27.
Wow, just 28?
Yep. Number 27, Larry Fitzgerald. Number 26, Jonathan Ogden. So I want you to get a couple guesses here of who you think would be the top 25.
All right. Easy. Well, Tom Brady's in the top 25.
Let's see if Tom Brady is in the top 25. In fact, he is, of course.
What is he?
Number one.
Not number one.
Interesting. Go ahead, Rico.
All right. Well, since we're going to go easy.
We'll run this train. Let's get it going.
I'll go Patrick Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes. Yeah, Tom Brady's number one. Patrick Mahomes is number two.
Randy Moss.
Randy Moss is number 5.
All right.
So could you finish the top 5?
Yeah, Ray Lewis has to be. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I
No.
apologize. Ray Lewis has to be top 5, right?
Ray Lewis is 8.
Oh, damn it. This is since 2000.
Yes.
Correct? 24
Since
years.
2000.
23
Marshall
years.
Faulk.
Marshall Faulk is on the list. He is not top 5. He is in the 20s here. He is 21.
Darrell Revis.
I didn't see Darrell Revis on this list. He is number 10.
Okay.
So we're still looking for the top 5. We got Brady 1. Mahomes is 2, you said, correct?
Yes.
Oh, Aaron Donald.
Aaron Donald is number 3.
So we're still looking for 4 and 5?
You have 5. You have Randy Moss.
Or Randy Moss is 5. That's right. So
Looking
4.
for number 4.
Offense or defense? Okay, you're not.
I'm not going to give it to you.
That's too easy. Well, number 4. Peyton Manning.
Oh, that's a good guess.
You finished the top 5. Peyton Manning is number 4. That's good.
Sean Alexander.
Sean Alexander is not in the top 25.
What about Kelvin Johnson?
Kelvin Johnson is number 6.
All right.
On the list.
We're doing all right.
So you got 8 Ray Lewis. You got 6 Kelvin Johnson. They're all the top 5.
Jared Goff.
And you got number 10, Darrell Revis. So you're missing 9 and 7 from the top 10.
9 and 7. All right. So I gotta. This is probably stupid. He was so Michael Vick.
Michael Vick is not on this
I didn't think
list.
so.
Are you serious?
He didn't play
Not top
not on the
25.
list at all. Wow, I thought he wouldn't be top 10. I thought he'd be on the list.
Yeah, not top 25, no.
Michael Strahan.
Michael Strahan is on this. I thought I saw his name on this list. Give me 1 second. Yes, he is number 19.
All right, what about J.J. Watt?
J.J. Watt is in the top 10. He is number 7.
Give it to us, Rico.
Okay, I was
So
trying
you're
to think.
missing number 9.
That's it. We got every. Do me a favor. Run down 1 through what we have. Top 10. Just top 10.
I'll run it down right now. You have number 10, Darrell Revis. You have number 8, Ray Lewis. Number 7, J.J. Watt. Number 6, Calvin Johnson. Number 5, Randy Moss. Number 4, Peyton Manning. Number 3, Aaron Donald. Number 2, Patrick Mahomes. Number 1, Tom Brady. So number 9 is what you're missing within the top 10. I can give you the rest after
Lamar
we get
Jackson.
this. Lamar Jackson is
thinking about
not top 25.
Derrick Henry.
I did not see Derrick Henry on this
So
top
it must
25
not be
list.
somebody.
There's only 1, 2,
Give me the
3
greatest
running
pass
backs.
rusher over the last 20
That's
years.
Aaron Donald.
Yeah.
I can just give you number 9.
So no.
Let me give
what
you a
position?
guess.
No, what position? Yeah, I mean, what side of the ball?
I'll give you a guess. We talked about him earlier in the show.
Early.
Former MVP.
Oh. When you were doing that. Interesting.
Former MVP. Wait.
He plays on a team and played on a team that wore green.
Oh,
Aaron Rodgers. There it is. Wow, he got 9.
Aaron Rodgers is number 9. So let me go through the rest of this here so everyone can know who is top 25 since 2000. Number 25, Derek Brooks. Number 24, Tony Gonzalez.
Okay.
Number 23, Joe Thomas, offensive tackle for the Cleveland Browns, who had a similar career as Calvin Johnson, played like 9-10 years.
Never won anything.
Yeah, exactly. Number 22, coaches for the Buffalo or the Colorado Buffalo.
Deion Sanders.
Warren Sapp.
Oh.
He is a coach on that team.
He is. I don't know what he does.
I don't know either.
I guess Deion was done by 2. No, he was still playing in 2000.
But he wasn't impactful, though.
Very much so. Number 21.
It's like Emmett.
Running back, Marshall Faulk.
Okay.
Number 20, running back, LaDainian Tomlinson.
Oh, yes.
Now, I think Marshall was better than LaDainian Tomlinson, but whatever. One space. It doesn't
the problem was LT played for the Chargers.
Yes, and they were good, but they never took it to the next. Yeah.
Falk played on the greatest show on turf, so that's why he got the
won a
hype.
Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You all guessed this one. Michael Strahan is number 19. Number 18. Talked about him earlier in the show when we were talking about MVPs and running backs. Adrian Peterson.
Yes.
Number 17 was Brett Favre.
Wow.
Number 16, the greatest safety in the history of the NFL in my mind, Troy Polamalu.
I wonder why that is.
Troy Polamalu.
He's got the nice hair.
You know why I'm saying it.
I have no idea why.
Not Ronnie Lott.
Why, David?
Yeah, you know.
Okay.
Ronnie Lott lost his pinky.
Not Sean Taylor. Is Sean Taylor on there?
Sean Taylor is not on there. Sadly, because he didn't play that long.
We know what happened.
Yeah. 15, Drew Brees. Number 14, Travis Kelce.
Wow.
I believe Travis Kelce is the only current playing.
Mahomes.
He's still. Oh, okay, you're right. Mahomes.
Yeah, I heard
Travis
Mahomes
Kelce.
is still
yes.
playing. That's who throws the ball.
I wish he would stop playing. Number 13, Rob Gronkowski. Number 12,
Kenny Pickett.
Charles Woodson.
Oh.
Kenny Pickett.
Thinking about Woodson.
Number 11, Ed Reed.
All right, so do they have a snub list? Honorable mention.
I did not see an honorable mention. They just had the first 5 out of the 25, but there is not an honorable mention. I gave that. Terrell Owens, Marvin Harrison.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So, Rieger, since we're hearing the Olympic music, can you name from left to right the colors of the Olympic ring?
Hell no, but I'll try. Red, yellow, blue.
Yes.
Yeah, you're supposed to get them in order.
Yeah.
Blue is the first one.
Blue is the first one.
This is ridiculous. Yellow.
Yellow is the second
hell
one.
Yeah. Red. Red's got to be. Red's vibrant. No.
Not the third one. No.
Orange is not even one
Not
of the
even.
colors.
Is there some method to this madness? There's got to be, right?
I have no idea if there's a method, but it is blue,
yellow, black, green,
black's in there.
Red.
Green, red.
Are you shocked that black is in there?
That was too easy. So what's the reason? You don't know?
Yeah, this is the meaning. Blue is for Europe, yellow is for Asia, black is for Africa, green is for Oceania, and red is for America.
Okay. All right.
There you go, and that is your Blitz 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Tigers open a huge weekend series with the Twins at Comerica Park tonight, but they will have to do it without their best hitter. Riley Green's been placed on the 10-day injured list. He's got a right hamstring strain, and Ryan Valade's been called up from Toledo to take his place. Cater Montero gets the ball for Detroit tonight. Minnesota's ace Pablo Lopez goes for them. Detroit right now is 5.5 games out of the last wildcard spot. That first pitch at 6:40 right here on 97.1. Lions kicker Michael Badgley is out for the season after suffering a hamstring injury during training camp. Former Michigan Panthers kicker Jake Bates is the lone kicker in Allen Park right now, but head coach Dan Campbell says they could bring in some competition. The Lions facility will be full tomorrow. They welcome fans to training camp in Allen Park for the first time so far this summer. And the opening ceremonies of the Paris Summer Olympics are happening right now. We just saw Team USA float down the river. LeBron James and Coco Gauff are the flag bearers for Team USA. Some of those events happening tomorrow on Saturday include volleyball, gymnastics, swimming, and basketball. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, this is exciting. Every time I get to fill in on the Valenti and Rico show, I hope it's a Friday because this is the greatest game on radio ever invented. It's called Who Said It?
Jeff, you are very excited. You're always excited to play this game.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite things. I listen every day, guys. You know, I listen, but I listen especially on Fridays.
Last time you were here and you did this, you were pretty good at it.
3 of 5, but who's counting?
You pissed me off. So hopefully I did a better job today so you cannot win.
Here comes that competitive golf Jeff again.
Well, here, Donald, please, we're playing. But here's the thing. Like, you guys want to do well, right? You want to win?
I like to get one right. If I can get one, I feel good about myself.
I feel you need to set your sights higher.
I'm with Rico.
Practice.
That
Kick
is
your
funny,
feet back, man.
because we all just want to get one.
Yeah.
Reeker wants to get all of them.
He wants all
I want to
of it.
dominate.
Like, you just don't want to end up blank.
Right.
That's it.
That's it.
I went 3 for 5 last time. Now, a Tigers hitter would be happy with that, but not me. No.
All right.
5 for 5.
Here we go. Number 1. Look, I can change a tire. I don't know that thing has a spare. I don't know if it has the jack.
Starting a sentence with look is very Doug. Don't you think?
You think it's Doug?
Look. And then he goes on to explain what he's talking about. I think it's Doug.
You think Doug? I think it's Jansen. Let me tell you why. I think he's talking to Costa about the electric car. And there's a lot of electric cars that don't have tires. They don't have spares, rather. So
they don't have tires.
They don't have spares. They don't have spares. They got tires.
One more time,
They
David.
fly, okay? They don't need tires.
Look, I can change a tire. I don't know that thing has a spare. I don't know if it has the jack.
It's Jansen.
See, I wonder if it's Cookies responding to Jansen.
I thought that too, Rico.
And basically, he got his manhood question.
It's like, look, I know how to change a tire.
Right.
I don't know if it has a jack. Yeah, that
you guys might be right.
I'm going to go with Cookies.
I'm going to stick with Doug, but that's a great point.
I'll go John still.
Everybody's locked in?
Yeah.
Damn it! Great job. Great job. Oh, man.
Yeah, so what they were talking about is Cookies on the way into work one day this week hit a pothole, and he was worried that he damaged his tire. So he was saying, I could change it.
Rico, that's veteran leadership right there. That was impressive.
3 for 6 now, Jeff. 0 for 1 on the day.
Thanks for the
That's
negativity.
tough.
You know what they say? You can't have 2 good days in a row. So I play like crap today. That means the golf game's great tomorrow.
Here is
Donald, please.
Here is number 2. When healthy, I think this is going to be a dynamic offense. I think they're even better than they were last year.
Ooh.
Scott
Sounds
the
like
Gator Anderson.
Sounds like they're
I
talking
thought the same thing.
Lions. When healthy.
Yes.
One more time.
When healthy, I think this is going to be a dynamic offense. I think they're even better than they were last year.
I think it's one of those things where Gator thinks, hey, I'm going to go out on a limb here, but he's not really going out on a limb. I'm going to go Gator.
I'm between Gator and Jansen right now.
Oh, Jansen could be a good one, too.
It's a very easy opinion to have. When healthy, they're going to be a dynamic, good team, whatever. That's any team in the NFL that's above average.
That's a good point.
I'll run with you on Gator. I think it's Gator.
Rico's deep in thought.
I'm going to go same show, different hosts. Qualifier, Doug. Hey, when healthy. So right. I'm going my old roommate from college, Doug Carter.
You do know him well.
So we're all locked in?
Yeah, so David looks very happy.
Who said it?
Oh. Damn it.
Doug's partner in the booth.
I had it.
You were close. You were
Slipped right
close.
through my
Damn
fingers.
It, twice now somebody had it. I chose not to go with them. All right. What else you got?
Oh, I'm loving it so far.
I
Jeff
hate
is 0
you.
for 2. All right, number 3.
I already got my one, so I can walk away.
Yeah, I know. That's the standard around here. Just want to do the bare minimum.
He's partying, and he's better than you right now. How does that feel?
Number 3.
Rebound.
I mean, the league had been a 16-game schedule for decades. Before that was a 14-game schedule. To go from 16 to 17, not a giant leap.
What? All right. I have no idea. Here's what I do know. Tom's been off this week. Kang's been off this week. So we can cross them out. That sounds very Doug Karsh to me.
See, I was thinking Gator. Again.
Then I'll go with you.
No, don't go
I'm
with
gonna
me.
go
One of
with
us
you.
can get this right.
David, is everybody in this, or is it just the shows?
Everyone is eligible.
So it could be a Mark Ryan.
Oh, can you do that again then, please?
I mean, the league had been a 16-game schedule for decades. Before that was a 14-game schedule. To go from 16 to 17, not a giant leap.
These are so utterly meaningless.
That's so vague. It doesn't have any content to it.
I mean, it's like, hey, I saw a guy walking down the street yesterday.
So
who said
got?
that?
You got Doug?
Hell, I don't know. Now that I know everybody's eligible, I'm going to go with Kenny. I'm going to go Gator.
I'll tell you this. I didn't say that.
I'm going Gator.
Yeah, I'm going Gator as well.
You're going Gator? You're going Gator?
Yes, sir.
See, I want to go Gator, but I don't want to go anything that Rieger has now.
David
now
made
I'm
these.
toxic. Now I'm toxic. David made these to stump me.
So you know what? I'll just go Doug just because I don't want to agree with Rieger. And I already got one in the bag.
Yeah, so you're happy. Base minimum.
Who said it?
Yes. Let's go.
Hey, I got one. I'm on the board. I feel good about myself. Yeah.
Very insightful. Thank you,
what
Gator.
the hell was that? Like, honestly, do you have any idea what happened after that?
Then they're
Was there
thinking
a
about
point
going
coming?
to 18, and then when they go from 17 to 18, it's just one more game. So you know what's one more game.
So it's history lessons with Gator. I remember
and
when.
then they play extra games, and those are called playoff games.
David just said,
There
I'm going
are
to turn.
wild cards, and then there's divisional games, and then there's the championship games. And how about this? We get the 2 championship winners together. Let's call it a bowl game, but not just any game. Let's an extraordinary game. No, a Super Bowl. There we
Rico
go.
is talking so much with his hands. I only envision this is how he teaches his class.
Oh, it absolutely is.
Well, kids, you're very handsy with them, aren't you?
All right.
You know
David,
what?
clip that.
Oh, wait. All right, we got time for one more?
Thank you so much, Rico. That was amazing. I enjoyed that. Yeah, I got a couple more. I'll give you those real quick. Number 4. Every group of prospects that comes through, they're not all built the same. Sometimes the top 10 prospects in baseball are fantastic, and other times the top 10 prospects in baseball aren't. It's like the draft.
Like, honestly, these quotes, you chose the most mundane quotes just so we had anybody could have said that.
He said, I'm going to turn my radio on right now, and whatever is being said, that's the quote. It doesn't have to be about anything.
What's the quote again?
Hell, go ahead, David.
Every group of prospects that comes through, they're not all built the same. Sometimes the top 10 prospects in baseball are fantastic, And other times, the top 10 prospects in baseball aren't. It's like the draft.
I don't know. John Jansen.
What you got, Rieger?
I'm going to go.
You know what? I'm going Mark Ryan. I'm changing my guess.
No, Mark Ryan would have said, all prospects fail. The success rate on prospects are deplorable. F you. No, I'm going to go Doug Karsh.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go Doug as well.
So we're all locked in?
Yeah.
That's 2 in a row. Hey, David, how you feeling now, buddy?
All right, I have to give you the last one.
Oh.
I don't think auto racing is a sport. I think it's a competition, but I don't think it's a sport.
This be good. I'm 2-2. This put me at 3 for 5 again. That's hard, though.
This is tough guy sports opinion. This is Jansen.
Have we had Jansen yet? We have.
Yeah, we have. I let him slip through my fingers
David,
once.
one more
again.
time.
I don't think auto racing is a sport. I think it's a competition, but I don't think it's a sport.
I think you're right because I can hear it in his cadence. Like, I don't think auto racing is a sport. Like, you know how he gets very preachy.
Now you're making me feel less good about this guest.
No, yeah. I think Costa at that point is probably rolling his eyes. Yeah, I'm going to go Jansen.
I'll go Gator.
Oh. All right.
We're all locked in?
Yeah.
Who
Rico.
said it?
Oh,
that
the
is very
smarm.
The
smarmy.
smarm. It was
That's
right
very,
there.
Yeah, it was right
We
there.
missed out on the
Wow.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Okay.
Yeah, the ticket text is lighting up. They knew that was cookies.
That's the smart.
Kenny, where the hell were you?
Where was I?
No, I count on you.
No.
I count on you. You are a veteran at this game.
Don't blame your shortcomings on me, man.
Listen, I was 3 for 5 last time, 2 for 5 this time.
Tomorrow,
We're
double
getting worse.
bogey. Damn it, Kenny. You weren't there.
It's easier to blame somebody else. That was Who Said It on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, 97 won the ticket. Who said it was fun? Rico, you seem just...
Because here's the thing. And maybe I'm a bad person. And if I am...
You probably are.
You guys can let me know. 248-539-9797. I don't understand this Olympic stuff that I'm watching, nor do I care about the Olympics.
Well, currently there's a dude riding on a horse, but he's supposed to be a ghost.
It's not a dude even riding on a horse. I think it's a robot or AI. I don't know what it is. I then saw a fashion show where everybody just broke out and started dancing. I'm like, what does this have to do with the Olympics?
Fashion shows go.
Then you got a bunch of, nothing says Paris like people on boats. I don't understand this. Opening ceremonies to me get weirder and weirder every 4 years, but I'm not really excited about the Olympics. There's nothing about this that says, oh my God, I have to watch these games. And I don't know if it makes me a bad person. I don't know if it makes me a bad American because I don't care about the American team. I don't care about any of this.
You know what it makes you? It makes you an American.
I just don't care.
You're not a bad American. I think the majority of Americans don't care. Like, I think other countries probably care about their country trying to win a gold medal. However, here, we got our own sports that we care about. We care about the NBA, the NHL, Major League Baseball, football. We don't care about the Olympics. Like, is anybody really upset if
Rieger, I'm with
any
you.
team is not winning a gold medal?
I think you're supposed to care. You see all
the whole patriotism thing.
To me, the Olympics rank right up there with the Army-Navy football game. I don't really care.
Not a pomp and circumstance.
I'm supposed to, and it's supposed to make me. I don't really. I'm not watching it. There's no event that I'm not going to be up at like 2 a.m. or whenever the games are. I didn't even know it started right now. I thought it started later on, but I guess at Paris it's nighttime right now. It's just a bunch of weird things going on. I guess LeBron James is going to be a flag bearer. They're floating on boats and it's raining.
I know what you want. You want the documentary made from the Olympic Village when they all finish competing and they all hook up with each other.
Now that
I would watch that.
That would I would.
Mm-hmm. No. I care. Go ahead, Rico.
Oh, it doesn't stop. This is unbelievable.
You know what, David? Never mind. Here's the mic back.
Go ahead, Kitty. Go ahead, Kitty.
I was going to say before I was rudely interrupted by about 11 drops, I care more about the Army-Navy game, but I'm with Rieger. I think the most American thing you can do is not care about the Olympics whatsoever.
Nobody cares. Like, yes, you know what? The only time I cared, Kenny, and you might agree with this, the only time I cared was when the United States was taking on Canada in the Winter Olympics in hockey. And I wanted Canada to lose. I think it was 2010, and the games were in Vancouver, and Babcock was the coach, and Holland was the GM, and Yzerman was part of it as well. Like, I wanted the Canadians to lose so bad, and then remember Sidney Crosby hooked up with Jerome McGinley. That was the only time I've ever cared about the Olympics. Other than that, I'll watch the fastest man on earth, the 100 meters. I thought it was kick-ass when Michael Phelps won all those gold medals. That's it. That is my Olympic
But is it
factor.
Is it appointment viewing? Like, are you going to sit here and make sure you're watching this, or you turn it on?
It is.
It is for you.
I'm the odd man out here because I have to watch the Olympics. I love the Olympics. I love watching. Of course, the basketball. Of course, I love watching basketball. But I love watching the gymnastics, the swimming, the table tennis. I love watching it all. I do.
The table tennis.
Table tennis?
That's the equivalent of curling in the Winter Olympics?
Lifting. Everything.
David, do you like watching the power walk where they're not really running, but they're going a little bit faster than a walk? That one always makes me laugh that that's actually an event.
248-539-9797. Are you looking forward to the Olympic Games, or is it just meaningless background noise for you? No judgment. I just can't get excited for these games because I don't care.
I mean, they have break dancing, dude. Come on.
Is that why they've been break dancing during this event?
That is a new event for the Paris
Olympics. And then they had the guy with
Olympics.
the Olympic flame doing parkour, jumping off roofs.
Yeah, that is a new event for the Olympics this year.
Well, here's the other thing. Like, ask yourself, what sport could you get a gold medal in? They have badminton. They have beach volleyball. They have something called breaking, which I assume is breakdancing.
That's the
is that right?
breakdancing, yeah.
Yes. I mean, some of these sports, I kind of feel like maybe you got a chance. Not golf, of course. What's handball?
Handball is just like soccer. You just use your hands.
Oh,
I think they have those sticks.
They got shooting.
No, that's
that's
not.
field hockey. They have that as well. Field hockey as
handball
well.
is like basically it's just like tennis or whatever. You never played handball before?
No,
with the court and the wall, and you hit the ball. It's just no racket. You use your hand.
No, never played it.
Oh yeah,
Never
That's
played it.
handball. Basically, it's like the.
Well, they have another one where they can dribble twice and move. It's another one with their hand.
Well, they do have 3-on-3 basketball as well.
They do.
Is that like what's coming here? We're getting a team?
No,
that is
the big. That's called Ice Cube's thing.
So Ice
The
Cube's
big
going to
three.
the Olympics?
Basically,
No,
like
it's
Paul
not
Pierce
the same.
and-
No.
Oh.
Jason Richardson out there.
Nice. Now, listen,
Hot sauce.
I do think like Americans would be fine if America wins in various events.
They do.
But
They dominate.
I don't think America gives a damn about the medal race, or the average American cares about, hey, I'm watching the basketball. They might care because it's such a star-studded
Yeah,
team.
I don't think
I
that
want
they
them to
care about the
lose.
basketball.
Other than that?
no, right there. You're watching basketball to see him lose.
I want them to lose. Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Because you don't like the team.
It's very
You don't like the
un-American.
play. You don't like
every
KD.
Every other country is rooting for their team to win because it's a big deal. Like
No.
every other country, yes, it is.
I don't want them to win.
You don't
so.
think the folks in Hungary are rooting for their teams to win?
Oh yeah, for
they
sure.
got nothing else.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Do you care about the Olympics? Is this must-watch viewing? Are you going to be glued to your television set for what, the next 10 days,
Couple weeks,
14
yeah,
days? And you're watching these ceremonies and you'll be crying and waving your flag and all of this stuff? Or is it background noise, or you just don't care? You're like, what? The Olympics are this year? I guess so.
By the way, a lot of people are calling you out, Rico.
Why?
They say you described handball incorrectly.
Okay.
I don't know what handball is.
I did. Oh, hey, all right.
Oh,
There you
somebody
go.
says handball is what Jeff does when his wife.
Alrighty.
I can't read that. All right. We'll get to the calls. A lot of people want to talk. Does the average American give a damn about the Olympics? You guys are unbelievable. 97 on the ticket.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Tigers tonight start a massive weekend series with the Twins at Comerica Park, but they will have to do it without their best hitter. Riley Green's been placed on the 10-day injured list. He's got a right hamstring strain, and Ryan Valade's up from Toledo to take his place on the roster. Cater Montero starts for Detroit. Minnesota's ace Pablo Lopez gets the ball for them. Tigers right now 5.5 games out of the last wildcard spot. First pitch at 6:40 right here on 97.1. The Lions will welcome fans to training camp for the first time so far this summer at Allen Park tomorrow. Jared Goff this morning at camp says that Detroit has got bigger goals than just snapping streaks. Big news from camp this morning. Lions kicker Michael Badgley out for the season after suffering a hamstring injury at camp. Former Michigan Panthers kicker Jake Bates is the lone kicker in Allen Park, but head coach Dan Campbell does say they could bring in some more competition. And multiple reports say the Dolphins have signed quarterback Tua Tagovailoa to a 4-year, $212 million contract extension. That's the richest contract in Dolphins history. I'm Luke Sloan. More at 5 o'clock or at 97ontheticket.com.
All right, there's some people angry. There's some people that totally agree with us. We're asking you, do you give a rip about the Olympics? I say no. Rico says no. David, very godly man, says no. Kenny says no. Although, Rico, it's coming over on the ticket text. It needs to be pointed out how dedicated these athletes are. Yeah, we get it.
I mean, they're dedicated. It's just... it's a lot of pomp and circumstances for events that I'll never watch and never care.
The fastest man in the world, 100 meters, takes 2 seconds to watch.
If I remember,
okay,
I'll watch it.
Plus, it's going to be tape delay.
If I remember, I'll watch it.
No, it won't.
So what time do I got to tune in to watch the 100 meters?
I'm not sure yet, but I know you can wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning to watch archery.
Oh.
Tomorrow.
On top of that.
Do you think that...
Probably the only, maybe the 4x100. But that's only if I happen to catch it. That's it.
If you happen to catch it, okay.
Right. It's not like...
not appointment viewing for you.
Right. It's like, well, hey, guys, I got to get home because this is going to be running in like 15 minutes. No.
Wow. See, I have to sit in front of it. It's appointment viewing for me. Have to.
Because I'll turn it on or I'll turn on Peacock and I'm like, what am I watching here?
I'm looking at some of the events. Like, we should win surfing, wouldn't you think? Or maybe Australia.
Australia is really good at that.
Yeah.
New
What
Zealand.
about BMX racing? I kind of feel we could win that.
No, England's pretty good at that as well.
They are. Equestrian.
I think the only
England's pretty good at that.
I think there's only 2 guarantees for the United States is women's soccer and men's basketball.
Women's soccer won 3-0 the other day.
Oh.
Yes, they're going to dominate.
Right,
but they have not won gold in the last 2 Olympics.
Men's basketball,
they'll lose.
I don't know if the women's team. I mean, they lost to the WNBA All-Stars.
The women's team never loses gold. They've won the last 8 Olympics.
Well, they don't have Caitlin Clark.
What? Maybe they didn't send the right women over there.
There you go. All right, 248-539-9797. People do want to talk about the Olympics. Are we bad, unpatriotic people because we don't care? Dave in Sterling Heights, you're on the ticket. What's up, Dave?
Hello. My opinion is the Olympics hasn't meant anything since the Cold War ended, because there used to be a certain satisfaction in watching our amateurs beat their professionals. And the last time I had an Olympic moment where I was just jumping out of my seat was in 82 in Lake Placid when our amateur hockey team beat the Soviets. But since then, hell no, it's professionals against professionals, and it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, I'm with you, Dave. Yeah, that was the Miracle on Ice. Yeah, other than that, it's like, yeah. I mean, I guess maybe when the Dream Team dominated everybody, but it really was no fun. You just got to see all the professionals go out there and just hammer the world.
That's right. There's no fun in that. It was a foregone conclusion. What fun is it in watching the NBA beat up on the rest of the world?
No, David,
when the rest of the world catches up to them and beats them, that's fun.
Dave, I'll bet you everything I have that the Americans are not going to lose. That's number one. But number two, I do think we've done such a great job in this country of caring about what we care about, which is every other sport, while other countries, it's without a doubt huge for them, I got to believe.
The only thing that could potentially earn my interest in this Olympics is baseball, seeing whether or not the Americans can beat the Japanese and or Koreans and some of the Caribbean basin teams, because, that's still competitive. And to a certain extent, it's the major leagues versus the rest of the world. But it's still professional versus professional. I just
you know what, Dave?
Interest once they made it professional versus amateur.
Dave, you just told me something.
Professional.
I didn't realize baseball was even the Olympic event.
It goes in and out. It really does.
Well, there's the big debate.
You know what? I can't work with you guys. What are you doing?
You guys have created a very toxic work environment.
That will be a bracket next year.
You guys literally, you can't say anything without you guys jumping on it. I feel like I'm walking on eggshells.
And that's why.
Same here, Jeff.
And that's why
you need some help at 6 o'clock. I'm there for you.
Come on over. We need a producer.
And that's why I made sure I stayed out of the drop tournament this year.
Nicely done. Who won it, by the way? I didn't catch the very end. What won it? That won it.
That defeated.
Oh, the chair drop went down.
And then it turned around and beat the chair drop song.
Oh, my goodness. So what was the Final Four? Song, and then it was
those two. It was the moan and the chair song.
Yeah.
I would have voted for David. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same
Can I finish
number.
what I was saying, though?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead. I forgot you were speaking.
Baseball has been in the Olympics and has come, you know what? Forget it.
Here's the thing, though. There is a debate about if that major league players should take 2 weeks off, kind of like they do in hockey.
Yeah, in the middle of the season.
Which would be awful. Could you imagine no baseball for 3 weeks to go to the Olympics? Oh, no.
Shorten the season. Trade deadline before the deal.
No. No way. That would be awful. 3 weeks without baseball? That'd be awful. In the middle of the summer?
We live in Detroit. We have 4 months without baseball.
Actually, 6 months. Well said.
There you go.
Well said. DeVal, you're on the ticket. Hey, DeVal, how are you?
I'm doing all right. How about you guys?
Good.
That's good. So about the Olympics, no, I'm not looking forward to it. I haven't looked forward to it in a while. As a kid, it's crazy because as a kid, I actually did look forward to the Olympics. I watched the whole thing as a kid, but I think my interest waned basically when Dream Team 2 came out. Because the first one was awesome, watching them just stomp everybody by 80 or 100 points. But when the second one came out, I remember it was so much bickering about playing time.
Yeah, but
Joe Dumars was on that team.
Yeah, but DeVille, even
Joe
the first
Dumars actually sat.
Even the first time, after a while, it wasn't fun. When you see other teams at the free throw line begging Michael Jordan, "Hey, can I have your jersey after the game?" Like, we're in the second quarter, man. Seriously, can I hit my free throw, please?
Rico, what are you talking about? They're all like you. They're just having fun.
At that point, they were
having fun.
Yeah, they were having fun. Like, what are you gonna go guard Jordan? Oh, okay.
Can you imagine the coaches looking at them doing that too? Though that was like, dude, play ball. But it's just once. It's all centered around basically.
Come on, DeVille, seriously, hold on. Think about it. You're the head coach of whatever team. What were you going to say against the dream team? What? Hey, I really need you guys to focus and play hard.
I would have said simply, guys, afterwards get their autograph. That's going to be worth a lot of money. Yeah.
But
DeVal, I'm curious, though. So who was the last Olympian that you actually cared about? Like, forget the team. Like, we talking Carl Lewis, Michael Johnson, Michael Phelps?
More than likely, actually, even before that, as crazy as it sounds, probably individually, Debbie Thomas in figure skating.
Oh, wow.
That's the last one. That's back in the mid-'80s.
Wow, that's like before Kerrigan. Holy cow. All right.
No.
Thank you, DeVal.
Actually, I was one of the people rooting for Tanya Harding, which is funny because it was like to me, that was like a wrestling little storyline.
That was
like,
amazing.
Just out of nowhere, the bad guy, unknown bad guy, masked guy come out, take the knee out of the good guy. That was wrestling to me.
And it happened in Detroit.
I was a big wrestling fan. Yep, that's what and the fact that it happened in Detroit, awesome.
Thank you, DeVal. No, I'm with you. Yeah. I'm with you. I mean, who didn't get caught up in that? I even watched, for research purposes only, the Tanya Harding adult film. Why'd it get so weird? Research purposes, of course.
Oh, my
God. Let's go to Carolyn in Lapeer. Not quite sure how you follow that up. Hey, Carolyn, what's up?
I can't follow that up, you guys.
What's going on?
Hey, I love the Olympics. I love the Olympics. I've never stopped watching them. I mean, when I got a moment, but been a loyal fan of you guys too, by the way.
Thank you.
And I look at it this way. I like to watch because to see how many people represent the great state of Michigan. So we have a lot of athletes that are from Michigan. So, and
how many?
I did talk to, I don't know, I lost count, but there's quite a few. Also, when the last Olympics that Michael Phelps participated, we FaceTimed each other and talked to each other back and forth on FaceTime.
Wait, you FaceTime Michael Phelps?
He FaceTimed me.
Wow. Wait.
Well, no.
No. Wait, how do you know Phelps?
I've always been a fan from University of Michigan, so yeah.
I'm a fan. He didn't FaceTime me.
Wow.
Well, I think you guys are naughty boys. That's what it is.
You just made the drop tournament. Carolyn, you ever see his gold medal?
No.
Oh. Okay.
You guys are bad.
What? No, what are you talking about? The guy's got like 50 of them.
I can't stop laughing. Stop. You guys watch the Olympics. Go and root for Michigan.
All right.
All right.
Thank you,
So
Carolyn.
Called Carolyn, didn't call David.
Oh, no.
Oh, my goodness. You guys done?
You know what? I think it's time to go.
By the way, 42 athletes, past and present, from the University of Michigan are in this Olympics. 42.
Okay.
So,
you know what?
There you go.
Dan, I think Usain Bolt was maybe the last time
he was great.
Watched somebody just because he would. Yeah.
Remember when he tried out for the NFL or thought he could play in the NFL after he won the gold medal?
Yeah. And then I was like, okay. And then I wonder, it was Maurice Green when he was, but I thought he did the fire extinguisher after he won the race in the Olympics, but I guess it wasn't. Like he basically took his shoes off and acted like they were so on fire, and he actually sprayed them down with a fire extinguisher.
Remember Michael Johnson and the gold shoes?
Yeah.
And then Ben Johnson. He won the gold, and then he got busted for steroids. That was good.
Ben Johnson was out there running with yellow eyes, okay? Yeah. If you could not see that he was high on, like he was steroid up. The only thing missing.
That was like in the heart of the steroid era.
Right. The only thing missing was giving him a sugar cube after the end of the race, okay?
Well, it should have tipped people off when Lance Armstrong gave him a handshake afterwards. I made that part up.
I'm
like. Okay. Does Naughty Boys make the tournament for next year? All right. 248-539-9797. Some football next. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Carl's Golfland. The Tigers open a huge weekend series with the Twins at Comerica Park tonight, but they will have to do it without their best hitter. Riley Green's been placed on the 10-day injured list. He's got a right hamstring strain, and Rivalries been called up to take his place from Toledo. And manager A.J. Hinch says despite that injury, the Tigers still need to keep it rolling after a 4-3 road trip. Cater Montero gets the ball tonight for Detroit. Minnesota's ace Pablo Lopez will go for them. Detroit right now 5.5 games out of the last wildcard spot. First pitch at 6:40 right here on 97.1. Lions kicker Michael Badgley. Yes, hey, came out of the bullpen. Righty's in from the bullpen. Lions kicker Michael Badgley, he's not going to be coming in anytime soon. Unfortunately, Rico, he suffered a hamstring injury at training camp, and he's out for the season. Former Michigan Panthers kicker Jake Bates is the lone kicker in Allen Park right now, but head coach Dan Campbell does say they could bring in some competition. And the opening ceremonies of the Paris Summer Olympics are officially in the books, ended not long ago. LeBron James, Coco Gauff were the flag bearers for Team USA. Some of those events happening tomorrow: volleyball, gymnastics, swimming, and basketball. At the
Did they realize that they had the flag flying upside down?
Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Flag bearers are kind of pointless on boats, too.
You had 4 years to rehearse this, and you screwed it up.
Looks great on TV. Look at the laser light show over there. Beautiful. Okay. We've got more at 5:30 or at 97ontheticket.com.
All right, we made it on a Friday, the 5 o'clock hour number 4. I'm Jeff in for Mike. All right, so before we get to the Lions, we got some potentially bad news or maybe good news, depending on who you are and how you feel about, the very political topic of the Detroit Tigers.
Oh, I thought you meant them actually putting the Olympic flag and hanging it upside down.
Yeah, they did that wrong, too.
I cannot believe you had one job. That's seriously under you had one job, and you screwed this up for the world to see. Way to go.
But how many people actually noticed it?
Everyone noticed it.
Everybody noticed it, right? Because
I mean, it was just the rings that should have been up or down and vice versa.
Rigor, it's a flag. Like, when a flag's up. Okay. Because I was like, man, the wind must be strong because
I didn't notice
it blew the flag and, it's inverted. Like, no, that flag is actually upside down.
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
4 years. Maybe they should do it every 5 years so they can get it right. Also, speaking of getting it right, apparently Baltimore might not like us. Maybe they don't want to do business with us. David, we got to trade. And again, if you want to keep Skubal/Flaherty, I think it probably bodes well for you.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. But the Baltimore Orioles have traded for right-handed starter Zach Eflin from the Tampa Bay Rays. So the Tampa Bay Rays receive outfielder Matthew Etzel, right-handed pitcher Jackson Boomeister, probably said that totally wrong, and super utility man Mac Horvath.
So Tampa is just selling right now.
Yes. And by the way, they got rid of a Rosarina the other day. Yesterday
traded him to Seattle. Seattle also made another trade today.
Yeah, I thought he was going to go to the Braves.
By the way, Isaac Paredes still out there. Go get him, Tigers. Bring him back home. But Eflin, not the pitcher, not even close to what Skubal is or Flaherty. He's got a 4.9 ERA, 4.09 ERA. He, gets you 5 innings. He gets you about 100 pitches.
Yeah, Baltimore needed a couple starters here. So does this take the Tigers out of the running? No, maybe?
I don't think so, but they also didn't give up anybody.
I was about to say, if they didn't give up anybody, then maybe it still comes down to a bidding war. Maybe Scott Harris is just asking for too much, and they're just like, yeah, we're good.
Or he's waiting and pushing them until the last minute to get the most out of them.
Which is smart.
I think you're giving him way too much credit.
No, see, Rico,
I'm trying. I'm hoping, man.
Yes,
I'm trying to believe.
Pray and hope. Listen, let's go ahead and give him the benefit of the doubt till he screws it up.
Okay, well, here's the thing.
And if he screws it up, then go ahead and listen, we're going to be on next week when the trade deadline's on Tuesday.
I'm just holding out hope because I told Rico this yesterday on the air. I also don't believe he's going to make a move. We get closer and closer to the deadline. I just don't believe it's going to happen. But there's like 10% of me that has that hope. And I'm leaning on 10%.
I'm very gullible, apparently. Because I think he's trading everybody, and I think he's playing this the right way. I do. There's no reason to make a trade right now because Flaherty and Skubal and even a guy like Mark Canha, these guys are wanted by other teams. Let's go ahead and get ourselves a little bidding war. I read a little blurb just today where the Red Sox offered 3 bums for Jack Flaherty.
See, but here's the thing.
Now, real quick, though, I don't care that they were bums. You're not doing that deal. But the more teams in, the higher you drive the price up.
But here's what I'm not. The more you hear about a deal, the more unlikely the deal happens. The fact that you're seeing all of these things for Skubal and Flaherty, it's why I don't think anything's going to happen. It's why it's like, oh, wait, this guy went? Yeah, because you didn't hear about this deal. I'm not happy. I'm not positive thinking that they're going to actually to make a deal. I think they're going to stand pat and just going to kind of go for that final push and see if they can get that wild card.
I think you're wrong, but I'll be glad. I'll be upset to admit that you're right if that goes down that way. I think it would be.
I don't want to be right. Please don't.
I think it'd be irresponsible on Scott Harris's part.
Well, let me ask this question to you then, because it is Friday. I mean, the deadline is Tuesday, so there's time. But when we show back up to the station on Monday to do a show, will there have been a deal? Will Flaherty be gone? Will Skubal be gone?
I would say
no.
Not yet. I don't think they're trading Skubal. I just don't. I don't know if Harris will get the deal he wants. I don't know if the Orioles will give up what it takes, and there's really the only team.
But Flaherty's the guy.
Flaherty, I would say yes.
You know what Skubal has become? Skubal has become how we becoming fascinated with this little draft pick. For like the Lions, like, oh, they have to go out and get this guy. And when they don't get the guy, we're all disappointed. And then Brad Holmes is like, yeah, he was never on our radar. That was you. We never said we'd like this guy. I don't think the Tigers are even remotely thinking about trading Skubal.
So they're listening, but they really don't intently want to trade him.
Man, they're probably at the headquarters just laughing at us like, these guys really think we're going to get rid of him.
See, I totally disagree. I always think there's a deal where they make you listen. Now, are they serious about it? I don't know. But let's say Baltimore comes and gives you Jackson Holiday and Kobe Mayo, which I don't think is going to happen.
If they come with a Godfather offer and they just say, here is all of these players.
I don't think they're opposed to it.
Right, but you would have to come with an offer. Other than that, they're going to be like, yeah, move along. We're good here.
So come Monday, will Flaherty be dealt?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
I think if a move happens, it will happen around 4, 5. It'll happen. Well, see, they play a day game that day.
Yeah.
Yeah, on Tuesday, which I thought the rules were changed. That they don't do afternoon games on the trade deadline day anymore to prevent people being taken off the field.
Right, kind of like Austin Jackson.
Yeah.
So I think that's what you got to wait to see. I don't know who's scheduled to pitch that day, because that's where to be. If it's like Skubal or Flaherty and they get pulled.
Well, Skubal's tomorrow.
Okay, so
Flaherty is supposed to have one more start, which I believe would be Sunday.
Okay, so
but I got to believe they're not going to throw him.
So now that's what I'm saying. It's like, okay, I didn't know if like one of those two guys was scheduled for Tuesday. That would be telling if all of a sudden, we're going to put my 8 out there. Okay, that means something's moving. But no, this.
Yeah, did they announce the starters for the weekend? Because I saw the starters for the Twins, but I don't remember seeing the starters this weekend for the Tigers.
Yeah, so it's going to be Skubal on Saturday against the great Joe Ryan. On Sunday, it's going to be
Montero's tonight.
Yeah, Montero's tonight. On Sunday is a bullpen day.
Yeah.
So and then on Monday it's supposed to be Jack Flaherty. So, are you going to start Flaherty?
No.
Is Flaherty going to make that start?
If Flaherty makes the start,
then he's staying.
Flaherty's on the team.
I would agree.
If he gets scratched, now that means there's something in the works.
Unless an opposing team wants to see Jack Flaherty one more time to make sure the back's fine.
You want him available for you as soon as possible.
I would agree with you.
If you want him, then you don't want him to get injured, and you want it. You know what?
You want him to start for yourself.
Yeah, let's consummate this. And if the deal is on the table, if you're the Tigers, you don't want anything to happen to him because you got a deal for him already. Put him in bubble wrap and get ready to ship him off to whatever city he needs to go to.
The crazy thing is, and I hope you're wrong, I would be pissed if the Tigers do nothing and you stand pat, but I think a lot of the fan base would be like loving it. I think a lot of the fan base is like, sweet. All right, let's make a roll. If we get to the postseason with Flaherty and Olsen and Skubal, we got a shot.
But I mean, it makes sense, but it doesn't, because I think it's kind of like us on the radio and fans. We hype this up. And once again, think NFL draft, how we all fall in love. Or David, when we used to say,
we don't draft running backs.
And what happened?
They drafted a running back.
They drafted a running back.
First
And not
round.
only did they draft a running back, they made a trade. They got the back. The fans fell in love with that back. And they're like, and they laughed at us. Like, you guys said we don't take running backs. Brad Holmes kept his receipts. So, yes, fans want it. We on the radio want it. But that doesn't mean that the team wants it.
Zach Eflin, former Ray, now a Bird. Baltimore still needs more pitching. We'll see what happens. 248-539-9797. All right. David Hatchet Hall, a Lions topic. He sells it. He presents it. And apparently he's calling me out, I think. Not quite sure why. What did I do? We'll find out next. 97 win the ticket. All righty. Not great news for the Lions today. Michael Badgley out for the season, needs surgery. Good news is Lions don't really need kickers anyway.
I was about to say they don't use kickers, so what does it matter? Dan Campbell, when the moment was big and the kicker was all ready to run out there, nothing. Badgley is sitting there like, wait, no.
He did kick a 54-yarder against the Rams.
Right, but I'm saying when the time came in the playoffs in San Francisco, they opted, we're not going to tie the game up.
Sure.
We're going
and
for it.
And that cameraman did their job showing him on the sideline.
David, he really looked like what but
really?
Okay.
Like, why did I fly here with you guys?
Right.
So Jake Bates is the only Lions kicker, the Michigan Panther. But speaking of the Lions, we are now 3 days in. By the way, breaking news I just saw on Twitter, the Lions are hitting hard.
Oh, they did have pads on today, yes.
No, they didn't have pads on, but they have the shell still. I think they do pads next week, but everybody's talking about how physical they are. So everybody's saying the message from Dan Campbell about you got to put the work in, you can't rest on your laurels, or as Wojo says, you can't be fat and sassy from what you did last year. Seems like they're buying into it.
Well, here's the thing.
Thank you, Sheila.
I hope they're buying into it because I think Lions fans are falling for it right now. And I'm proud of you, Jeff, because I heard you on the morning show, I think it was a few weeks ago, when you were talking about the Lions winning 10 games. I think Jansen had 14.
Oh, yeah.
And you had 10.
Yeah.
And everyone thought that was negative for you to say that they were winning 10 games. And I'm going to say this right now. I also think the Lions are winning 10 games.
Oh, wow.
Vegas has them at 10.5. And I think 10 games is the right place for them to be. And I also think winning 10 games can win you the division. But why is saying 10 games in this town right now, why is that taboo? Lions fans, they haven't had back-to-back years of winning seasons in a long time. And yet...
Of 10 wins or more?
Of 10 wins or more. They won 12, which is really good.
I want to say it goes back to the 50s.
Back to the 50s. And we talked about earlier this week the Dave Burkett stat when it comes to going to win the Super Bowl off of being the loser of the NFC Championship game. Not saying the Lions are going to be bad, but 10 wins seems to be the bad word in this town.
Yeah, but see, that's the crazy thing. The Lions fans, and it's a great question, why is 10-7 playoff team considered negative? But it's interesting because I do think Lions fans are consumed with trying to get to 12 or beat 12. They're not consumed with the playoffs. They're not consumed with trying to go to the Super Bowl. I think they're consumed with the number of regular season games they find a way to win.
No,
but
I think you missed the point.
Oh, go ahead.
I don't think that's what they're consumed about. I think they're consumed with shedding their past, with saying SOL is gone and we're so different. It's 1 year, but don't even speak about that anymore. We're past that. We moved on. We're a different team. And you may be a different team, but you have to show it. You have to do it year after year after year. The reason why you look at certain teams is because the Chiefs will always be the Chiefs, and they go out there and they win games and they do things and they make plays. You have to do that again this year. You had a great year last year. Momentum does not carry over. You have to pick it back up. You will be the hunted. But to fans, and I didn't mean to interrupt you, Rieger, but I do think it's more of a rush to shed your past, the history, SOL, all of that stuff. You want to put it so far in the rear view in the mirror that you just believe that it's all changed and it's never going to happen again. You have to prove it year after year after year. That's what the good teams can do. You look at the schedule.
It's hard.
And then you ask a Lions fan, and it's like, man, you do the win-loss game. It's like, oh, we're going to beat that team. Oh, we're going to beat that team. It's like, it's almost as if other teams didn't get better as well, only you.
Well, here's what scares me. The division scares me.
Thank you.
If you look at ESPN's FPI, they got the Lions at 52% to win the division. And I worry, just me personally, about the Lions secondary. Like, I know they went out and they got Arnold, and I know they went out and got Davis, and they think they're better. But when you're going against Chicago twice a year, you're going against DJ Moore, Rome Odunze, Keenan Allen. When you go against Minnesota, you're going against Justin Jefferson.
You can stop this.
Even Green Bay.
Your first two games, you're going up against Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua.
And then Mike Evans and Chris Godwin.
So you're going to – a young second, especially drafting the two young corners, it's rare that you get the Sauce Gardner, a guy who could just come in and immediately shut down people. Young corners take time. They're going to get beat. Doesn't mean you're bad because you're going to get better. But, man, what a way to start for those two young guys because it's like, yeah, that's
They're getting thrown in the fire.
They are. So, but everybody just, we got better. And it's like, okay, everybody else did too. Everybody else made improvements. Everybody else drafted. Everybody else picked up free agents.
All right, so real quick, over under 10.5. That's number one. And number two, it's a great question by David. Why is 10-7 considered negative? Why is that considered a slight?
10-7 would mean for the first time since I want to say like 53 that the Lions have won double-digit games in back-to-back years.
Which is a pretty great achievement.
Okay, so but 10-7 because it would be a step back because in Lions fans
record-wise,
because you're going for the number one seed because the only reason that you didn't go to the Super Bowl is because you had to play San Francisco and Santa Clara and not here in Detroit.
See, and I hear what you're saying, but that's why I said record-wise it would be worse. But I can make the point that they can win 10 games
and be a better team.
Defensively and maybe still have to go on the road to San Francisco and maybe win it because their defense is better.
And David, let me help your argument. You know who was a better team with a worse record? It's the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, they went 11-6. They had all kinds of struggles.
They
won
14 games the year 2022, won 11, but they were better.
And they had to go on the road for 2 playoff games and win, and that's what matters. By the way, this might shock you. The Lions have never won back-to-back double-digit wins ever.
Ever?
Ever. I just looked it up. Ever. Closest they came was 91, 12 wins. 93, they had 10 wins. Other than that, never. 53, they had 10 wins. 52, they had 9 wins.
And 10
you said 12 and 10.
No, I'm sorry, in 3 years.
Oh, okay.
I apologize. Yeah.
I'm like, Jeff, that's actually what we're talking about.
It went 10. In fact, it went 12, 5, 10, 9, 10. So, yes, they've never put together back-to-back double-digit win totals. Ever.
But I think a lot of people, they want the change to happen. They want the change to happen now.
All right, so why is it negative, 10-7? And what do you got? You got the over, you got the under, 97 won the ticket.
Xfinity gives me a chance to catch up on all these things that are going on this summer so I can still watch all my great shows and sporting events. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price, and you too can get the speed you need at a great price thanks to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. You can enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows without interruption. So, hey, if you still want to watch Clipped, you can. And I get out-of-market scores and stats with Xfinity, latest injury updates so you can keep up with your fantasy teams. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, very simple. Call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or just drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed, based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers open a huge weekend series with the Twins at Comerica Park tonight. They will have to do it, though, without their best hitter. Riley Green's been placed on the 10-day injured list with a right hamstring strain, and Ryan Valade's been called up to from Toledo to take his place. Cater Montero gets the ball for Detroit. Minnesota's ace Pablo Lopez goes for them. Detroit right now 5.5 games out of the last wildcard spot in the American League. That first pitch is at 6:40 right here on 97.1. Lions kicker Michael Badgley is out for the season after suffering a hamstring injury at training camp. Former Michigan Panthers kicker Jake Bates is the lone kicker in Allen Park right now, but head coach Dan Campbell says they could bring in some more competition. The Lions will welcome fans to training camp in Allen Park for the first time tomorrow. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. More at 6 o'clock or at 971theticket.com.
All right, why is 10-7 an insult? And what do you got over under 10.5 for the Lions? They unfortunately suffer a kicking injury today. Michael Badgley out for the season. They got to go get themselves a kicker. 248-539-9797. Yes, they do. Yes.
I guess. You got one and you're not going to use them.
Oh, they used Badgley, just not on turf. Just not on grass. On turf, they use him.
Or when you need to kick field goals.
Fair enough. David, what do we got? Ticket text. Then we'll hit some calls.
I have confidence because how the Lions win is so real and unfluky. Like the Stafford days, I believe they can win 12 games again. All right. The Lions won 9 2 years ago and improved on that last year. So why is bad to expect the Lions to expect more? Rico and David are disingenuous.
Yeah, you guys are.
This was Pittsburgh or San Francisco. Yeah. They would expect more.
Actually, not really. But if that would help you sleep at night, no.
Listen, I think it's a great thing to get the 1 seed. If you can get the 1 seed, life is freaking great. Other than that, it's just a regular season and get a home playoff game.
You want a 1 or 2 seed. Yeah, yes. you basically want a 1 or 2 seed. So, no, it's not like, oh, my goodness, you got to go out there. I said it before. For San Francisco, this is kind of like your last dance. You got to put it all together because you're about to break this team up in a few years, and they're going to be bad.
It does feel that way. It really does feel that way. Trent Williams now holding out. Brandon Ayuk is holding out. You got some distractions over there.
They hold out. But here's the thing. It's going to be Detroit in a few years. Because I laugh. Like, Cookies gives me a hard time. I'm like, Cookies, trust me. You keep being good, and the Lions are going to go through the same thing because everybody's going to be up, and this whole kumbaya thing is going to go away. It's going to be like, I want my money.
Well, what this is good for Lions fans, if you want to know why this is good for you, what's happening in San Francisco, is that maybe it causes San Francisco to start slow. San Francisco will still win the West. But if they start slow and maybe miss out on the 1 seed by a game because they lost early because of all the holdouts, that's what Lions fans want.
But see, here's the problem. Just be the better team.
Correct.
We need the 1 seed. If you need the 1 seed, then you're not a Super Bowl caliber team.
Agreed.
Because the Chiefs didn't have the 1 seed. They went out there and just got it done. And
they
said,
went to Buffalo. They went to Baltimore.
Wherever.
But here's the deal, too. I mean, they also have like an unbelievable quarterback, the best player in football.
No, but what I think
Rieger, you want the 1 seed.
If you can't go and win the game on the road and finish. They started off hot and they could not finish.
Where did Cincinnati play the AFC Championship game the year they made it to the Super Bowl? Kansas City.
Right. It doesn't mean, if you would have had the 1 seed, Gibbs wouldn't have fumbled?
Then they allowed Stafford to win a Super Bowl. Those jerks.
I think that Lions fans they become mesmerized by how good the team was last year, and they just think that every game is going to be easy and it's always going to be that way because only they got better. So did everybody else. This division is going to be tough, like it or not. I haven't bought fully into Chicago, but Green Bay, because if you're going to give me that whole, look what we did 2 years ago, look what Green Bay did last year, how they finished the year, okay? And you want to talk about, we almost beat San Francisco? So did Green Bay.
So did they.
Okay?
Yeah.
Took him down to the final 30 seconds.
And throw by Love.
It took a horrible throw by Love across his body, and he gets a pick. And that was the difference.
I just truly think when you're looking at the Lions, the one true thing they got going for them more than anything else, that head coach of theirs is not going to allow them to be a 7-win football team. Like he gave that example when he was playing for the Dallas Cowboys, 12-4 one year. Next year they win 7 games. They're all wondering what the hell's happening.
No, it was the Giants.
Or Giants, my bad. The point is, that dude ain't going to let that happen on his watch. And the guys you re-signed, whether it be St. Brown or Sewell or Goff, they're not going to let it happen either.
Here's the thing, though. Coaches coach, players play. You could coach up somebody and tell them not to do it. Rieger, you could tell your child not to do something. Doesn't mean she
doesn't listen.
Right. You can say, guys, it's going to be difficult. Sometimes you got to learn the lesson the hard way. So we have to see how they start. But, yeah, this team, as David said, could actually be a better team, but the record won't be as good as last year. But that doesn't mean that the team is worse. It just means you had a tougher schedule and you went out there and you lost a couple of coin flip games. It wasn't on your side. You didn't make the play. You didn't do what you had to do. And you may not get the 1 seed. But if you are a Super Bowl caliber team, you don't have to have every game come through Detroit. As a matter of fact, you're a better team if you could go out on the road and it doesn't matter because we're still going to win.
248-539-9797. Will's in Detroit. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Will? How are you, bud?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good. How are you?
Good. Okay, now hear me out. From a fan's perspective, you guys, that's your job. That's what you do. You point out things that could be, i.e. they could win less games and be a better team. That's what you guys do. But as a fan, what you're looking at is we got better this year. Even without the rookies, they went out and signed a couple of DBs before we went out and got the rookie Davis and the kid from L.A. So it's, as a fan, it's taboo because we don't want to think like that. And that's just as a fan. We don't want to think that we went out and got better. Our weakness, we went out and made it better, and we did that to be worse or have a worse record. That's not how a fan is going to look at it. Detroit went out to Kansas City. Detroit went out to Kansas City and beat KC. You can't tell me KC fans was okay with that. They weren't. I know a lot of them.
Well, I think they're okay with it now. But no, Will, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, because they won the Super Bowl, so of course they are now. But I'm just saying, at the time, they weren't okay with it.
So how many wins do you think the Lions get this year?
As a fan, I'm hoping they can at least repeat the 12. If they're a better team and they win 10, I'm okay with that because they're a better team. But that's not what I'm rooting for as a fan. Again, I'm not looking at we got better in one of our worst areas. We got rookies that played out of their mind last year that are going to have another year under their belt. And we're doing that, and we're thinking like we're going to be worse. That's just not how a fan thinks.
And Will, that's fine. But I wanted to talk to him, Rieger.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that.
But going back to the Kansas City, this is why I don't like talking the Kansas City game because you won the game, but if you start talking the truth, people get angry at you.
What, you're talking about drop passes, no Kelsey,
no,
no
it
Greg
wasn't
Jones?
that. Okay, because he's like, well, Kansas City didn't want to lose. It's like Kelsey didn't play. Now, if this was a playoff game, Kelsey would have played in that game. But they were willing to lose that game if they had to because they had bigger fish to fry.
But
he could have played. He was 50-50, and they said, well, what's the point of playing and getting injured?
First game of the season.
Yeah, right. Let's just sit out. Let's see what we have.
Well, here's what I would say, too. I think Lions fans, and I get it, I think and he just kept saying, as a fan, I think fans are too wrapped up in the regular season. Partially because what you said, the whole SOL, let's get it behind us. And partially because we haven't been here before. The organization has never had, as we just looked up, double-digit win totals in back-to-back years. So I don't think the regular season means all that much as long as you're making the postseason. And there is no way, other than injuries, that this team misses the playoffs. There's zero chance they miss the playoffs. So you're good. I think. Let's go to Kent. You disagree?
No. I mean, I get what you're saying, but it does come a time like, how do you handle adversity?
Sure.
Because, they're talking like the one ticket. Well, if this was San Francisco, and it's like, Do you panic? Like last year in the middle of the season, San Francisco loses 3 games in a row.
They
lose
did.
to the Browns, the Vikings on Monday night, and then they lose to the Bengals. And it's just like, okay, they had the bye week. They shake it off. They come back. For the Lions, tougher schedule. How do you handle everything? Everybody is saying how pretty you are. Everybody's saying how great you are. Can you handle being the hunted? You're a circle game, meaning people are now circling you for the first time. We're playing Detroit. Oh, we're going to Ford Field. We have to make sure we are on our A game at all times, because if not, that's a talented team. That's why I said you could actually be better with a worse record, because you're going to get everybody's best shot.
248-539-9797, 90.
And there's no Carolina Panthers on the schedule.
7-1, the ticket. All right, listen up, rib lovers. It's the final week to celebrate.
You got to read on our show?
I do.
Look
I'm big
that.
time now. You want to go to BlackRock? It's the final week. Final week? It is. Oh, you're just walking away. I thought you were going to stick around. Anyway, it's the final week to celebrate Christmas in July at BlackRock Bar and Grill. It's all-you-can-eat ribs for only $16.99. You heard that right. Just $16.99. You can't get fast food for that price. Just $16.99 for as many baby backs as you can handle. The savings are endless with bottomless ribs for only $16.99. So check it out. You got to hurry in for the last week of Christmas in July at BlackRock Bar and Grill. All you can eat ribs for just $16.99. It's the best rib deal in town. Guys, the last week. Don't miss out on this great opportunity. $16.99 for the great ribs, all you can eat at BlackRock Bar and Grill.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. The Tigers open a huge weekend series against the Twins at Comerica Park tonight, but they will have to do it without their best hitter. Riley Green's been placed on the 10-day injured list with a right hamstring strain, and Ryan Valade's up from Toledo to take his place on the roster. Manager A.J. Hinch says despite that injury, the Tigers, they still need to keep it rolling after a 4-3 road trip. Cater Montero gets the ball for Detroit tonight. Minnesota's ace Pablo Lopez will go for them. Detroit right now 5.5 games out of that last wildcard spot in the American League. First pitch at 6:40 right here on 97.1. Lions kicker Michael Badgley, the Money Badger, is out for the season after suffering a hamstring injury at training camp. Former Michigan Panthers kicker Jake Bates is the lone kicker in Allen Park right now, but head coach Dan Campbell says they could bring in some more competition. And the opening ceremonies of the Paris Summer Olympics are officially in the books. LeBron James, Coco Gauff, they were the flag bearers on the boat for Team USA. Some of those events happening tomorrow on Saturday: volleyball, gymnastics, swimming, and basketball. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, where I love the Olympics, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
6:02. Tiger baseball just around the corner. It's time for the big finish.
I'll start the big finish with how we started the show. Jeff, you suck at golf. You're too competitive. Let it go.
Wow, are you a jerk? We got the big station outing tomorrow. Big station outing tomorrow. This entire show, I've been mentally preparing. I am not just going to play well tomorrow. I'm going to win the damn thing.
David, I just want to let you know that I may or may not have joined in on a bet.
He did.
With Jeff and Jimmy. So.
And Evan.
I'm like, you know what? I'll add a little bit on there. I don't even need to watch. Just call and tell me where to pick up my money.
So I bet $20, the three of them, so 60 total, that I'm going to break 100 tomorrow. That's it.
You want another?
I can't afford this. No, I got to cut it off at 60.
David, trust me. You don't want him getting in your debt because you'll never see the money.
No.
That's fair.
How
That's
dare
fair.
you? You got paid.
Jeff. You paid me.
I know you're serious. You call me Jeff.
Yeah, because that's
Sounds
your name.
weird.
That's your name. And it took you 15 years. We made a bet on Denard Robinson.
Listen, my friend. It was one of those
no,
bets.
No, seriously kidding.
It was one of those bets.
We made a bet on Denard Robinson
that you forgot
and Kirk
about.
Cousins.
So you forgot.
Who would have a better year in college?
It was a 3-prong bet. I lost all 3 legs, if you will.
College football almost came back. The video game almost came back before you paid him back.
Right.
No. But see, here's the thing. I sound like you. No. Here's the thing. It was one of those bets that you make because we were bored at a Tiger game in the press box. If you forgot about it, Drew Sharp reminded you of it.
He did. We were at Penn State. Michigan State had just won a share of the Big Ten. He was like, "Didn't you bet Rieger?" I'm like, "I did." So I go back in the phone.
You know what?
And here, the funny thing is, David,
I
and then I'm going to let you finish.
I would have never made you pay if I won the bet.
No. Yes, you want to know why you would have? Because Rieger, we signed a contract because of Rieger. We signed a legal contract.
So he did that to himself.
He said, and in the contract,
I don't remember that part.
I still have it. Because this is for so much effing money that we did. And Denny Cap and Marty Martin both witnessed.
Here's the deal.
We had 2 witnesses because it was so much. It was for $1,500.
This show has taught me a lot about myself. I might have a problem. You know,
I
might
just realized that.
Yeah, I need to change the way I'm living my life. Tomorrow, I'm just going to go out and have fun.
Next thing you know, you're going to be hanging out in Cambodia or Colombia or Costa Rica.
You might have a problem. He's wondering why. You might have a problem, Jeff, and I'll tell you this. You also could not name the Olympic rings in order, and we gave you the order. I guarantee you right now, I bet you right now, you can't do it. After we gave it to you earlier in the show.
Don't look at the TV.
It's not on TV, although I did try to cheat.
You did.
Blue is 1. Blue is 1. Yellow is 2. Black is 3. Hold on. I know 5 is red. 4 is green.
Whoa!
Ha!
He did it.
Oh, and David.
But is it upside down?
To add to your big finish, he also challenged John Jansen to a race. I don't know if you put that in there.
What up? Yeah, we have an update.
And Jansen was like, basically yawned and stretched and said, okay, so I'll just have to beat him in a 1-mile race and then go do my workout. Jansen's in. Jansen wants to run this race.
Yeah, I got no problem with that.
And Jansen will not lose to you.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not going to lose to him.
He will make his wife a widow before he loses to you.
Mrs. Jansen, I'm sorry.
We did get a couple more drops today. So those you may hear those in the future here, but we did talk about the Tigers. And the first question we asked for the Tigers is, will the Tigers sell or do nothing? And then later on in the show, I asked, will they make a move by Monday? When we come back Monday, will they have been a move this weekend? And something happened in the show that may determine that, which is Baltimore traded for right-hander starter Zach Eflin from the Tampa Bay Rays. The Rays receive outfielder Matthew Etzel, right-handed pitcher Jackson Bomeister, and super utility man Mark Horvath.
Bunch of minor leaguers, which means we still got the big guys out there if the Tigers can pry them away from Baltimore. Now, I don't think it's going to happen, but the Mayos and the Holidays
if you're the Tigers, you need a bidding war to happen. You need Baltimore.
I think that's happening. I think it's happening right now.
And what you didn't need is New York, the Yankees, to start tanking. You didn't need that. You needed them to stay good. You needed a bidding war. You need the Dodgers to enter the chat. You need Atlanta to enter the chat. You need somebody else to go along with Baltimore to drive up the price.
You know what's going to happen? I think the Tigers are going to trade Flaherty, and they have to. It would be irresponsible not to, at least in my opinion. But you don't believe they're going to. Furthermore, I don't think they're going to trade Skubal, but I do think we're going to find out that the offer was a boatload, and Scott Harris maybe just didn't want to move him. And here's the thing, the beautiful thing. If they bring back Flaherty, doesn't that mean they got to spend money next year? Doesn't that mean they got to so-called go for it?
And speaking of going for it, let's talk about the Lions here, because it seems in this town that talking and predicting about 10 wins for the Lions is negative. And Rico, you believe they believe it's negative because why again?
Because they want to put the past so far behind them that it's just, no, we're changed, we're different, and that's it. And it's like, okay, you may, but you got to give it time. And that's why, to me, it's we got to get the number 1 seed. We got to do all of this stuff. You need everything to line up in favor for you to get to the Super Bowl. And I will simply say this. You may have a 10-7 record, but you will be a better team, and you may be more battle-tested to get to the Super Bowl because you don't need to play games in Ford Field. You could go to Green Bay in the cold. You could go back to San Francisco. You could go to Philly in the cold and rain and win a game, and you don't have to be insulated in Ford Field with the perfect conditions in order to win.
I think they proved a lot last year. And I think with Dan Campbell as the coach, I don't think they're going to take a massive step back. Schedule is harder, though. Their defense is unproven. I think 10-7 is right about what I think is going to happen. And you're right, though. They can still win the division. They can still make the playoffs. They're definitely going to make the playoffs unless there's some catastrophic injury.
Lions fans don't want to hear that because if you say that, you're just being negative and you don't care. And this team's going to win 14, 15 games. And the Tigers are next, 97-1.
Bye, Rico.